Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Ria's Gremory Heimjima Aquino Demon High School. It's been more than 2 months since I came to this world, but Goldfinger has never been seen. Am I really the one-of-a-kind traverser? How does this allow me to survive in this dangerous world? Ugh. I saw that in a classroom, a teacher was talking about something seriously on the podium. Our protagonist, Suhai, looked at a red figure on his left and a black figure in front of him and muttered helplessly. It turned out that 2 months ago, when Suhai woke up, he found himself in the world of Demon High School, and he became a third-year student at Kyueng College in Kyueng Town. Coincidentally, he happened to be in the same class as Heimjima Aquino and Riaz. And Riaz was sitting next to Suhai, and the two were only separated by an aisle. And Heimjima Aquino was sitting in front of Suhai, so close Suhai could even smell the body fragrance emanating from Heimjima Aquino. This should have been a very happy thing, but Suhai is really not happy because it has been 2 months since he came to this dangerous world. However, Suhai still did not find the gold finger, which is necessary for traversers. In this world, Suhai's setting is a mainland student who has lost both parents and is too ordinary to be ordinary. As an ordinary person, it is obviously a very difficult thing to survive in this world full of gods and demons, and it is still in Kyueng Town where accidents are frequent. Faced with his current situation, Suhai didn't even dare to go out at night. For fear of meeting some lost demon, he ate him as a late-night snack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving in the new world for 2 months. The system is successfully loaded. Super Golden Egg System is here to serve you wholeheartedly. However, just as Suhai sighed and looked unlovable, a long-awaited mechanical sound suddenly sounded in Suhai's mind. I go. Facing this sudden surprise, Suhai stood up directly from his position, and his beautiful native dialect burst out from his mouth. This made the teachers on the podium, as well as all the students including Heimjima Aquino and Riaz, fix their eyes on Suhai. Aquino, Heimjima and Riaz looked at Suhai with some interest. As for the teacher on the podium, his expression was naturally a little gloomy. He broke the chalk in his hand with one hand and was on the verge of eruption. Suhai-kun, do you have any questions? But fortunately, as a teacher in a noble school, this teacher's cultivation is still in place. Although he was a little angry at Suhai's behavior, he finally put up with it. Seemingly calmly asked, "Teacher, my stomach hurts. Maybe I had a bad stomach this morning." As a former women's academy, Q Academy has now become a co-ed academy, but the number of female students is still much higher than that of men. In Suhai's class, it was especially obvious. Except for one boy in Suhai, the entire class was actually full of girls. Even the teachers are women, in the face of so many female gazes, and these girls are basically all beautiful girls. Even with the thickness of Suhai's face, he couldn't help blushing. However, in order to figure out the role of Goldfinger as soon as possible, Suhai couldn't take too much into account. He directly covered his stomach, showed a painful expression with his actor-level acting skills, and slowly looked at the people on the high platform. Teacher Wonsan said, "If that's the case, then Suhai-kun, you can go." Facing Suhai's expression that didn't seem like a fake, Teacher Wonsan's expression on the high platform finally softened. Appearing to be somewhat easygoing, he said, "Thank you, teacher." After getting the teacher's approval, Suhai immediately ran out of the classroom in a hurry. Facing Suhai's somewhat embarrassed back, many girls in the classroom couldn't help covering their faces and chuckling. I find it very funny. Only Heimjima Aquino and Riaz had a thoughtful look on their faces. After all, with the strength of their two superior demons, it was natural to see at a glance that Suhai's stomach pain was just fake. Fortunately, the two just thought that Suhai had something to worry about and didn't think much about it. "System, let's talk about it. What role do you have?" After coming to the men's room, Suhai seemed a little anxious and asked the system in his mind. Faced with Suhai's question, the system naturally knew everything and said everything, made a detailed introduction. It turned out that the so-called Super Golden Egg System mainly has these two functions. The first function is the shuttle function. It can help the host, that is, Suhai today randomly selects a world to travel through every month, and the shuttle opportunities cannot be superimposed. If Suhai's shuttle opportunities this month are useless, then there will still be only one chance next month. Of course, in order to ensure that the host can grow safely, the selected world level will not exceed the host too much. As for the second function, it is the most core function, and it is also a function that can help Suhai grow rapidly. As the system's name suggests, the system will spawn golden eggs on the world characters that Suhai travels through. As long as the corresponding conditions are fulfilled, Suhai will be able to get these golden eggs, which can be opened randomly to get the rewards in them. Some rewards may be magical weapons, various powerful skills, or even characters. Anyway, there are everything only unexpected ones and nothing that cannot be opened. After learning about the function of the system, Suhai had an unspeakable smile on his face. After a full cup of tea, Suhai calmed down, walked out of the toilet again, and walked back towards the direction of the classroom. Sure enough, Akino Himejima and Rias, as the two heroines of the demon high school world, must have the existence of golden eggs. After calming down, I returned to the classroom. Suhai found two golden eggs on the heads of Akino Himejima and Rias that only he could see, radiating dazzling light. In fact, after understanding the mechanism for the appearance of golden eggs, Suhai has already guessed that golden eggs will inevitably appear on Akino Himejima and Rias. So when they found the golden egg on their bodies, although Suhai was very happy, he didn't look surprised. But the system, why does the golden egg on the heads of Himejima, Akino, and Rias still have these 3 stars? And what the hell is this activation condition, D? It turned out that when he returned to his seat, Suhai discovered that in this classroom, Akino Himejima and Rias had a bright golden egg on their heads. However, Suhai discovered that there are 3 bright stars on the golden egg. It turns out that the golden egg also has levels. The more stars on the golden egg, the higher the level and the higher the probability of being able to get good things. Big. The most important thing is that the conditions for opening are clearly written on the golden egg. To get the golden egg on Himejima Akino, Suhai had to put his hand on Himejima Akino's head and stay for a second. As for Rias, it was even more excessive and even asked Suhai to confess to Rias. Delta, you must know that Akino Himejima and Rias are both high-level demons, and even in this world with an explosive power system, they can be regarded as little masters. Suhai had already anticipated what would happen when he touched Himejima Akino's head. Don't care, I'm seeking wealth and wealth at risk. Are you still afraid that 2 women will fail today? Letter 2C7, letter 2C7. But after thinking about the upcoming battle, Suhai knew very well that if he didn't have the strength, he might soon become cannon fodder and died in the aftermath of the battle. Anyway, both sides are dead. It is better to give it a try. Maybe you can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. In the moment of making a decision, Suhai stretched out his sinful hand to Himejima Akino, who was sitting in front of him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Breath of Thunder, a sun wheel knife. Just like that, after Suhai's fingertips touched the top of Himejima Akino's head, after a 1-second pause, the system's voice sounded in Suhai's mind again. I felt the breath of thunder that I had cultivated for more than 10 years in my mind, the body that was many times stronger, and the golden sun blade in the system's space. An incomparably happy smile appeared on Suhai's face involuntarily. Suhai-kun, although I don't mind, but you're acting like a lunatic. But in the next instant, the smile on Suhai's face stopped abruptly and the whole face stiffened. Because of the joy of success, Suhai forgot to take back his hand. Facing such a situation, Himejima Akino turned his head slowly, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile, "Satyr, idiot, social scum, damn it, even I didn't have a chance at Himejima Akino-senpai's head." Most importantly, this scene was also seen by other students in the class and the teacher. You must know that Himejima Akino's popularity in the entire Q Academy is second only to Ria's. So all of a sudden, Suhai became a maddened, lust-driven pornography fanatic in everyone's eyes. On the contrary, Ria's next to her was looking at Himejima Akino and Suhai with interest. "Himejima-san, would you believe me if I said I didn't mean it?" Faced with the current situation, Suhai quickly retracted his right hand and said with a wry smile with a very dodgy look in his eyes, "Since Suhai-kun said so, this time is fine, but if there is another time, you will be punished." Facing Suhai's expression of repeated wry smiles and an explanation that was a lie at first sight, Himejima Akino stared at Suhai for a while, then slowly said with the same smile, then she turned around. Faced with such a situation, Suhai couldn't help taking a deep breath. I thought to myself, sure enough, the squinting guys are very scary. Although Himejima Akino was full of smiles throughout and her tone sounded very gentle. But Suhai always felt that he was being stared at by a giant beast from the mountains and seas, and he couldn't help but get chills down his spine. In this way, under the near miss, it was soon time for the afternoon to end school. Immediately after school, Rias and Himejima Akino left the classroom together and walked towards an old campus where they usually met. "Suhai-kun, what's the matter with following you all the way from school? However, when the two came to the old dormitory building, Rias and Hajime Aquino did not walk in directly. Instead, she turned around and saw a tree, and Rias said slowly. There was a hint of coldness in both of their eyes. It turned out that when Rias and Hajime Aquino left the classroom, Suhai wanted to get the golden egg on Rias' head. He followed directly behind the two of them and followed. However, it is clear that although Suhai has now obtained the Breath of Thunder in the Blade of Ghost Slayer, and his body has also been strengthened by the Breath of Thunder, his strength has improved a lot. But for the two superior demons, it was still a little too weak, so it was discovered immediately. Student Rias, I like you, please get in touch with me. In the face of Rias, Suhai also knew that there was no way to hide, plus he had to complete the mission. So Suhai came out directly from behind the tree and came to Rias and Aquino Hajime not far away. He said bluntly, ding. Complete the acquisition conditions. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Sword of Oath victory. As soon as Suhai's voice fell, as expected, a golden handle appeared extremely holy, and the holy sword belonging to a certain dumb hair king appeared in Suhai's system space. Facing Suhai's sudden confession, Rias was stunned for a moment, but in the next instant she seemed to think of something, and there was a hint of gloom in her eyes. It seems that Rias is really popular. But it's really sad. I thought Suhai-kun would like me a little more. After all, Suhai-kun did that to me today. Oh. However, Hajime Aquino, who was next to him, reacted very quickly. He quickly pretended to be very envious and sad and said slowly. Facing Hajime Aquino's words, Suhai recalled what happened in today's class and couldn't help but have a look of embarrassment on his face. Suhai, thank you for your liking, but for some reason we are not suitable, so. Fortunately, at this time, Rias also came back to her senses, looked at Suhai in front of her and said a little apologetically. Obviously, in the eyes of the two of them, Suhai is just an ordinary person, not to mention that Rias now has a marriage contract. Even if he didn't, he certainly wouldn't be with an ordinary person. After all, sometimes strength and their respective identities often determine everything. Facing Ria's polite rejection, Suhai didn't care at this time, because at this time Suhai's attention was all focused on the Sword of Victory in the system space. There was a hint of happiness on his face. After all, Suhai's purpose of confessing was not really to make Rias his girlfriend. Since that's the case, I'll say goodbye to Ria's classmate first. I hope we can become friends in the future. It wasn't until Rias finished speaking that Suhai didn't react. Hastily said, there was not a trace of sadness in his expression or words because he was rejected. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left a little excitedly. At this time, Suhai couldn't wait and wanted to go home and observe the Sword of Victory of Cua. Facing Suhai's unusual reaction, watching Suhai leave, Aquino Hajime and Rias' eyes were full of doubts. After all, the two of them had never heard of anyone confessing, and they were happier after being rejected. On the way back, due to the fact that it took some time to follow Rias and then make a confession, it was already dark when Suhai returned home. However, this did not affect Suhai's joy at getting the Sword of Oath of Victory. Crack, click, lum. In this quiet night, everything seemed to be very peaceful originally, but when passing through a dark alley, Suhai's strengthened body could clearly hear the sound of chewing in the depths of the alley, as if something hard was being bitten into pieces. Faced with such a situation, Suhai was a little puzzled for a while and looked towards the depths of the alley curiously. Oh, it's great, I have some snacks again. It's great, you actually delivered it to your door automatically. After seeing the scene deep in the alley, Suhai's pupils shrank slightly, because what appeared in Suhai's eyes was a monster whose lower body was a spider, and the upper body was a very revealing woman. Moreover, this monster had blood stains on the corners of its mouth, and some corpse residues remained on its face, apparently just finished eating. Needless to say, this monster is a fallen demon. When the fallen demon saw Suhai, a perverted and cruel smile appeared on his face. Looking very excited, he said, in the eyes of this fallen demon, Suhai has become her next food. The moment he saw this fallen demon, Suhai instinctively felt a tinge of fear, but after thinking that he was no longer what he used to be, Suhai immediately calmed down. Quickly, the sun wheel knife was taken out from the system space. The moment he grasped the sun wheel knife, Suhai's eyes immediately sharpened, staring at the fallen demon deep in the alley as if he had changed into a different person. A fallen devil, just to try my current strength. Breath of Thunder 1 type Thunderbolt Flash. Immediately afterwards, Suhai squatted down slightly and made a gesture of drawing a knife and slashing. His breathing became deep in an instant, and he continuously exhaled 2 pale white gas between breaths. And he said slowly, word by word. Faced with such a calm reaction from Suhai, the fallen demon immediately felt provoked. and at the same time very angry, he immediately charged towards Suhai, obviously want to crush this ignorant human to pieces. But unfortunately, the moment the fallen demon approached Suhai, Suhai turned into a yellow lightning and disappeared in front of her eyes in an instant. When Suhai appeared again, he had come behind the fallen demon and slowly made the action of closing the knife. What's the matter? This body looks familiar. My eyelids are so heavy, I really want to sleep. And the fallen demon who was rushing towards Suhai quickly froze in place instantly, his head full of hideous expressions turning over in the air. In the process of turning over, the fallen demon obviously hadn't reacted yet, watching the blood on the ground, the familiar body. Consciously, he thought. Apparently, due to Suhai's extremely fast breathing, the fallen demon didn't feel the slightest pain at the moment of death. Congratulations to the host for getting Ria's original fat. However, just at the moment when the fallen demon's head rolled heavily to the ground, his consciousness completely plunged into darkness and he died. The voice of the system also came from Suhai's mind. It turned out that there was also a 1-star golden egg on the body of this fallen demon. The condition for opening is to kill this fallen demon. Dog system, I am an upright gentleman. You actually use this kind of thing to contaminate my pure heart. Looking at the cloth strip in his hand, which was still steaming with white heat, Suhai had some guesses in his heart, and at the same time he seemed very righteous and said. But having said that, Suhai still threw the sun blade and cloth in his hand into the system space. After all, Suhai thought in his heart that throwing this kind of thing everywhere is not very good, and it is easy to pollute the environment. After putting away the katana, Suhai added his hands into his pockets, turned around and left very leisurely. Strange, was it blown away by the wind? On the other side, in the very center of Qwang town, in an old-looking villa. Riaz had just finished taking a bath and walked out wrapped in a bath towel, but suddenly found that the fat time that she was hanging by the window had disappeared. Looking a little suspicious, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the alley where Suhai left, it was less than a stick of incense. A blonde boy came into the alley. Already dead, this blonde boy was also very surprised when he saw the body of a fallen demon lying in a pool of blood. And this blonde boy is Ria's family member Yudo Kiba. After examining the fallen demon's wound, Kiba Yudo's face became even more serious. After cleaning up the fallen demon's body, he turned and left and walked towards the center of Q town. Soon Kiba Yudo came to the place where Riaz and others usually gather, knocked on the door and walked in. It seems that you have solved it, thank you for your hard work. The moment Kiba Yudo walked into the hall, Riaz fell into Kiba Yudo's ear. And in this hall, in addition to Riaz who got dressed after taking a bath, there were also Tasheng Kitten, Hajime Aquino and others. In addition to Kiba Yudo, Riaz and her family happened to be present except for a sealed pseudo-mother. Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. However, facing Riaz's words and everyone's eyes, Kiba Yudo didn't have a happy expression on his face. Instead, he seemed a little hesitant to speak. Kiba-senpai, did the fallen demon escape? Looking at Kiba Yudo's expression, even the most innocent Tasheng Kitten immediately felt that something was wrong and said with some guesswork. As for Riaz, Hajime Aquino and the others, they also looked at Kiba Yudo in astonishment. You must know that Kiba Yudo, as Riaz's knight, has the divine weapon sword birth, and is very powerful even among intermediate demons. A fallen demon with only the strength of a lower-level demon can't possibly escape from Kiba Yudo's hands. This is where Riaz and the others are puzzled. The fallen demon that needs to be defeated has not escaped, but when I arrived, that fallen demon had already been killed. Facing the words of the Tasheng Kitten, Kiba Yudo slowly said, "Oh, someone actually got on our prey on my territory. It's really fun." Did you find anything at the scene? Facing Kiba Yudo's answer, Riaz didn't show any anger at all. Instead, she said with a very interested expression on her face. As for Hajime Aquino's reaction, it was similar to Riaz. Only the Tasheng Kitten has a 3-nun expression from beginning to end. From the current point of view, it should be that this fallen demon happened to be met by this mysterious person when he was eating. Because there are not many signs of fighting at the scene, it is impossible to determine the strength of the mysterious man. But the fallen demon was cut off with a sword, and there is not even a painful expression on his face. It can be seen that this mysterious man is very fast and skilled with swordsmanship, extraordinarily superb. Recalling the scene he saw when he arrived, Kiba Yudo slowly opened his mouth to analyze. A master swordsman, I wonder how it compares to Kibi-kun. Facing the words of Yudo Kiba, Aquino Hajime said thoughtfully and casually. After all, among them, Kiba Yudo, the creator and owner of the magic sword, is also very good at swordsmanship. After discovering that there was another master swordsman in Kyuwang Town, the first reaction was naturally to compare the two. Senior Heimjima, although I don't want to admit it, but if I only talk about swordsmanship maybe in an instant, I will be in a different place. But if I use an artifact, I'm confident that I won't lose to this guy. Facing Heimjima Akino's casual question, Kiba Yudo smiled bitterly and said very seriously, "Sometimes speed means power." And Yudo Kiba, who had observed the death of the fallen demon at the scene, could already guess that at that time, the swordsmanship to kill the fallen demon must be an extremely fast swordsmanship that surpassed the thought reaction. This is also the reason why the fallen demon still maintains a crazy expression after he dies. Facing Kiba Yudo's words, Ria's and Tasheng Kitten were both stunned for a moment, and Akino Heimjima's movement of pouring tea to Ria's also paused slightly. Obviously, Kiba Yudo's serious words once again made Ria's and others refresh their assessment of the strength of the mysterious person Su-hai. On the other hand, Su-hai returned to his home alone. Then I couldn't wait to take out the Sword of Oath Victory in the system space and try it. But in the end, Su-hai sadly found that although he got the Sword of Oath of Victory, Su-hai can only use it as an ordinary sword, and use the nature of the Sword of Oath of Victory to cause damage to the enemy. It is impossible to open it up at all. That is, to gather the holy light and use the legendary curry stick Excalibur. Because if you want to use the curry stick, you must inject energy into the Sword of Vowed Victory, and now Su-hai has a strong body that is strengthened by the breath of thunder, which is different from ordinary people. There is no so-called magic, holy power and other energies in the body. But fortunately, even if it is unable to expand, the Sword of Oath of Victory itself is the nemesis of demons, fallen angels, etc. in this world. Moreover, with the existence of the Golden Egg system, Su-hai is not at all worried about the cultivation method that he will not be able to obtain energy in the future. With the idea that the boat would go straight to the bridge, Su-hai immediately rested. After all, what I have experienced today is indeed a bit too much. Although Su-hai's body is not tired, his mind is very tired. You must know that the one who killed today was a fallen demon who did all kinds of evil. But in the end, it was also the first time that Su-hai had killed a person, and it was amazing to be able to ensure that he didn't feel sick, just a little tired. Perhaps due to his mental exhaustion, he put away the Sword of Oath of Victory, and Su-hai, who had just closed his eyes, went straight to sleep. Su-hai didn't wake up until the alarm went off the next morning. Su-hai, who woke up, secretly thought that he had slept too hard and that he must change in the future. He also quickly washed and changed into clothes, simply ate a piece of bread and drank a glass of milk, then left the house and walked towards Kyuwang Academy. Today, Su-hai went to school not simply for the sake of class. Su-hai, who came home last night, guessed that since Ria's and Heimjima Akino have golden eggs on their bodies, then the characters who have appeared in the original work, such as Kiba Yudo, Tasheng Kitten, and Hayaodu Issei, should also have the existence of golden eggs. So today, Su-hai set himself a small goal, that is, to search the entire Kyuwang Academy to find the target of all the carriers of the golden eggs, and do everything possible to open these golden eggs as much as possible to improve their strength. In this way, while thinking, Su-hai soon came to Kyu Academy. But by coincidence, when Su-hai came to the school gate, Ria's and Heimjima Akino had just arrived, and beside the two there is a white-haired, expressionless, very cute little girl. Obviously this person is the Tasheng Kitten. What bothered Su-hai the most was that the Tasheng Kitten had a golden egg on its body. Although it was not a 3-star golden egg, it was a 2-star one. It was far from the 1-star golden egg on the fallen demon last night. Hey, doesn't this want to get me and Ria's at the same time, Su-hai-kun? But just when Su-hai was distracted, Heimjima Akino suddenly smiled and watched Su-hai slowly and said with a playful look, "Thank you for reading this story at Fiction Zone. Net. Your support enables us to keep the site running." And obviously, Akino Heimjima deliberately increased the volume when she spoke so that everyone around her could hear what she said. Damn it, this guy. B********D, why can't it be me? Facing Heimjima Akino's words, all the people around stopped for a while. Both men and women all looked at Su-hai with very resentful eyes. If vision could kill, Su-hai might have been smashed to pieces. Shino-san, if I remember correctly, I didn't do anything to you and Ria-san, did I? Facing Heimjima Akino's intentional words, Su-hai felt the murderous gazes around him and said with a wry smile. At the same time, I once again felt the horror that came from squinting. Damn it, you actually called the name directly, and the elder sister didn't refute it. They were really stumped. But unfortunately, due to the different habits of Daxia and Japan, Suhai's name for Hajime Aquino and Ria's has made the people around them more convinced that the relationship between the three is not ordinary. Hey, Suhai-kun did something like that to me and Ria's yesterday, did you forget it today? In the face of such a situation, Hajime Aquino didn't think it was a big deal. She wiped the tears that didn't exist in the corner of her eyes with her hand, pretended to be a little sad, sobbed twice, and slowly opened her mouth. Said, however, in a place that no one could see, the corner of Hajime Aquino's mouth rose slightly. Apparently reporting the negative in class yesterday, Suhai touched her hair and got something. Human scum, beasts. Looking at Hajime Aquino, who seemed to be abandoned at the beginning and end, all the people around him exploded. All of them looked at Suhai fiercely. That's going to class, I'll go first. Looking at this situation, Suhai knew that if he stayed any longer he might become a sinner through the ages. So he decisively said a word to Hajime Aquino and Ria's, then turned around and fled the scene. But when he was leaving, Suhai glanced at the Tasheng kitten with his own eyes, to be precise, at the 2-star golden egg on the Tasheng kitten. Zunai, you seem to care about him very much. Seeing Suhai fleeing, Ria's looked at Hajime Aquino, who was beside her, with a little surprise and said slowly. Among his family members, Aquino Hajime can be said to be the first to follow Ria's, so Ria's can be said to have a very good understanding of Aquino Hajime. Although Aquino Hajime likes to do some pranks, it is only for people she identifies with or is familiar with. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from Ria's. It's not that I care, but I think Suhai-kun seems to be different. And last night wasn't the place where the fallen demon died, exactly where Suhai-kun was heading home. Calculate the time, it's really late that he left our mysterious research department, isn't he? Facing Ria's words, Aquino Hajime looked at Suhai's back in the distance and said slowly. If Suhai was still here and heard what Aquino Hajime said, his jaw would have dropped. I deeply feel the power of a woman's intuition. You mean he was the one who killed that fallen demon last night? But he was tested when he entered school. He is just an ordinary human being. It is impossible for an ordinary human to defeat the fallen demon. Do you mean to say that he is the owner of an artifact among humans, and he has awakened? As for Hajime Aquino's words, Ria's, who knew Hajime Aquino, immediately guessed what Hajime Aquino wanted to express. For a while, he was also slightly surprised. Seeing that he had disappeared to the end, Suhai, who entered the teaching building, said slowly, Minister Ria's, is he the owner of the artifact? Let's try it and find out. Facing Ria's uncertain words, Tasheng kitten, who had been silent next to him, spoke slowly. Facing the Tasheng kitten, Ria's also brightened up. Apparently this approach is very feasible. Even when it comes time to discover that Suhai is just an ordinary person, he can use magic to erase Suhai's memory. Will not have the slightest impact. Just like that, Ria's, who made the decision, already had an idea in her mind and walked towards the teaching building with a smile on her face. As for Hajime Aquino and Tasheng kitten, they quickly followed. When Aquino Hajime and Ria's came to the classroom, they glanced meaningfully at Suhai, who was sitting in the seat. This made Suhai's heart inexplicably have a bad premonition. But soon, as the bell rang for the class, the teacher arrived. Suhai put this strange feeling behind him. The morning class was a tormenting process for Suhai. Suhai was eager to improve his strength, so he could not wait to find the golden egg immediately and start it. But obviously, the current Suhai is not strong enough to break all the rules, so he still has to take courses in order not to expose himself. It was so hard to make it to the lunch break, Suhai quickly got up from his seat and got ready for today's business. Suhai-kun, we have something to ask, can I talk to you alone? But at this moment, Ria's also stood up from her position and took a step forward just in front of Suhai. Said with a smile. As for Hajime Aquino, he was also staring at Suhai closely, obviously not ready to give Suhai a chance to refuse. Do I have the right to refuse? Faced with the reaction of the two, although Suhai did not know exactly what Ria's and Aquino Hajime were looking for, he also understood that in terms of the reactions of the two, he had no right to refuse. So with a bit of a wry smile, he said. After getting the answer they wanted, Ria's and Hajime Aquino smiled slightly and took the lead to walk outside the classroom. At the same time, he did not forget to use his eyes to signal Suhai to follow. Looking at the two who turned and left, although Suhai felt a little helpless, he temporarily let go of his eagerness to find the golden egg. Slowly followed the two out. In this way, under the leadership of Ria's and Hajime Aquino, the group of three quickly came to the relatively remote occult research department, which is the clearing in the woods where Suhai confessed to Ria's yesterday. After arriving at this quiet space, Ria's and Aquino Hajime stopped and turned to look at Suhai. I don't know if Ria's brought me here to say something. Facing Hajime Aquino and Ria's, who stopped, Suhai slowly asked. However, Riaz and Hajime Aquino just smiled and did not answer Suhai. Because at this moment, a figure carrying a very fast sword light quickly charged towards Suhai. Faced with such a situation, Suhai, who was not what he used to be, immediately sensed the crisis and stepped back and left the place. And in an instant, he took out the sun blade from the system's space and made a starting gesture of the breath of thunder. His eyes were fixed on where he was standing. I saw that in Suhai's original position, a white-haired boy with a black magic sword in his hand was standing there. Samurai sword, with such a reaction speed, does Suhai-kun have a little secret hidden? Facing Suhai's quick dodging and the sun blade suddenly appearing in his hand. A smile flashed in Ria's eyes and she said slowly. At the same time, he secretly guessed that the sun blade in Suhai's hand was an artifact belonging to Suhai's awakening. I said, classmate Riaz, shouldn't classmates love each other and get along well? That's not good. It has already reached this point, and Suhai still doesn't know that this time is deliberately arranged by Riaz in order to test herself. It was only at this moment that Suhai's heart secretly wondered what was wrong, which made Riaz suspect herself. You must know that the awakening of your own system was only yesterday, and the power was only obtained yesterday. Logically speaking, no one should know about it except yourself. Unfortunately, Riaz did not respond to Suhai's words, but instead signaled Kiba Yudo to continue. Obviously, he wants to obtain information on Suhai's strength from the actual fight. Suhai-kun is offended. Although this is the minister's order, I would like to see Suhai-kun's superb swordsmanship from my own will. Facing Ria's order, Kiba Yudo said a few words with great importance to etiquette. Immediately afterwards, he raised the magic sword in his hand and attacked Suhai. Breath of thunder, flash of thunder, 7 links. Facing Kiba Yudo's behavior, Suhai shook his head helplessly. But although he was helpless, Suhai's movements were not slow at all. I saw that at the moment of Kiba Yu's action, Suhai's eyes immediately sharpened, and in Suhai's eyes all of Kiba Yudo's movements became slow. The body squatted slightly, and the right hand held the handle of the sun blade. A faint yellow lightning appeared all over the body, shaking the air and fine dust around Suhai, sending out a very regular vibration. With a whisper, Suhai instantly drew his sword out of its sheath, turned into a yellow lightning bolt, and charged straight towards Kiba Yudo, who was charging towards him. So fast! Facing such a situation, Kiba Yudo couldn't help but secretly murmur while being a little surprised. He quickly seemed a little flustered, raised the magic sword in his hand and blocked it in front of him, preparing to resist the attack from the front. It is a pity that the figure in his eyes, accompanied by the yellow thunder, the moment it came to him, changed its direction at an extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, he came to his side. Facing such a situation, Kiba Yudo quickly made corresponding actions to resist. It's a pity that compared to Suhai, who is the incarnation of thunder, although Kiba Yudo's nervous reaction speed keeps up with Suhai's movements, but his body was still slow to respond. Facing such a situation in an emergency, Kiba Yudo directly touched the ground with both hands, and the power created by the magic sword erupted, created more than a dozen huge magic swords and surrounded himself, formed a solid barrier. But unfortunately, just as Kiba Yudo breathed a sigh of relief, a thundering sword light instantly slashed the magic sword in front of him, and a Japanese sword with a yellow pattern quickly came to his neck. What a wonderful swordsmanship, Suhai-kun is my loser. Facing the tip of the knife that was pressing against his neck, exuding a cold light, Kiba Yudo said with a wry smile. Obviously, Kiba Yudo had already guessed that Suhai's swordsmanship was superior to him. But he didn't expect that he would still lose after using the magic sword to create. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the 2-star golden egg and obtaining a small amount of magic power. At the moment when Kiba Yudo conceded defeat, along with the sound of the system, a force flowed into Suhai's body and finally converged on the position of Danshin's abdomen. It turns out that Yudo Kiba, who is an important supporting role in the original work, naturally also has the existence of golden eggs, and the condition for opening is to defeat Yudo Kiba. In this world there is power, and due to different systems there are various names such as magic power, immortal power, magic power, etc. But what is certain is that although the names are different, they are all the same power, which is the power that has just flowed into Suhai's body. Feeling the magic power of a lower-level demon in his body, Suhai smiled slightly. What is really missing after having these magic powers? At least I can use the Sword of Oath Victory to open up. Clap, clap, clap. What a wonderful duel. This is the most exquisite swordsmanship I have ever seen. Just when Suhai was indulging in the system space, a burst of applause brought Suhai back to reality. I saw Ria's taking Hajime Aquino slowly to the side of Suhai and said in appreciation, "Ria's son, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." Facing Rias and Hajime Aquino who came to him, Suhai slowly retracted the sun blade, looked at Rias and said, then he was about to turn around and leave. Suhai-kun, be mine. But just as Suhai was about to turn around and leave, Rias said a word. However, Suhai was stunned and froze in place. On the contrary, Aquino, Hajime and Yudo Kiba didn't look surprised at all. Suhai-kun, after seeing that monster last night, you already understand that this world is not easy. Immediately after looking at Suhai, who was a little surprised, Rias directly released the black wings on her back, directly indicating her identity, and explained it in detail. Without exception, Rias was interested in Suhai's ability and wanted Suhai to be her new chess piece. I'm sorry, classmate Rias, I think it's more suitable for me to be a human being. I still have something to do, so I'll go first and see you in the classroom. But obviously, Suhai naturally won't let good people not do it, but turned into a demon instead. Although reincarnated into a demon, it can make one's own strength get a rapid improvement in a short period of time. Maybe Suhai might think about it if he didn't have an awakening system before. But now that he has the system, Suhai has absolute confidence in the improvement of his own strength. After speaking, Suhai turned around and left. There was no chance for Rias to speak again. Well, what a pity, it seems that the charm of our minister Rias has failed. Looking at Suhai, who was gradually moving away, Aquino Hajime said to Rias next to him with a bit of ridicule, "Interesting, I won't give up, he must be mine." Facing Hajime Aquino's ridiculing words, Rias didn't care. Instead, she watched Suhai leave and said slowly, obviously, Rias has long been accustomed to the occasional ridicule of the queen Hajime Aquino. A lot of time wasted, let's look first. Suhai, who had left, quickly returned to the teaching building. Standing in front of the teaching building, Suhai breathed a sigh of relief, put all distracting thoughts behind him, and was ready to get down to business to find the golden egg. After all, improving strength is the most important thing now. In this way, Suhai immediately searched the entire teaching building. After searching the whole school, Suhai finally found a 3-star golden egg, a 2-star golden egg, and several 1-star golden eggs. The protagonist of the original Samsung golden egg is on the head of the milk dragon Emperor Hingdu Ise, and the condition of opening also makes Suhai feel very interesting. That is, kill Hingdu Ise. As for the 2-star golden egg, this is the Tasheng kitten that I met at the door this morning. The conditions for opening it are relatively normal, that is, let Tasheng Kitten Lu play the game by himself. As for the other 1-star golden eggs, most of them are in the original work, some familiar supporting characters, such as Kuryu Lanhua from the protagonist's class. What was worth paying attention to Suhai was that he didn't find anyone who was taking Kana, presumably because he wasn't in the classroom. When Suhai met a 1-star golden egg, most of them don't need to be activated, just touch the golden egg to activate it directly. Only Kuryu Lanhua, the 1-star golden egg on his head, needs to touch his head to open it. So basically, the 1-star golden eggs are opened directly when Suhai finds them. But obviously, the probability of the lowest level 1-star golden eggs to get good things is abnormally low. Most of them are things that belong to the mundane category, such as Japanese yen, toothpaste, and the like. Only the golden egg on Kuryu Lanhua's head is still good enough, and the enhancement magic of the moon world is very useful for Suhai at this stage. Of course, for this golden egg, Suhai was also looked at by the old driver Kuryu Lanhua with strange eyes for a long time. Fortunately, Suhai has become accustomed to this kind of idiot-like gaze and has disdain gaze resistance, so it is not affected. Pretending to know nothing, he opened the golden egg and left. In this way, after opening all the golden eggs that could be opened, it was time for school to arrive again. This time, Suhai did not delay and returned home quickly. That's it. Hope you don't let me down. After returning home, Suhai sat in the living room and took out a leaflet engraved with a magic circle. That's right, this is the summoning circle used to communicate with demons. Suhai has already made a decision after discovering the conditions for the opening of the golden egg on the head of the Tasheng kitten. So today, when I was leaving school, I deliberately went to Ria's and asked for a flyer for the Tasheng kitten. Ria's didn't know why Suhai wanted this, but Ria's never gave up the idea of making Suhai her own. So even if Suhai doesn't go to Ria's will try to get herself or her family closer to Suhai. Now that Suhai took the initiative to request, Ria's naturally had no reason to refuse, so she very readily gave Suhai a flyer for the Tasheng kitten, that is, the summoning circle. In this way, at the moment when Suhai entered the magic power to activate the magic circle on the flyer, A magic circle in the shape of a hexagram was quickly lit up and rapidly expanded. Soon half of the living room was filled, and then a young figure appeared in the magic circle. "Senior Suhai, the minister has already told me. What's the matter with you calling me out? Let me explain in advance, if it's to satisfy Suhai-senpai's animal desires, it's not allowed." At the moment of appearance, the Tasheng kitten put on a three-nun expression and said slowly. And in the eyes of Tasheng kitten looking at Suhai, there is always a strange look. "Kitten sauce, I haven't fallen to the point where I would attack a young girl. I just feel bored at home alone and want the kitten to want to play games with me." Facing the Tasheng kitten with a face full of nothing, he complained very seriously. While Suhai felt a little embarrassed and helpless, he hurriedly said. At the same time, he did not forget the serious things and quickly took out a game CD and 2 gamepads. As for where the game disc and gamepad came from, they all came from a 1-star golden egg during the day, and this 1-star golden egg produced a game set. In addition to the 2 gamepads, there are dozens of game discs, all of which are the latest games in this world. Facing the game disc Suhai took out, Tasheng kitten, who usually likes to play games, could see that it was the latest game in the world. His eyes lit up for a while and he nodded slightly, agreeing to Suhai's request to play games together. In this way, the two of them played for more than 2 hours. "Kitten sauce, it's getting late, thank you, today I had a good time. I heard that when your demons fulfill their wishes, they will receive corresponding rewards. What do you want? As long as it is not my soul, I will try my best to give it to you. Omega." In fact, as early as 2 hours ago, Suhai had already obtained the golden egg. Later, it was purely because Suhai thought it was a very good thing to be able to play games with such a cute Tasheng kitten, so he kept playing 2 games. Hours. "No need, Suhai-senpai, it's a lot of fun to play games without pay." Facing Suhai's words, Tasheng kitten said very calmly. Obviously, the Tasheng kitten was having a great time, which was equivalent to paying the equivalent reward. Just like that, Tasheng kitten left Suhai's house directly. In the following time, Suhai went to Qing Academy every day for school. It is to find the golden egg and the lost demons of the entire Qing town in the remaining time. Because Suhai vents on a creature with extraordinary power like the lost demon, there is a high probability that a golden egg will exist. Although the probability is 1 star, it is better than none. And even without the golden eggs, fighting these lost demons and destroying Suhai can add some combat experience, which is a double-edged sword. System, open the property panel. Name, Suhai. Physique, the pinnacle of lower-level demons. Energy, mid-level demon. Ability, enhanced magic, breath of thunder, fire escape, fireball technique. Items, sun knife, sword of promised victory, Ria's original fat game disc. Comprehensive evaluation, the peak of the upper-level demon. In the case of counting the trump cards, it has barely become a powerful ant. Suhai also released magic power from the 2-star golden egg on Tasheng kitten, which made his magic power break through from the initial low-level demon to the level of the middle-level demon. Since then, in the next 10 days, Suhai has also opened some golden eggs one after another, but because they are all the lowest level, 1-star golden eggs. Except for a C-rank fire ninjutsu from Naruto World, the others are basically useless things. System, this month I have another chance to travel through other worlds. Sitting alone in the living room, Suhai first looked at the time near the end of the month on the calendar, opened his mouth slowly, and asked the system in his mind. Yes. And the host doesn't have to worry. After the shuttle, the time of the demon high school in the main world is still. No matter how long the host stays in the world after the shuttle, it will only be a matter of a moment after returning to the main world. Facing Suhai's question, the system gave an affirmative answer. At the same time, it also answered another concern in Suhai's mind. If that's the case, what are you waiting for? Let's shuttle. Facing the system's answer, Suhai immediately cast aside all worries and said with a firm look. Just like that, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the living room, swallow Suhai in one bite. The next moment, in another world, in a city with a steeple piercing the sky, a black-haired boy suddenly fell out of a dark black hole. And the location where it landed was in a deserted alley in the city. Reached, I just don't know what the world is like. As soon as his feet landed, Suhai muttered to himself. If you look closely, you will find that there is a hint of excitement on Suhai's face. Without the slightest hesitation, Suhai raised his feet and walked out of the alley. For Suhai, the most important thing right now is to understand the basics of the world. The most effective way to achieve this, besides observation, is to ask local people. In this way, with an exploratory heart, Suhai walked straight out of the dark alley. Humans, half-beasts, human goblins, a world full of Western fantasy style, and this tower, why does it feel familiar? The moment he went out, the scenery in front of Suhai changed drastically. He saw people coming and going on the street. In addition to humans, there were a large number of orcs, elves, and other races. Suhai said slowly. At the same time, looking at the tower in the center of the city, Suhai has an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and he always feels that he has seen it somewhere. Boss, this is the first time I have come to this city. I am not familiar with everything in this city. Can I ask you about it? Immediately afterwards, Suhai found a fruit-selling orc and said directly, "Oh, is it your first time to the labyrinth city of Arari? It seems that you want to be an adventurer too, little brother, but you don't know what family to join, right? You're right to ask me. The two most powerful families in the labyrinth city of Arari are naturally the Loki familia and the Freya familia. I advise my brother that you'd better join these two families." Facing Suhai's question, the half-orc uncle said enthusiastically. Not only did he introduce Suhai to the current situation in the labyrinth city, but he also enthusiastically introduced Suhai to the situation of each family. Obviously, Suhai is a newcomer who just arrived in the labyrinth city of Aura and wants to become an adventurer. But this is also normal. Since ancient gods and gods came to the mortal world and established this labyrinth city centered on a dungeon, adventurers have become the most noble profession. In this labyrinth city, new people are brought in from various places every day, trying to become powerful adventurers. And this half-orc uncle is naturally not the first time he has encountered such a thing. The labyrinth city Arari, Freya familia, is that so the wrong world? After hearing the words of the half-orc uncle and looking up, you can see the tall tower standing in the center of the city and can't see the top. Suhai also finally confirmed what kind of world he is now in. Thank you. After getting the answer he wanted, Suhai thanked him sincerely, then turned and left. Now that I've decided that I've come to the world of is it wrong to find encounters in dungeons, Suhai naturally won't give up the fast-growing bug of God's blessing. So what Suhai is going to do next is to get acquainted with this labyrinth city as soon as possible, and then find a suitable family to join and get the blessing of the gods, while killing monsters in the dungeon to gain experience. Find the golden eggs that exist in this world, then both of them work together to rapidly improve their strength. What a strange little brother. Watching the back of Suhai leaving, the orc uncle muttered to himself. Among the newcomers I met in the past, although those people were also full of excitement and yearning like Suhai, but there are more or less confusion and fear of the unknown. However, in Suhai, the orc never felt such an emotion from beginning to end. So when I saw Suhai leaving, I felt a little weird in my heart, but I couldn't tell where it was. Well, Hephaestus is also true. She actually kicked my friend out and said the heartless words that if she couldn't find her family again, she would kick me out of the house. My lovely child, where are you? Come out, otherwise I'll be homeless. However, just as Suhai inquired all the way, he was going to go to the Adventurers Hall to get information on all the family members and choose one of them to join. On the only road to Suhai on the same street, a figure with a black double ponytail, very petite and immature body, tied with a blue ribbon, walked at the other end. And while walking around while looking around, he kept complaining. In this way, Suhai and this lowly were anxious to go to the Adventurers Guild alone, so the pace was a bit fast. The other person looked around and didn't pay attention to the front, and suddenly the two collided unexpectedly. With the big breasts, Lowly let out a cute cry and then fell directly to the ground. I'm sorry, are you all right? I was in a hurry to find the Adventurers Guild, so I didn't notice your existence. I'm really sorry. Faced with such a situation, Suhai stretched out his hand to pull this Lowly up and said apologetically. In fact, Suhai was also very puzzled at this time. After all, with Suhai's current strength and perception of the surrounding, no one should be so close to him without realizing it. Those who can approach Suhai silently either have special abilities or are far stronger than Suhai. But for the lowly in front of him, who fell to the ground after being knocked lightly by himself, Suhai was also reluctant to believe that the other party had power far beyond his own. Looking for an adventure guild? Did you just come to the labyrinth city? Someone who wants to be an adventurer. Facing Suhai's words, Lowly, who was pulled up, first rubbed his butt that hurt a little, but after hearing Suhai's words, a miraculous light immediately appeared in his eyes. He grabbed Suhai at a very fast speed and asked with a little excitement, that's it. Faced with such an excited reaction from Lowly, Suhai didn't react for a while, but he still said slowly, Great, you must be a gift from God. Then do you want to join my clan? No, please join my clan and become my family. After getting the answer he wanted, Lowly immediately seemed pleading and eager to say, Blue ribbon, is that so? After hearing the lowly's words, Suhai immediately understood that the lowly in front of him was a god, and with such obvious features, Suhai suddenly realized that the lowly in front of him was the virgin goddess Hesta. For Suhai, it doesn't matter whose clan you join after all, Suhai just wants to get the god's gift that can become stronger through accumulation of experience. And from the perspective of the original book, Hesta is also a very easygoing god and has no bad habits. It is undoubtedly a good choice for Suhai, so Suhai agreed without hesitation. Really? On the contrary, Hesta faced Suhai's answer without hesitation, feeling a little dreamy for a while, not too sure. In this labyrinth city, the gods are choosing their own family, and the adventurers are also choosing the gods. Although the profession of adventurer in the secret realm has extremely high rewards, it is also accompanied by great danger. With a good team, the odds of surviving are often much higher. Hesta, as a god who had just descended to the realm and had no dependents, had failed countless times in recruiting dependents, and this time Hesta naturally planned to fail, but she did not expect an unexpected success. My name is Suhai, Lord God, please give me more advice in the future. Facing the surprised reaction from the very cute Hesta, Suhai first smiled and nodded and once again affirmed his answer. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Great, my name is Hesta. As the first child of the family, I especially allow you to call me by my name." After being affirmed again, Hesta naturally knew that Suhai was serious. While hurriedly opening his mouth to introduce, he tilted his head and replied playfully. Seeing such a childlike Hesta, Suhai secretly sighed in his heart that it is a miracle that a god who has lived for hundreds of millions of years can still maintain such a young mentality. Since that's the case, let's hurry up and hold the clan's joining ceremony. Just now I'm living in a good friend's house, so she can lend us the room. Immediately afterwards, while Hesta spoke, she directly stretched out her right hand and pulled Suhai towards the other direction. She looked a little anxious, obviously afraid that Suhai would go back on it and the family members who got it flew away again. Hesta, I think you should change your name. For Hesta's anxious behavior, Suhai did not resist. After all, Suhai now also wants to quickly get the gift of God to become an adventurer, and then enter the underground palace to improve his strength. On the contrary, Suhai seemed a little uncomfortable with the name Hesta for a while. Ahai doesn't like this title, what about Haijiang? Facing Suhai's words, Hesta showed a somewhat surprised expression and then slowly called out a more shameful name in a tentative tone. See sauce, forehead, you still call me Ahai. Facing Hesta's tentative address, the corners of Suhai's mouth twitched and in the end Hesta returned to her original address. After all, the lesser of two evils, facing Suhai's compromise, Hesta's face seemed to flash with a subtle slyness. Pulling Suhai once again picked up the pace. Facing Hesta like this, while Suhai was a little helpless, she also fully understood that Hesta did not really only have Loli's mind. As a god who has lived for hundreds of millions of years, Hesta is undoubtedly full of wisdom, but because of her personality, Hesta usually looks very cute and cute. It makes people subconsciously forget that Hesta is a high god. Okay, Ahai, we're here. In this way, under the leadership of Hesta, a group of two came to the door of a mansion. Is this where Hephaestus, the goddess of blacksmithing, lives? Looking at the thick and wide door in front of him, Suhai thought to himself. My dear friend, I'm back. Just when Suhai was thinking, Hesta had already come to the front door, and while shouting loudly, she slowly knocked on the door a few times. Didn't Hesta tell you to go out and find your own family? This time I won't let you fool you again. As the goddess of the heavens, it's impossible to stay like this. Following Hesta's shout and knock on the door, the tall door was slowly opened. A goddess Wonsan with a black eye patch and fiery red hair slowly stuck her head out. After seeing that the person at the door was Hesta, he said very seriously. He looked like he wasn't going to let Hesta in. The reason why Hephaestus did this was not to say that the relationship with Hesta was not good. For some reason, the two are very good friends. It is precisely because Hephaestus is a close friend that Hephaestus does not want to see Hesta ask a deity who is squatting at home. So Hesta is very serious and asks Hesta to find her family. My dear friend, it is precisely because I found a very cute child that I came back specially to give him the gift of God. Facing Hephaestus' words, Hesta slightly raised her head and made an expression of complimenting me quickly. Then he looked very proud and said. Facing Hesta's reaction, Hephaestus finally noticed Suhai standing behind Hesta. And looking at it slowly, facing Hephaestus, the god of blacksmithing, Suhai smiled calmly. This kid's name is Suhai and I met him on the street today. And Ahai was just looking for a family member, and he agreed to be my family. Hesta apparently also knew that Hephaestus had discovered Suhai's existence. He quickly turned around and came to Suhai's side, hugged Suhai's arm tightly, and slowly explained. As if afraid of Suhai turning his head and running away. And after the introduction, he dragged Suhai directly into the house, apparently preparing to find a room for the gift of God. Is it really okay to be a teenager? Hesta is a god who has nothing now. For a newcomer like you, it is obviously better to find a more powerful family. And Hesta, as a god, is very willful. But just as the two entered the villa, Hephaestus stared at Suhai tightly and said, "My dear friend, how can you do this? How can I be as bad as you say?" Facing Hephaestus' merciless dismantling, Hesta retorted with a low expression for a while. It's just that anyone with a discerning eye can see that Hesta's tone is very guilty. Since Hesta wants to be a family member, some things cannot be hidden. It was obvious that Hephaestus did not deliberately dismantle Hesta's stage, but also for Hesta to receive family members who were sincerely willing to join. Don't worry, Lady Goddess, I generally understand what you said. After all, Hesta is a person who is not good at lying. Although Hesta is too naive as a god, but as a family member, it is a very good choice. I think we should get along very well, and since we are family, we should naturally accommodate each other's everything, right? In the face of Hephaestus' persuasion, Suhai, who knew Hesta very well for a long time, naturally wouldn't have the slightest surprise. As a friend and family member, Hesta is undoubtedly a very good choice. If his main god really exists like the god of beauty, maybe Suhai will really have a headache. Ah, I knew you were the best. Facing Suhai's words, Hesta was very moved and cried. With eyes full of tears, he stared at Suhai tightly and said slowly in his mouth. As for Hephaestus, after listening to Suhai's words, she also showed a very relieved smile. I am also happy that Hesta can find such a wonderful child. As a god who has lived for hundreds of millions of years, Hephaestus can naturally see that what Suhai said just now is from the heart. After passing Hephaestus' test, no one else could stop him, and Hesta took Suhai to her own room as she wished. Undress. The moment he entered the room, Hesta said directly. Even though he knew what was going to happen next, Suhai was also prepared in the face of Hesta's direct behavior. For a while, he was still stunned. After all, a goddess who looks like Loki but has a plump upper circumference standing in front of you suddenly asks you to undress. Anyone will have a momentary reverie so that they can't react. Ahai, don't get me wrong. This is just a link that must be experienced to carry out the gift of God. Although if it's Ahai, it's not impossible, but then again, Ahai has an idea for me as a god. Really. However, it was obvious that Suhai was stunned for a moment. Hesta obviously misunderstood something, and while a hint of pride appeared on her face, she made a serious teaching look. Regarding Hesta's reaction, Suhai also knew that this kind of thing could not be explained clearly. It seemed a little helpless to look at Hesta. Then he silently took off his shirt and lay down on the big bed Hesta usually slept on. For a while, a faint scent entered Suhai's nose, making the originally impetuous mood gradually calm down. Seeing Suhai getting ready, Hesta also put away the funny smile on her face. After all, it is a very important thing to carry out the gift of God, and it should not be sloppy. Hesta slowly opened her mouth and bit the index finger of her right hand, squeezing out a drop of blood, which then dripped onto Suhai's back. When the blood of the gods fell on his back, Suhai felt a hot feeling behind him, as if there was a warm breath flowing in his body. He is transforming his body. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly, and it didn't take long for Hesta to take out the prepared paper and rub the status behind Suhai. Name, Suhai. Power, I0. Durability, I0. Smart, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Okay, from now on, Ahai will be the child of the Hesta family. Looking at the attribute panel that is no different from that of ordinary people who have just become adventurers, Hesta was not surprised at all. He directly handed the attribute panel he had checked into Suhai, who was still lying on the bed. He seemed very happy and said, apparently he was happy that he had found his first kin. Looking at the happy Hesta, Suhai also smiled. After all, after receiving the blessing of God, Suhai can quickly improve his strength by going to the dungeon to hunt monsters. But it was getting late today, and Suhai had just arrived in this world, so he was really tired. I can only go to the dungeon early tomorrow morning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission, becoming Hesta's family, and obtaining the gift of God from the Hesta family. Get a hidden 4-star golden egg. Just when Suhai was thinking about going to the dungeon early tomorrow morning to test the gift of God, a systemic voice suddenly came into his mind. At the same time, a dazzling golden egg engraved with 4 stars appeared in the system space. What the hell is a system hidden mission? In the face of this sudden happiness, Suhai was a little surprised and hurriedly asked, After some systematic explanation, Suhai also roughly understood the reason. It turns out that in addition to the golden eggs that usually appear in the trial world, some specific characters also have hidden punch-in tasks. As long as you meet the requirements, you will get hidden rewards. Although such a task is full of uncertainty, whether it can be triggered and completed depends on luck, but the corresponding rewards are also very rich. I didn't expect Ahai to be so happy to be my servant. As a god, I am very happy. Looking at Suhai, who couldn't help but smile because he was shocked and stood there with a smirk. Hesta obviously misunderstood something, looked at Suhai a little excitedly and said. At the same time she was very relieved, she jumped directly on Suhai and rubbed Suhai hard. Feeling the sudden feeling behind him, Suhai also immediately woke up. Hesta, where do I rest tonight? Although he didn't hate Hesta's intimate behavior, Suhai, who felt a little inconvenient, pushed Hesta away gently. Then he slowly opened his mouth and said, after all, Suhai seems a little impatient to return to the room and open the highest level 4-star golden egg in history. Oh, by the way, Ahai has just come to the labyrinth city Orilla, and he has no place to live yet. Then Ahai can sleep in my room, this is your privilege as my first family member. Facing Suhai's words, Hesta, who was obviously slow to respond, realized that Suhai didn't have a place to live. There was a hint of slyness in his eyes, and he made an expression as if he had given Suhai a great gift, come and praise me. Slowly he said, but facing Hesta's behavior, Suhai didn't even have time to say yes or no. Hephaestus suddenly knocked on the door, and while asking if the gift of God was over, she said that a room was ready for Suhai to rest. In the face of Hephaestus' words, even Suhai, who was willing to agree, could only open the door and walk outside. Well, my best friend is really. Facing Hephaestus, who suddenly stepped in, Hesta murmured and complained for a while. Thank you, Hephaestus, for preparing a room for me. But then again, Lord God and Hesta are really good friends. The moment he left Hesta's room, Suhai saw Hephaestus standing outside the door. While following Hephaestus to his room, he slowly said. Obviously, Hephaestus was uneasy from the beginning and has been standing at the door, so it was time to speak up. Is Hesta? That's it. Hephaestus was stunned when she heard Suhai's name for Hesta. Immediately afterwards, as if recalling a past event, he slowly nodded and said, okay, here we are. Just stay here for now. While the two were chatting, they soon came to the door of a room. I saw Hephaestus stopped, standing in front of the door and said slowly, this room was prepared by Hephaestus for Suhai. After casually saying a few words from the opened room, Hephaestus turned and left. Looking at Hephaestus leaving, Suhai did not hesitate, entered the room directly and locked the door. System, use the 4-star golden egg. With excitement, the moment he entered the room, Suhai said to the system in his mind, excuse me, are you my master? With a familiar burst of light, a circular circle appeared on the floor in front of Suhai. Immediately followed by a mature voice, a charming charm that Suhai was very familiar with appeared in the magic circle. At the same time, a scarlet charm appeared on the back of Suhai's right hand. It turns out to be. Looking at this familiar figure in front of him, Suhai was a little surprised and excited at the same time. In this way, the time of the night passed slowly and the next day just dawned. Suhai got up early and left the room, get ready to explore the dungeon. Are you going to the dungeon so early? When coming downstairs, Suhai accidentally met Hephaestus, who was habitually waking up early. And when Hephaestus saw that Suhai got up as early as herself, she asked unexpectedly, well, I'm more interested in dungeons, so I want to see what it's like early. Facing Hephaestus' question, Suhai replied very casually, then after speaking, he was ready to go outside. Are you interested in dungeons? I advise you not to be too reluctant. The dungeon is far more cruel than you think. Before entering the dungeon, you'd better go with other adventure teams. And remember not to go too deep. For you today, the area below 2 floors is too dangerous. But just as Suhai turned to leave, Hephaestus said very seriously. Obviously, in Hephaestus' eyes, Suhai, like everyone else, was just an ordinary person who had just received the gift of God. And such people often imagine the underground level too beautiful. And it is this immature idea that makes many newcomers buried in the underground city. Thank you, Lady Goddess, for reminding me. I will pay attention. In the face of Hephaestus' reminder, although Suhai has his own measure in his heart, he is also very aware of his own strength. But he also understood that this was a good intention of Hephaestus, so he did not explain too much but nodded very seriously, indicating that he understood. Seeing Suhai's reaction, Hephaestus nodded in satisfaction. It didn't stop Suhai from leaving. In this way, after leaving Hephaestus' villa, Suhai directly looked up at the dungeon standing in the center of the labyrinth city. He raised his foot directly and walked straight over, with such an obvious target, the entrance to the Suhai dungeon. At the moment of arrival, Suhai also looked at the group of 3 or 2 in front of him with interest, a scene that seems to be talking about something. And the entrance to the dungeon is going in and out, and people are often injured and are carried out by their companions. Little brother, you should be coming to the Labyrinth City Orali for the first time, and you have just become an adventurer. It just so happens that we are also newcomers who have just joined the Loki familia for a few months. Since the strong members of the family have all gone to explore the depths of the dungeon, we are going to explore the first and second floors of the basement together. I don't know. Are you interested in teaming up with us to explore? Of course, the things dropped by the beasts are shared equally by everyone. Just when Suhai stopped, a team of 4 suddenly appeared in front of Suhai. The leader of this 4-person team was a werewolf boy, and it was this person who spoke. The remaining 2 women and 1 man are all human. The man is unusually burly and carries a huge shield that is almost the same height as himself. Obviously, it is a meat shield that takes damage like a knight in the team. As for the remaining 2 women, each holding a staff in his hand, they should be magicians with very few innately awakened magic skills. The other is a girl with a broad sword in her hand, bronze skin, a very hot body, and an unusually cool dress. If Suhai guessed correctly, the woman should be a warrior of the Amazons. Oh, I think we should meet for the first time. How did you know that I was a rookie adventurer? Not the slightest interest in teaming up to explore the dungeon, Suhai, but very interested in how this werewolf teenager found out that he was a rookie adventurer. Facing Suhai's question, the young man didn't hide the slightest bit and pointed to the armor and weapons on himself and everyone around him with a smile. Then he pointed at Suhai, who was empty-handed as if on vacation. Everything is without words. Facing the boy's reaction, Suhai also showed a helpless smile. Finally, I found that I seemed a little out of place compared to others, but understand, Suhai does not intend to make changes. After all, it would be a little uncomfortable for Suhai to suddenly put on the armor. Thank you for your invitation, but I prefer to explore the dungeon alone. So sorry. Immediately afterwards, Suhai said apologetically, then he walked directly towards the entrance of the dungeon. Looking at the back of Suhai entering the entrance of the dungeon, the werewolf boy seemed to be hesitant to speak, obviously wanting to say something, but when he saw Suhai's disappearing figure, he finally turned into a cry. Helpless sigh. Kuro, you're just too much of a nosy. Such a blind and arrogant newcomer won't accept your love at all. I think he has to suffer before he can understand what a dungeon is like. Facing the disappearing Suhai, the burly man with a large shield on his back slowly came to the side of the werewolf boy and said, as for the remaining 2 girls, they are also used to it. Obviously, it is not the first time that the 2 of them have seen such a scene. Forget it, maybe you're right. Let's start today's adventure too. Facing the burly man, the werewolf boy named Kullo said with a complicated expression. Immediately afterwards, he adjusted his mentality, glanced at the 3 teammates around him, and gave the order to enter the dungeon. Obviously, the group of 4 of Kullo didn't really lack teammates just now, but they said that because they saw that Suhai was just a newcomer and wanted to help out of good intentions. On the other side, Suhai, who was 1 step ahead past the long stone steps, finally entered the first floor of the basement. As he went deeper, Suhai watched with interest the narrow passage and the dark brown mud walls on both sides of the passage. Oh. Has it finally appeared? After about 200 or 300 meters deep, there was movement on both sides of the passage in front of Suhai. The mud wall slowly cracked and many dwarf goblins drilled out of it. The moment these goblins appeared, they instinctively launched an attack on Suhai. The breath of thunder flashes with a thunderbolt. Facing the large number of goblins rushing towards him, Suhai did not panic at all. With a slight movement of his left hand, he took out the sun knife that had not been used for a long time from the system space. Then he held the handle of the knife with his right hand and appeared to be charging and drawing the knife, but the instant the fastest goblin approached him, Suhai turned into a yellow flash and disappeared instantly, passing through the numerous goblins. In the next instant, when Suhai appeared again, he had reached the end of the dozen or so goblins, and slowly made the appearance of closing the knife, as if the knife had never been drawn. And the goblin, who had been roaring from the moment he appeared, looked very violent, but it seems to be frozen in general in the same place. Immediately after, in a series of voices, the goblins that were stiff in place all turned into ashes and dissipated. Only a purple crystal was left. Faced with such a result, Suhai, who slowly retracted the knife into the sheath, turned around to put away the my crystal on the ground and continued to walk towards the depths of the first floor of the underground palace. As it went deeper, more goblins appeared one after another on the walls on both sides of the tunnel. But unfortunately, the goblins are still too weak after all, and it's okay to deal with some ordinary novice who have just become adventurers. It's not enough to face an adventurer like Suhai who has power beyond ordinary people. So the goblins that appeared later, without exception, were quickly resolved by Suhai. In this way, after arriving at the passage leading to the second floor of the dungeon, Suhai has killed many goblins along the way. Anyway, there is already a bulging bag behind Suhai, and this bag is full of magic crystals and a small amount of materials dropped by goblins. It is worth mentioning that Suhai's system space can only be used to hold things that are opened from the golden egg. That's why Suhai comes with a baggage. In this way, Suhai quickly came to the second floor. Compared with the first floor, the second floor has a monster kobold. The level of danger is only slightly stronger than that of goblins, but the number of the two types of monsters and the speed at which they appear have increased significantly compared to the first floor. However, this is still very easy for Suhai. With the enhancement of magic and the breath of thunder, Suhai is like a god of war, killing directly from the beginning to the end of the second floor, which is the entrance of the third floor. In this way, the pig-headed man and the killer ant on the third floor, the poisonous moth on the fourth floor, the unicorn rabbit on the fifth floor, and the blue swallowtail butterfly on the sixth floor. After spending half a day, Suhai made it all the way to the 15th floor. After reaching the 15th floor, Suhai also saw a very familiar monster. There is Minotaur the Tauren. After seeing the Tauren being born one after another from the wall, Suhai finally showed a hint of interest on his face, because Suhai felt that there were finally some monsters that could interest him a little. After all, the monsters before the 15th floor are actually similar in strength. In this world, they all belong to the level of LV1, but it is only because the number and types of monsters will continue to increase as the floor goes deeper. Only these Tauren appearing on the 15th floor can truly be regarded as LV2 monsters. Although it is equivalent to the Tauren of the second level of adventurers, it is not very powerful in Suhai's eyes. But coupled with the large numbers and the siege of other monsters, it's enough to be interesting in today's Suhai, facing the 7 or 8 Tauren in front of him as well as a large number of other monsters. Instead of destroying them immediately, Suhai enhanced his physical fitness by strengthening magic, holding the unsheathed sun blade in his hand. He rushed towards the pile of monsters and then kept moving and dodging. When unable to dodge, Suhai will use the sun blade in his hand to resist the attack of Tauren and other monsters. Obviously, Suhai is just using these monsters to exercise to quickly improve his experience in various aspects. This is also the abnormality of this world. Every bit in the battle will substantively become experience and improve one's strength. As long as magic is used, the experience value of magic power will increase. When attacked, its own durability will increase. After dodging and moving long distances, your dexterity and speed experience will increase. This is also the reason why Suhai uses these monsters to exercise his abilities. The strength improvement is extremely fast. Of course, in this world, I am afraid that only Suhai, who is obviously level 0, but whose strength far exceeds that of most adventurers, dares to use this method. If it is other newcomers, adventurers dare to do so. Then it will definitely be submerged by the wave of monsters in an instant, and then torn to pieces by countless monsters. In this way, since Suhai did not kill the monsters, one after another monsters emerged from the wall. More and more gatherings, and soon more than 20 minotaurs gathered around Suhai, and hundreds of pig-headed people, killer ants, goblins, and other monsters. But for such a situation, Suhai is always happy to dodge and exercise. It's hard work for everyone this time, especially eyes. Although it's good to want to improve your strength, don't try too hard. After all, you are already the best person in our family and even in the entire Labyrinth City. After going back this time, everyone will take a few days off and take a rest. What Suhai didn't know, however, was that in the road from the 16th floor to the 15th floor, a group of people are walking slowly, and not far in front of them is where Suhai is. This group of about 10 or 20 people, led by a small human race with a long gun in his hand. Obviously the leader of the group. It is worth mentioning that the group also carried a flag with the emblem of the Loki familiar clown. Obviously, this group of people are really high-level adventurers of the Loki familia, and the fact is also the case. The villain with the spear is named Fin Timna. The LV6 level has the title of Brave. He is the head of the Loki family. He is not only powerful but also intelligent. And standing beside him are not simple characters. A girl swordsman with long blonde hair, Eyes Wallenstein, who has the title of Sword Princess, is also the heroine in the original book. the strongest magician in the Labyrinth City, the LV6 adventurer Revelia who holds the title of Nine Magic Princess. They are also LV6 adventurers and have the Amazon Melee sisters with the title Big Cut and Angry Snake wearing unusually revealing clothes. Thiona and Thione. Appearance is a bit older, looks very mature and stable LV6 adventurer, has the title of Changji Dwarf Grace Landrock. Bert, a werewolf adventurer nicknamed Ferocious Wolf. The large number of LV6 adventurers, once again, demonstrated the identity of the Loki family as one of the two most powerful families in the Labyrinth City. In this way, while Finn was talking, the group quickly came to the 15th floor, walked out of the passage, and appeared on the edge of a huge open space. And when eyes faced the words of her head, her personality still had an expression of nothing on her face. Eyes wanted to answer something, but was caught by the voice in front of her. He subconsciously looked in the direction where the voice came from. In the next instant, Acey's eyes flashed with a look of surprise as she stared blankly ahead. Because in the huge open space not far from Eyes, a young man was holding an unsheathed samurai sword in his hand, and was quickly dodging and dodging among a large group of beasts. What a powerful boy! Is it a new LV5 or LV6 from a certain family? Obviously, this young man is Suhai, who used Warcraft to quickly accumulate experience points. Surprised, the little human race Finn with a spear in his hand guessed slowly, and next to Riveria and others also think there is a possibility. After all, if you can do something like Suhai, even most LV5 adventurers can't do it with ease. It's just that everyone has a common doubt in their hearts, and that is why they have never heard of Suhai with such a high level and such strength. In the field, as there were more and more monsters, there were already more than 30 minotaurs, as well as hundreds of killer ants, poisonous lizards, and other monsters. In the face of more and more monsters, Suhai gradually became a little confused. In addition, Suhai felt the arrival of Eyes and others, so he decided to end the exercise. Captain, this interesting little brother seems to be unable to hold on anymore. However, the Tiona sisters who were standing on the side also clearly saw that Suhai was in a somewhat embarrassed situation. I thought that Suhai was about to be overwhelmed by the beast swarm. He slowly spoke to Finn next to him. As an adventurer, if the situation is not right, let's go and save him. Finn apparently thought Suhai was reaching his limit too, and he couldn't control the situation. He also became interested in Suhai, an unfamiliar high-level adventurer, slowly speaking to the surrounding companions. Their concerns are clearly superfluous. Art fire escape ho fireball. I saw Suhai, who had been dodging and didn't make a move. Suddenly he jumped into the air and quickly reached an altitude of 4 or 5 meters. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a seal, suddenly took a breath of air, and then spit out raging fire from his mouth. A huge fireball with a diameter of more than 4 or 5 meters was formed in midair, and it suddenly moved towards the beast colony below. At the moment when it touched the ground, the huge fireball burst open, layer after layer of fire waves carrying the scorching high temperature. In an instant, a large piece of demon beast was engulfed. The originally dense group of demon beasts was reduced by 1/10 in an instant. Flame magic. It seems that we don't need to take action. Faced with this situation, Tiona and the others were subconsciously surprised. They really didn't expect that Suhai would have such a powerful fire magic. After all, among the adventurers in the entire Labyrinth City, except for certain races such as elves, they will awaken magic when they become adventurers. Most adventurers cannot obtain magic through awakening. If I want to learn the day after tomorrow, I need a specific magic book, and magic books are extremely precious existences. Therefore, among adventurers, powerful magicians are extremely rare. In every family, the magician is the object worthy of focusing on training and protection. The release was so fast and the spell was not chanted, but the long-lost sign language magic. As the saying goes, watch the fun and experts watch the doorway. When Finn and others were surprised, Riveria thought secretly in her heart. In this Labyrinth City, no matter how powerful a magician is, he can't give up the spells needed to release magic. Even a powerful magician can only simplify spells and increase the speed of singing at most. Therefore, the more powerful the magic, the longer it takes to cast, which is why the magician needs the cooperation of his companions to be able to fully display the powerful magic. However, Suhai's actions just now clearly violated this iron rule. Breath of Thunder, one type of thunderbolt, flashes 7 times in a row. The second type of Rice Soul, the third type gathers mosquitoes into thunder, fourth type Far Thunder. Naturally, Suhai didn't know the surprise in Finn and the others after the big fireball exploded. As soon as he was about to land, Suhai held the handle of the sun blade with his right hand while he was in free fall. A rushing heat wave protruded from the mouth, and after a short charge it turned into a rushing thunder. Like a beautiful arc, it shuttles continuously in the group of monsters. Wherever Suhai goes, there will be giant monsters that turn into flames and die. Only the blue magic crystals of varying sizes were left, which fell on the ground. In this way, under the blessing of strengthening magic, Suhai quickly performed all the moves of Breath of Thunder from start to finish. With the last yellow thunder dragon galloping out, the seventh fire thunder god of the Breath of Thunder ended. And there were only a few of the original large number of Warcraft left, and in the end, without exception, they were all solved by Suhai. Clap, clap, clap. Really powerful magic, wonderful swordsmanship. But when Suhai looked at the magic crystals all over the floor, he was worried that his bag was full and he didn't know how to take these magic crystals away. Accompanied by footsteps and applause, a person's voice entered Suhai's ears. Not far away, Finn, who was originally in a wait-and-see state, brought members of the Loki familia and slowly walked towards Suhai. Little brother, don't be nervous. We are all members of the Loki family. I'm their leader, Finn. Just finish the expedition and prepare to return to the family station to rest for a while. Seeing that you are besieged by a group of monsters, I wanted to help you get to know me, but I didn't expect that we underestimate you too much. The moment he came to Suhai, Finn smiled, looked very easygoing and spoke openly. Brother, use this, we bring a lot. At this time, Tiona also took a new sack from the supporters in their team. He quickly came to Suhai and handed Suhai the sack in his hand. Apparently, Tiona also found out about Suhai's predicament. Thank you, my name is Suhai, and I am a servant of the Hesta family. For the kindness of others, Suhai has always been kind to others. After all, Suhai was originally a character of repaying kindness and revenge. So because he was too polite, he decisively reached out and took the sack in Tiona's hand. While nodding slightly to thank him, he introduced himself to Finn himself. Then, while opening the sack, he quickly picked up the magic crystals that were all over the floor. After all, these are money, and Suhai and Hesta must have a place for their own family. It takes a lot of money and you can't stay in someone else's house all the time. Seeing this, Sister Tiona, who were both very bold and lively, didn't show any sympathy. He quickly bent down and helped Suhai pick up the magic crystal that fell on the ground. Family of Hesta, didn't Goddess Hesta still have a family? Could it be? Finn and the others said in surprise. After all, Hesta and their main god, Goddess Loki, are a pair of enemies who love and kill each other. Therefore, Finn is naturally aware of the fact that Hesta has not been in the realm for a long time and has not yet recruited family members. At the same time of disbelief in his heart, Finn also came up with a bold conjecture. That's right, I just came to the Labyrinth City not long ago and then I was lucky enough to meet Hesta. Become a servant of Hesta. With the help of Sister Tiona, all the magic crystals on the ground were collected. After filling another big bag, Suhai also saw what Finn and others were thinking. He didn't plan to hide anything, he said slowly. Brother Suhai, stop joking. You don't want to tell us that you have just become an adventurer and now you are just an LV0. In this regard, the Tiona sisters were the first to speak. Obviously, the answer from Suhai is not very acceptable. Although Finn had already guessed it, after hearing Suhai's own admission, he still couldn't avoid being as shocked as everyone else. On the contrary, Eyes looked at Suhai with a strange light in her eyes as if she had found a target. Suhai only smiled slightly at Finn and the others' reaction and didn't explain much. In this way, after a while, Finn and the others felt that Suhai was not joking and finally accepted the fact. Brother Suhai, I don't think it's too early or you can go back to the ground with us. Everyone chatted for a while and found that it was not too early. So Finn and others are going to continue to walk to the upper floor, leaving the dungeon and returning to the ground. And Tiona invited Suhai very enthusiastically. Obviously, the two Tiona sisters are very interested in Suhai, who is only at LV0 level, but has shown no less than LV5 strength. At the same time that Tiona issued the invitation, Reveria and Finn also smiled and nodded. Indicates that Suhai can return to the ground together if he wishes. Then bother. In this regard, Suhai looked at the time and found that it was indeed late. If she doesn't go back, Hesta will definitely be worried. Moreover, there are 2 bags of magic crystals, and I really have nowhere to put them. So Suhai thought about it for a while and decided to stop here for today. Tomorrow, it's not too late to continue to the lower layers. This is also something that can't be helped. After all, Suhai has indeed stayed on the 15th floor for a long time in order to exercise all aspects of experience. Brother Suhai, are you really an ordinary human? Wouldn't it be the blood of a giant dragon or a giant clan flowing in the body? Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? On the way back, Suhai was carrying 2 large bags of magic crystals on his back. While Tiona and Tian were constantly groping Suhai with their own hands, they didn't care about the difference between men and women. And the mouth also appeared to be very curious and asked one after another, Tiona, Tioni, don't do this little brother will be very distressed. Although Suhai can't say that he hates this, he also has some helplessness in his heart. Only at this time did Suhai realize that he really can't handle girls who are too enthusiastic. Fortunately, Finn, the head of the Loki familia, seemed to see Suhai's embarrassment and hurriedly stopped Tiona and Tioni. Seeing this, Diona and Tian showed unwilling expressions on their faces, but he still withdrew his hands and let Suhai go. However, the two still asked questions. Faced with such a situation, Suhai finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the group quickly walked out of the entrance of the first floor and came to the ground of the labyrinth city. Little brother, it's nice to meet you. We have to return to the station to report the situation of this expedition to the Lord God. If you need anything, you can come to the Loki familia to find us, then leave it here. In the square in front of the entrance to the dungeon, Finn looked at Suhai in front of him and said slowly, obviously preparing to say goodbye, and Reveria herself nodded slightly. Brother Suhai, don't forget us. As for Tiona and Tian, they even waved their hands towards Suhai and said very cutely, can you tell me why you are so strong? But just as everyone was about to turn around and leave, Eyes, who had been secretly watching Suhai all the way, came out. He came to Suhai and said slowly. Although there is still a three-nun expression on his face, there is a hint of desire in his eyes. Obviously, although Eyes today has reached the level of LV5, but Eyes was not satisfied with her strength, and Eyes felt that she had fallen into a bottleneck recently. Therefore, the pursuit of strength is even more urgent. This is also the reason why Eyes went down to the dungeon more diligently than everyone in the Loki familia. Eyes, the practice method is. In the face of Eyes' actions, everyone in the Loki familiar also understood very well. Everyone knows that the method of practice is the most private thing to everyone, just like the gift of God. In order to avoid embarrassment, Finn, the leader of the group, wanted to stop Eyes. Well, I do have a way to increase my strength, and I can get it through training. If you are interested, you can go to the Hesta family to find me sometime, and I can give it to you. In the face of such a elf-like girl, Suhai still appreciates her from the bottom of her heart. Thinking about his own strengthening magic, the breath of thunder, etc., can be learned through practice. And it's not too precious, so Suhai smiled and said very sincerely. In the face of Suhai's generous behavior, Finn, who wanted to stop Az, was also very surprised. There was also a hint of admiration and trust in the eyes of Reveria and the others looking at Suhai. Brother Suhai, you are too partial. Evidently, our sisters were helping you pick up magic crystals just now, but you ignored us and treated Eyes so well. You don't like our ace, do you? After being stunned for a while, Tiona and Tiani immediately said something a little weird. Obviously, Tiona and Tian didn't really feel unbalanced and jealous, just out of a bit of a joke. If you want to learn, you can also come with Eyes. In fact, it's just a little way to increase your physical fitness, and it's not too precious. What the two of them didn't expect was that they just said it casually. Suhai actually said to them with a smile, Brother Suhai, I think our sisters are a little in love with you. What do you think of us? Facing Suhai's answer, Tiona and Tioni were stunned for a moment. Then he immediately spoke in a meaningful way, apparently a little surprised at Suhai's unreserved generosity. Thanks. Seeing this, Eyes also opened her mouth slightly to thank her. And Suhai naturally smiled and nodded in response. Not much to say. Just like that, Finn and his party took a deep look at Suhai. Only then did he slowly leave the square and head towards the residence of the Loki familiar. Little master, I didn't expect you to deceive 3 girls in just this short time. Obviously, the little master already has me, really. Just after Eyes and the others left, a charming voice suddenly rang in Suhai's ear. Obviously, there has always been another person next to Suhai, but it has been in a state similar to stealth, so no one except Suhai has found it. This person is none other than the heroic spirit Medusa summoned by Suhai last night after using the 4-star golden egg. Heroic spirit Medusa. Job writer. Strength A, durability B+, agility A+, magic A, lucky C, treasure, Bellerophon grade A+, type, anti-army noble phantasm. Self-sealed dark temple breaker gorgon, grade C, type, anti-human noble phantasm. The seal of others, temple of blood fort Andromeda, grade B, type, anti-army noble phantasm. Class skills, petrified magic IA+, strange power B, independent action C, divinity E, natural stupidity. Due to the relationship between the system, Medusa has been out of the control of the Throne of Heroes and has completely become a servant of Suhai. and will not return to the throne of heroes because of the command spell in her hand using perfect dosha. The strength of a heroic spirit has a great relationship with the host. Medusa, as a well-known existence in mythology, need not say much about its own power, plus Suhai is not a weakling either. Therefore, the basic attributes of Medusa are simply out of the table. Except for luck, only the durability is at the level of B+, and the others have reached the level of A. Today's Medusa has completely surpassed Suhai and has reached the level of the most advanced demon. And this is without using the noble phantasm and the petrified magic eye. It can be said that today's Medusa is a powerful hole card for Suhai. Writer, didn't I say so? You can call me by my first name and don't put a small letter in front of the salutation. At the moment of summoning the heroic spirit, Suhai received many of Medusa's past memories. Therefore, it is natural to understand the character of Medusa. Although sometimes it seems a bit natural, but in fact, after getting along, you can find that Medusa is very naughty and even a little black-bellied. That's why Medusa teases the master Suhai. Suhai naturally refused and resisted many times, but Medusa did not accept it. In response, Suhai had no choice but to shake his head and head towards the Adventurers Guild with 2 bags of magic crystals. Hello, adventurer. My name is Igina Zul. I'm the front desk advisor of the Adventurers Guild. Is there anything I can help you with? At the moment when Suhai entered the Adventurers Guild, a young leprechaun in professional clothes and a pair of rimless glasses asked enthusiastically. Obviously, Igina Zul saw that Suhai was a rookie adventurer. After all, as the front desk of the Adventurers Guild, he had enough impressions of the veteran adventurer Igina Zur. Hello, Miss Igina, I want to register with the Adventurers Guild and exchange the magic crystal for Farley. Last night Suhai also learned some basic things about adventurers from Hesta and Hephaestus. Knowing that every adventurer must first register with the Adventurers Guild before they can enjoy the services provided by the Adventurers Guild. Among them, it is very simple to exchange magic crystals directly into money. Okay, please fill in the basic information first. By the way, if you can, just call me Ina directly. After hearing Suhai's words, Igina showed an expression that was as expected. Then very skillfully took out an information collection form and a pen and put it in front of Suhai through the window. Then he spoke slowly. Seeing this, Suhai just nodded slightly without being pretentious. Then he picked up the pen and wrote quickly. Suhai found out that on this form, he only asked about his name, the family he belonged to, and his level, which were not basic information that was not private. It involves adventurer skill attributes, development abilities, etc. I didn't ask after all, these are the most private things for adventurers. Okay, Ina, and these magic crystals, please exchange them all for me. Moments after Suhai filled it out, he handed the form and pen back to Igina. At the same time, the magic crystal filled with 2 sacks on the ground was also lifted and placed on the counter. Because it was a little heavier, even if Suhai handled it gently, the wooden counter trembled slightly. Lord Suhai, are all the magic crystals in this place? He looked at the 2 gray sacks that were placed in front of him, obscuring almost all his vision. For a while, Igina asked unresponsively. Suhai nodded slightly to confirm Igina's doubts. After careful confirmation twice, Igina finally accepted the reality that the sack was full of magic crystals. During this period, Igina also looked at the situation on the information sheet several times. Especially after seeing the eye-catching LV0 level, the surprise in my heart increased. Sir Suhai, after deducting the 5% handling fee charged by the Adventurers Guild, all of your magic crystals have been exchanged for a total of 412 million fair. Fortunately, Igina is a kind person, so she didn't ask too much. Instead, all the magic crystals were exchanged for money very quickly. He took out a bag full of Huang Can gold coins and handed it to Suhai. In this world, there are copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. 1 gold coin is equal to 100 silver coins, 1 silver coin is equal to 100 copper coins, and 1 copper coin is equal to 1 pharaoh. Farley's purchasing power is similar to that of RMB. So there are 412 gold coins in this bag, which may seem like a lot, but it's just for the average person. As an adventurer, as a lucrative profession, all things about adventurers are naturally very expensive. For example, some medicines for restoring magic power and healing, and equipment and armors that are a little more affordable can cost hundreds of millions of dollars. And the most important thing is that they are still invaluable. So if you really want to count it, the money is not as much as imagined. Thank you, Ina. Faced with such a situation, Suhai picked up his first pot of gold in this world. Feeling the heavy feeling in his hands, he smiled and said to Igina in front of him, then turned around and walked outside the Adventurers Guild. What an amazing person. As Igina watched as she walked out of the Adventure Guild, Suhai, who was bathed in the setting sun, thought to herself. Due to her years of contact with adventurers, Igina always had a feeling that this boy would definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. In this way, after Suhai left the Adventurers Guild, he headed towards the mansion where Hephaestus was. But when he came to a cake shop, Suhai suddenly stopped. In the store, a very delicate three-tier cake caught Suhai's attention. Recalling the goddess Loki at home, Suhai smiled and pushed open the door of the cake shop and walked in. "Dear adventurer, do you need anything?" The moment he entered the store, a black-clothed deacon spoke with great respect. In his eyes, there is still wisdom that ordinary people do not have. "Oh, how do you know I'm an adventurer?" Looking at the clerk who guessed his identity at a glance, Suhai seemed a little surprised. After all, he didn't wear armor, and he didn't have a weapon, so he didn't look like an adventurer at all. The only people who will come from the direction of the Tower of Babel at this time are the adventurers who are exploring the dungeon. And there is an incomparably confident temperament in the adults, which is something that only a few high-level adventurers have. The clerk of the cake shop smiled slightly, looked at the sky outside where the sun had already gone down and said slowly, answering the doubts in Suhai's heart. "Looks like you're very smart. Pack this up for me and I'll take it with me." At the same time, when he realized something in his heart, Suhai pointed to the cake that he had taken a fancy to and said with a smile, "Thank you for your compliment. I'll go and dress it up for you." Facing Suhai, the clerk still looked calm. The cake was then quickly wrapped and handed to Suhai in front of him. After paying the price of 2 silver coins, Suhai picked up the cake and accelerated his steps towards the location of Hephaestus' villa. After all, the sky has gradually dimmed now, and thinking about Hesta's character in the original book, I would definitely be worried if I didn't go back all day. And the truth is, the moment Suhai returned to the door of the villa. From a distance, I saw 2 figures, one tall and one short, standing at the door. It was Hesta who looked anxious and worried, and Hephaestus who was with Hesta. The moment he looked at his goddess, Suhai showed a slight smile, lifted the cake in his hand, and was about to say hello. But at this moment, Hesta suddenly charged towards Suhai quickly. He immediately threw himself into his arms and hung on Suhai's body. Suhai was about to start teasing Hesta. However, he suddenly felt that Hesta in his arms was trembling slightly, and there was a thin sob. "Hesta is fine, I just went to the dungeon and bought you a cake. Don't you think I'm unscathed now? Don't say I'm injured, I haven't even scratched my clothes. Don't look at me like this, I'm stingy with my life and I have to earn more farley to buy us a luxurious family residence. I won't take risks. You are the goddess, you can't cry." Feeling Hesta's reaction, how could Suhai not know what happened? It must be that Hesta saw that she hadn't come back for so long and thought that something had happened to her dungeon. While feeling a little warm and moved in his heart, Suhai had no choice but to stroke Hesta's head and double ponytail, while coaxing a child and said very gently. After a while, Hesta replied, nodded slightly, and left Suhai's embrace. Apparently, Hesta already considers Suhai her family, which is what differentiates Hesta from many other gods. Just like that, Suhai picked up the cake in his hand and walked towards the villa with Hesta, who was still crying with joy. In front of Hephaestus who came, Suhai smiled and nodded slightly. Then a group of 3 walked towards the villa and slowly closed the door. "Ahai, it's so delicious. I haven't eaten such a delicious cake for a long time since I was in the lower realm." Ooh. On the sofa in the living room, a corner of the cake was placed on the table. In the hands of the 3 of Suhai, they each held a small piece of cake. After taking a bite with a fork, Hesta narrowed her eyes and looked very happy. The mouth was even more vague. Most importantly, there was some cream on the corners of the mouth. At this time, Hesta apparently returned to her normal appearance. Facing Hesta who looked like this, Suhai and Hephaestus looked at each other with a smile on their faces. This is actually one of the things that Hesta thinks is fascinating. He has lived for hundreds of millions of years as a god, but he can still maintain this hard-won innocence. At the same time that people are very envious, there will always be a desire to protect. Hesta, and this are for you too. Looking at Hesta like this, Suhai handed the bag full of gold coins to Hesta while speaking. So many gold coins. Looking at the bag in front of him, Hesta first showed a puzzled expression, apparently guessing what's in this bag. However, after taking it over and opening it and seeing the gold coins in it, Hesta's eyes seemed to have a symbol of money, and she looked a little excited. Even Hephaestus next to him glanced at Suhai in surprise. In addition to being happy, Hesta even fantasized about the near future in a huge, luxurious, and elegant family residence. Happy days with Suhai. The scene turned, Suhai was lying on the bed topless in Hesta's room. and Hesta straddled Suhai's back in a strange posture. I saw Hesta skillfully bit her fingers and dripped a drop of divine blood on Suhai's back. As the blood was absorbed, some ancient writing also emerged on Suhai's back. It turned out that after eating the cake, Suhai asked Hesta to update her attributes. And Hesta is naturally very happy. After all, this is the responsibility of God. Even if Suhai doesn't say it, Hesta will take the initiative to update Suhai's attributes. This. How could this be? It's impossible. With the appearance of the sacred text, Hesta's originally expected expression became a little stunned. He even muttered to himself. Obviously, the content of the attribute panel surprised Hesta, a god who had lived for the past year. Hesta, is there something wrong? Seeing Hesta like this, Suhai asked subconsciously. After all, it is related to the improvement of one's own strength, so it is natural to pay more attention. After Hesta came back to her senses, she used a piece of paper to engrave the attributes behind her. Handed it to Suhai, motioning for him to watch. Ahai, what did you do today? The improvement of your attributes has far broken the norm. At the same time, Hesta asked with a complicated expression. Name Suhai. Power I0C504, Durability I0C524. Smart I0C543, Agility I0C576, Magic I0C511, Magic. Looking at the attributes in his hand, Suhai knew it. It was immediately understood that Hesta was surprised by her own promotion. Suhai had already expected such a huge improvement, so he was not surprised. After all, there is no one in the entire Labyrinth City who can clearly be a LV0 like him, but has the strength of a high-level adventurer. Use the beast tide to improve attributes. Hesta, I do have some secrets that I can't tell you right now. But I promise I'll tell you everything one day. Looking at Hesta, who was surprised but also worried, Suhai first slowly recounted how he had explored the 15th floor underground and then spoke very seriously. Faced with such a situation, Hesta was a little unhappy, even though she had a little secret about Suhai, her family, in her heart. He murmured, looking a little embarrassed. But instead of getting to the bottom of it, he respected Suhai's decision. Seeing Hesta in this state, Suhai was amused and touched Hesta's head, then walked out of the room towards his bedroom. Well, although there are little secrets but his heart is very bright, he is a good boy. It's just that he keeps touching the head of a god like me. Am I just a child in his heart? Really? Seeing the back of Suhai leaving, Hesta sighed inwardly. Currently, as a god who has lived for hundreds of millions of years. Even due to the rules of the human world, the power belonging to the gods cannot be used. But Hesta can still sense that Suhai is not a person with a dark heart. After all, hundreds of millions of years of experience are no joke. After returning to his room, Suhai lay on the bed, feeling the growing power in his body. The promotion of God's gift has two powerful characteristics. One is imperceptible, and the other is based on the adventurer's own body. Therefore, in theory, adventurers who are also LV0, the stronger their own physical ability, the stronger the power they get when they improve. At the same time, there will not be a situation where the power surge cannot be controlled. Suhai can clearly feel that his physical quality has improved by about 20%. If he succeeds in breaking through LV1, his physical fitness will be doubled. And the further back the level is raised, the more terrifying the level of improvement is. At this time, Suhai couldn't imagine how terrifying his physical fitness would be when he reached LV7 or even a higher level. With so many thoughts in his heart, Suhai fell asleep without realizing it. And what Suhai didn't know was that after he fell asleep, Medusa suddenly appeared in the room, and then she went into the bedding without shyness. Using Suhai as a pillow, he slept leisurely. Why does it seem to have a familiar scent? I seem to have smelled it somewhere. The next morning, Suhai woke up alone in bed. The moment he opened his eyes, Suhai was about to get up but subconsciously sniffed his nose, muttered to himself. At this time, Suhai always felt a familiar smell on the bed, but it didn't belong to him. However, after some fruitless thinking, Suhai left it behind. Suhai is not going to go to the dungeon today because he had already made an appointment with Hesta last night to buy a small courtyard in the Labyrinth City as the residence of the Hesta family. Although large luxury villas, even more huge manor, the bag of gold coins from last night was far from enough, but it was enough to buy a small detached courtyard. Just like that, Suhai woke up early and had breakfast. He and Hesta left Hephaestus' house together. In fact, it should be 3 people who insisted on saying it. After all, there is one hidden. After Suhai and Hesta left the villa, they walked towards the Adventurers Guild. As for why you go to the Adventurers Guild to buy a house, it's because the family's residence also needs to be registered in the Adventurers Guild. At the same time, the Adventurers Guild also provides assistance in finding housing for adventurers. Although a small amount of money will be charged, it is much more convenient than searching aimlessly on your own. In this way, after spending a morning, Suhai and Hesta finally spent nearly 3 million farleys with the help of the Adventurers Guild. I bought a 2-story villa in a location on the periphery of Labyrinth City. Ahai, that's great. This will be the residence of our Hesta family from now on. Standing in the courtyard of the villa, Hesta said happily while looking at the environment of the villa. Although this villa has only 2 floors, it has a large enough courtyard. The courtyard is full of all kinds of exotic flowers and plants in this world, and there is a pavilion in the center of the courtyard. When you have nothing to do, you can sit leisurely under the gazebo and drink tea and cool down. The first floor of the villa is a large hall, and the second floor is a room. Although there were only 7 or 8 rooms, it was enough for the Hesta familia, who only had 2 people. Facing such a happy Hesta, Suhai naturally looked at each other with a smile on his face. Just like this, I bought a villa and used it as the residence of my family. The two returned to Hephaestus' residence. After all, Hesta still had some things to move when I picked up something and left. Hephaestus was also smiling, not happy because Hesta left. I was just happy that Hesta found her own family and established her own family. If it is said that among the gods in the heavens who has the best friendship with Hephaestus, then it is Hesta. After a busy day like this, I finally finished all the chores. After returning to his room at night, Suhai quickly fell asleep. In his sleep, Suhai always felt that he was being embraced by a very warm embrace. The next morning, Suhai woke up refreshed. Hehe, ahai ha. The moment he came to the living room from the second floor after washing up, Suhai immediately saw Hesta sleeping on the sofa in an unrestrained manner. I saw that Hesta was holding a pillow at this time, sleeping strangely and talking in her sleep, as if she thought the pillow in her hand was someone. Obviously, Hesta fell asleep on the sofa just because she was too excited last night. Faced with such a situation, Suhai shook his head with some amusing. He quietly came to Hesta's side and picked up the blanket that had fallen on the ground and covered it again. He gently opened the door, left the villa, and headed towards the most central dungeon. What Suhai didn't know was that after he turned around and went out, Hesta slowly opened her eyes and stared at the direction he left for a while. I don't know if it's a concern or what. Although the Labyrinth City is very large, due to the relationship between the villas on the periphery of the Labyrinth City, it was nearly twice as far as before, but Suhai still quickly came to the square in front of the entrance of Labyrinth City. Looking at this unusually familiar place, Suhai didn't stop there too much. Adventurer-sama, do you need a supporter? But at this moment, a very light voice sounded in Suhai's ears. Facing the sudden voice, Suhai subconsciously looked to the left. It was a huge army green backpack, but after looking down more than 10 centimeters, Suhai then found the owner of the conversation, a little human girl who covered herself in a white cloak, revealing only a cute face and a little red-purple hair. Lily. The moment he saw the girl's supporter, Suhai instantly recognized the girl's identity. It is Lilaluka Erd, the villain who uses transformation magic in the original book. In the end, a conversion ceremony was performed and he joined the Hesta family. Hi, my name is Suhai. I really need a supporter to help me get things. What's your name? Although he already knew the identity of this girl in his heart, Suhai still pretended not to know and said slowly, Hello, Suhai-sama. You can just call me Lily. Facing Suhai's smile, Lilaluka was slightly taken aback. Apparently, found that Suhai was a little different from other adventurers. After all, most of the adventurers in this Labyrinth City are not friendly to their supporters. Supporters generally do not have much fighting ability, and they are often used as bait in dungeons. However, Lilaluka quickly reacted and said slowly. At the same time, without a trace, he glanced at the sun blade on Suhai's waist. Obviously, the reason why Lilaluka wants to be Suhai's supporter is not that simple. If that's the case, you can follow. Today you are my supporter. How powerful is Suhai's perception, and naturally he also noticed Lilaluka's small movements. Thinking back on everything about Lilaluka, Suhai suddenly understood. However, it did not break it up. Instead, after saying a word, he turned and walked towards the entrance of the dungeon. Suhai is just missing someone to clean up the mess and take the magic crystal. Naturally, there is no reason to refuse, and if the little girl, Lilaluka, really takes the sun blade from her side, that can only blame his own lack of strength. Seeing Suhai's promise, Lilaluka naturally smiled and followed with the backpack on her back that obviously didn't match her body shape. The two of them came to the first floor of the basement, and a large number of goblins emerged quickly from the walls on both sides of the passage. Sir Suhai, these are the most common goblins. If it's one or two, it's easy to deal with. But if the number increases, it will be very troublesome, so Lily thinks it's better to solve it quickly. Facing Suhai, who was stunned in place, Lily Luca looked at the more and more goblins in the passage. He frowned slightly and spoke slowly to Suhai in front of the left, apparently seeing Suhai as a rookie, thinking that Suhai was intimidated by the goblins. After all, but without wearing any armor, it is still a relatively unfamiliar face. Lily Luca can be sure that Suhai is an out-and-out newcomer, which is an important reason why Lily Luca chose Suhai. Breath of Thunder 5-type Thermal Realm Thunder. In this regard, Suhai really still did not have the slightest reaction. More and more goblins emerged from the wall, and they gathered more and more, almost filling the entire passage. Just when Lily Luca watched a large number of goblins approaching the two of them, she hesitated whether to run away. Originally standing there, Suhai, who was unmoved at all, held the sun blade tightly with his left hand and the hilt with his right hand. The body squatted down slightly, and the eyes became extremely sharp. At the same time, streaks of yellow lightning quickly appeared around the body. A harsh voice entered Lily's ears. Faced with this extraordinary scene, Lily Luca was naturally very surprised, looking at Suhai, who suddenly became very stalwart in front of her. At that moment, Suhai pulled out his scabbard and slashed towards the void in front of him. Immediately, countless sturdy yellow thunderbolts stirred up the dust and rolled towards the front. In the passage, the goblins rushing towards the two of them naturally became the target of the yellow thunder and lightning. After the thunder and lightning, a large number of goblins were instantly killed. It turned into a charred body, and the body burned directly, leaving behind magic crystals of different shapes, which fell to the ground and made a series of sounds. At this time, Lily Luca, who was hiding under the white cloak, had already opened her mouth slightly in surprise, and the shock could no longer be added. "Lily, I'll leave it to you next." After slowly retracting the knife into the sheath, Suhai turned around very easily, pointed to the magic crystals scattered throughout the passage, and said to Lily Luca with a smile. It was as if he had done a trivial thing. "What? Good, good." After hearing Suhai's words, Lily Luca recovered from her surprise. He glanced at Suhai with a complicated look, then while talking, he took out the bag and quickly picked up the magic crystal on the ground. So strong, if he finds out, he will definitely die. While bowing her head to pick up the magic crystal, Lily Luca thought with some horror in her heart. Extremely determined to give up the idea of looking for an opportunity to steal the saber in Suhai's hand. The only thing that makes Lily Luca happy is that Suhai looks very kind and doesn't look down on supporters like most adventurers, even fisting. "Lord Suhai, I have collected all the magic crystals, we can move on." After a while, Lily Luca picked up all the magic crystals on the ground into her pockets. He quickly came to Suhai and said with a very respectful expression. After seeing Suhai's strength, Lily Luca was obviously more cautious. This is a phenomenon caused by the awareness of inner self-protection. Because Lily Luca is often bullied, she has already seen through the essence of adventurers. So Lily Luca today doesn't trust anyone easily, even Suhai, an adventurer who seems to be very easy to get along with and full of goodwill. Facing the stronger adventurer, Lily Luca became more cautious. "Don't worry, you're tired too. It's not too late to move forward after a rest." Seeing Lily Luca, who was becoming more cautious about herself from the inside out, a hint of helplessness flashed in Suhai's eyes. However, Suhai is also very clear that the suffering this little girl has suffered is far beyond her imagination. "Without this vigilance, we might not be alive today, so I didn't care too much but said more gently." Facing Suhai like this, Lily Luca's body trembled slightly and there was a touch of emotion in her eyes. But in an instant, it was replaced by vigilance, and it was not that simple to gain Lily Luca's trust. However, although the heart is vigilant, but Lily Luca still behaved very obediently and slowly came to the side to rest. After resting for about a cup of tea, the two set off again, heading for the depths. In each of the following layers without exception, Suhai solved the monsters with ease and soon came to the familiar 15th floor. "Lily, I have something to do next, and I don't plan to go any further. You go to that safe place for a while, I may not be able to take care of you later." After reaching the 15th floor, Suhai quickly found the place where he last exercised his ability. Although it is possible to continue to go deeper, it is not necessary, because this 15th floor is enough for Suhai to continue training his strength. So Suhai pointed to a high platform on the edge of the plane, where Eyes and others stayed last time, and slowly said to Lily Luca next to him, "The little girl rider will be temporarily handed over to you for protection." At the same time, Suhai did not forget to glance at a certain place on his left, and secretly transmitted a voice in his mind. Obviously, Suhai was already prepared after all, Lily Luca's strength was too weak after all. In these 15 layers, any Minotaur can easily take his life. After a while, Suhai needs to concentrate on gaining experience points and can't be distracted. It's better to let Ryder secretly protect this girl to be on the safe side. Well, although I don't want to, but the little master can rest assured. I will protect your little lover. In the face of Suhai's voice transmission, Medusa responded with a deliberate joke. Facing Medusa's words, Suhai had expected it, so he was not surprised at all. Okay, Lord Suhai. As for Lily Luca, although she didn't know what Suhai was going to do next, she wisely didn't ask more. While nodding to answer, carrying the huge package behind her, she slowly went to the place Suhai pointed. After watching Lily Luca, who was protected by Medusa, go to a safe place, Suhai instantly used strengthening magic. After strips of white lines spread all over his body, Suhai lifted it up and landed on the ground again, making a loud noise. All of a sudden, the countless monsters on the 15th floor heard this voice very clearly, swarmed towards where Suhai was. Due to the environment, the monsters in the dungeon have extremely sharp hearing. Even monsters far away heard the sound Suhai made. So soon, a large number of monsters gathered around Suhai. And that's what Suhai wanted to see, so instead of worrying at all, he smiled. Damn it, why did he do this? Is he dying? What should I do? Before he's dead, can I get the authorized attention and run away? And Lily Luca obviously didn't know what Suhai was thinking. In Lily Luca's mind, Suhai's actions were undoubtedly courting death. At the same time that she was very angry, Lily Luca was also in a tangle. There is even a faint idea of turning around and running away. But the moment she was about to turn around, Suhai's smile appeared in Lily Luca's mind, and she finally gritted her teeth and didn't run away. And all of this fell into the eyes of Medusa, who was hiding beside her, secretly protecting Lily Luca. Seeing Lily Luca like this, a smile appeared on the corner of Medusa's mouth. There was a trace of recognition for Lily Luca in my heart. On the other hand, Suhai also seems to be very skilled in using the gathered monsters to exercise experience. As time went on, Lily Luca watched as Suhai was at ease in the field. I also suddenly realized that all the worries and fears were unnecessary. Suhai's power far exceeded his guess, and these monsters couldn't harm him at all. In this way, after the time came to afternoon, Suhai quickly solved the monsters gathered on the 15th floor. Then he returned to the ground with Lily Luca. This is for you. At the entrance of the Adventurers Guild. Suhai weighed the cloth bag in his hand that was a few points heavier than yesterday, took half of the gold coins from it, put it into another bag, and handed it to the person who was shorter than him in front of him, ahead of Lily Luca. Faced with such a situation, Lily Luca naturally seemed a little terrified and wanted to refuse. Take it, you deserve it. And you really need money, don't you? I will basically enter the dungeon every day in the future. I just need a long-term supporter. If you want, we will meet you at the entrance of the dungeon tomorrow at 9 o'clock. But just when Lily Luca was about to say something. However, Suhai interrupted what he was about to say and at the same time put the gold coin in his hand directly into Lily Luca's hand. He smiled slowly and said, after doing all this, Suhai turned and left. Seeing the figure gradually disappearing under the setting sun, Lily Luca bit her lips, extremely complicated and tangled. Looking at the heavy gold coins in her hand, Lily Luca always felt a feeling she had never felt before in her heart. Little master, is it really okay to leave like this? In the morning, there were several lines of sight monitoring that little girl. On the way back, Medusa said slowly. Obviously, with Medusa's perception of the surrounding, she naturally discovered that there were several malicious eyes in the dark, monitoring Lily Luca all the time. Don't worry, Lily is not a fragile person. There are some things that we can really help her only if she has made up her mind first. In the face of what Medusa said, Suhai is naturally very clear. A strange light flashed in his eyes and he said something meaningful. In this way, Suhai quickened his pace and soon returned to his family's station. But the moment he opened the gate and entered the courtyard, Suhai was stunned for a moment, because in the pavilion there is a fair-haired girl standing there quietly. This girl is none other than Eyes. Ahai, this guy will be here at noon. I've waited until now, saying that I know you and I have something to do with you. Is this the woman you are outside, Ahai? At this moment, Hesta also came out of the house and quickly came to Suhai, said with a look of resentment, "You think too much." Facing the funny Hesta, Suhai gently grew a hand knife on Hesta's head. He seemed a little annoyed. "You should come here to learn the skills I mentioned last time in order to become stronger." Immediately afterwards, Suhai bypassed Hesta, who was standing in front of him, holding his head and pretending to be about to cry. Came in front of Eyes, smiled, and said slowly. Eyes just nodded slightly, confirming Suhai's guess. "No problem, but it's getting late today. Let's meet on the city wall at the east gate of Orilla at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." When the time comes, I will officially teach you the skills. After all, it was something that he had already admitted, so Suhai naturally would not refuse. In addition, Ai's still has a Samsung treasure chest on her head. It only needs to touch Ai's head to open it. Suhai also wants to take this opportunity to get this Samsung treasure chest, and naturally he will not refuse it. Okay. Facing Suhai's decision, eyes looked at the sky that was about to dim. It was also a pair of eyes that stared at Suhai tightly, nodded slightly and agreed. After saying that, he gestured to Suhai and Hesta and then prepared to go outside. After waiting for so long, you probably haven't eaten yet, right? Stay and have dinner before leaving. Hesta's food is delicious. Looking at Eyes, who was about to leave, Suhai suddenly said. Seeing this, Hesta on the side muttered but didn't say anything. As for Eyes, she looked at Suhai and Hesta and then looked at her belly. He nodded slightly in agreement. After all, after waiting all afternoon, Eyes was indeed hungry. After the group of three returned to the house to eat dinner, Eyes left the Hesta family under the moonlight. Hesta is today's gold coin. In the brightly lit hall, Suhai, who was half lying on the sofa, took out the gold coins he had exchanged today and handed them to Hesta. Sniff, sniff. Ahai, I found out from the beginning that you have the smell of other girls on you. You must have met other women outside today, and you've been together for a long time. However, at this time, Hesta did not receive the gold coins immediately. Instead, he approached Suhai suspiciously, smelling something on Suhai's body. Immediately afterwards, Hesta said with a look of tears and tears. Facing Hesta like this, Suhai was a little surprised at the powerful sense of smell of this lowly goddess. But on the surface, it looked disapproving and said it was Hesta's illusion. After all, he was going to the dungeon to fight, not a date. How could you possibly know another beautiful girl? Looking at Suhai with a serious face, Hesta also looked a little dubious. But looking at such a serious Suhai, there is no more trouble. In this way, after getting the lovely lowly goddess Hesta, Suhai returned to his room ready to rest. But the moment Suhai closed his eyes, the sound of a key turning suddenly came from the door of the room, and then the door was opened, and the lights in the corridor also revealed it. Hesta, who was wearing a simple pajamas with a pillow in her arms, was standing at the door. Hesta, you are. Faced with such a situation, Suhai looked at Hesta at the door and asked in surprise. It's thundering outside, so I thought. Hesta, on the other hand, looked a little scared and said slowly. At the same time, the meaning of what I want to express is self-evident. Obviously, I want to sleep with Suhai tonight. The moment he heard this, Suhai turned his head to look outside the house, only to find that it was raining at some point outside. From time to time, bright lights came from the sky, apparently caused by thunder and lightning. Come in. Don't do anything strange, or be careful, I can't help it. Facing Hesta standing at the door, Suhai had some doubts that a god who had lived for hundreds of millions of years would be afraid of thunder. But he still spoke slowly. Great, I knew Ahai was the best. After hearing Suhai's agreement, Hesta's face immediately turned from cloudy to sunny. She closed the door very happily, ran to the bedside, and then jumped to the bed. At the same time, a successful smile flashed in his eyes. Obviously, Hesta was faking her fear of thunder just to want to be in the same room with Suhai. After all, she smelled other women on Suhai's body today. Hesta faintly felt a sense of crisis. Looking at Hesta holding him in his arms, Suhai felt a little warmth in his heart, but shook his head helplessly, then turned off the light and slowly fell asleep. What the two of them didn't notice on the bed was that there was another person in the room with a face full of resentment, who was looking at them in a state of invisibility. The next day, Suhai, who woke up Yo-Yo, immediately felt a heaviness in his chest, and at the same time he seemed to be restrained by something. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to break free, and at the same time he opened his eyes from his sleep. Suhai opened his eyes and immediately saw Hesta, the goddess with her eyes closed, hanging on her body like a koala with her hands and feet, looking at Hesta in her sleep, wearing only one pajamas and her skin looming. Suhai subconsciously swallowed his saliva, an unavoidable fire in his heart. But fortunately, Suhai controlled this emotion in time and shook his head helplessly. He lowered his head and kissed Hesta's forehead, carefully removed Hesta's hand and feet on his body. After recovering the quilt, he left the room in a hurry. If he stayed any longer, Suhai really couldn't guarantee that he would be able to hold back. After all, Suhai is not a saint with few desires. When Suhai left the villa, his genius had just dawned. After all, she promised Eyes yesterday, so Suhai naturally couldn't keep her word. With Suhai deliberately quickening his pace, Suhai and Medusa, who was in an invisible state, soon came to the agreed city wall. The moment she reached the city wall, a blonde beauty was already waiting there quietly. The moment he saw Ace, Suhai was a little surprised that the other party came so early. I wanted to say something, but after seeing the eagerness and enthusiasm in Ai's eyes, it is clear in my heart that this is a heart that is eager to pursue power. The reason why Suhai can understand is because he had the same feeling during the period when he had just passed through the system and had not awakened. Since it's here, let's get started. Strengthening magic is a kind of magic that strengthens the target through the flow of magic power. That is to say, it can not only strengthen the human body and improve the quality of various aspects, but also strengthen the weapons and other aspects. Of course, the effect is also directly related to the strengthening of people and things. In theory, the stronger the endurance of people and things, the better the strengthening effect will naturally be. And once the strengthening limit is exceeded, and the limit that people and objects can withstand, they will face collapse. Therefore, strengthening magic also has certain dangers, so it requires skilled control and careful use. After a simple greeting, Suhai directly began to explain the strengthening magic. After thinking about it, Suhai finally felt that strengthening magic was the most suitable for Ai's today. After 2 hours of hands-on teaching, Ai's also barely mastered the strengthening magic, although it was still very unstable and could not be used to strengthen the human body. But it can barely strengthen the weapon in his hand, and the next thing is a long practice. After all, although strengthening magic is not complicated, it is a magic that needs to be accumulated and practiced over a long period of time. Thanks. Looking at the weapon that was obviously sharper after using the strengthening magic in her hand, Ai said slowly. At the same time, he knelt down to the ground and waved to Suhai with a blank face. Motioned to Suhai to come to her side. Facing Ace's behavior, Suhai didn't know what to do. But without any hesitation, she walked slowly to Ai's, who was kneeling on the ground. They squatted down as well, and the two were almost at the same height again. In this way, under Suhai's surprised expression, Ai's reached out and hugged Suhai's head. Putting Suhai's head on his thigh, a very standard knee pillow came. Ace is. I could feel the softness of the back of my head and the fragrance of the girl's body entering my breath, Suhai asked in surprise. After all, this kind of behavior is obviously not something that Ai's can do. It's thanks. Tiona and Thiogni said it was the best way to thank you. They said you would love it. While stroking Suhai's head, Ai's had the illusion of grooming a pet. Said slowly. At the same time, he said slowly in his mouth. In the face of such an answer, Suhai's face showed a look that was as expected. In my heart, I secretly gave a like to the two Tiona sisters. In this way, facing the slowly rising morning light, after enjoying the girl's lap pillow for 10 minutes. Seeing that the time was almost up, Suhai had no choice but to end this benefit with a pity. Then he left the city wall and headed towards the central dungeon. After all, improving strength is the most important thing at the moment. During the period, although you can relax a little, you can't indulge in it. Only the strength that is invincible in the world can truly control your own destiny. When he was about to reach the entrance of the dungeon, Suhai suddenly felt a very hot and fanatical gaze. This aggressive look immediately irritated Suhai. But when Suhai looked towards the Tower of Babel, the skyscraper in the center of Orlais, where the eyes came from, this gaze disappeared again. After some fruitless observations, Suhai had no choice but to continue on his way. Soon they came to the square in front of the entrance of the dungeon. At this time, Lily Luca had indeed carried her huge package that did not fit her body and stood quietly in the center of the square, waiting for Suhai to arrive. Sir Suhai. The moment she saw Suhai, Lily Luca immediately took 2 steps forward, smiled, and shouted. Seeing this, Suhai smiled and nodded in response. The two walked towards the depths of the dungeon. Oh. Such a beautiful soul, he must be mine, I must get this child. However, what Suhai didn't know was that on the Tower of Babel, a skyscraper, there was a goddess who seemed to be synonymous with beauty and was full of charm. Because he observed the brilliance of his soul, he was already stimulated, and he was blushing and slumped to the ground, muttering to himself. In this way, the time soon came to 5 days. During these 5 days, Suhai would go to the city wall every morning to instruct Eyes to learn strengthening magic, then go to the dungeon with Lily Luca. Sir Suhai, shall we still go to the 16th floor today? At the entrance of the dungeon, Lily Luca asked happily. After getting along for the past few days, Lily Luca can be said to have completely trusted Suhai. Roughly the same, but today I should go to the 17th floor to take a look. If possible, I will deal with the big guy there. Looking at Lily Luca next to her, Suhai said slowly while walking towards the entrance of the dungeon. It turned out that when the status was updated last night, Suhai's various abilities had already reached 2000, which is the level of 3s. Now that there is no upgrade, as long as you complete the corresponding great deeds, you can upgrade from LV1 to LV2. Today, Suhai plans to go to the 17th floor and kill the Lord Goliath, which is equivalent to the LV4 level floor, in order to allow yourself to successfully upgrade to LV2. Lily Luca was a little surprised by this, but she was relieved when she thought of Suhai's strength. Since this time there is no need to waste time because of the ability to exercise, the two of them quickly passed through the 16th floor and came to the entrance of the 17th floor. Obviously, the 17th floor is different from the previous 16 floors. There is not much space, only a huge square and two entrances and exits. There are thick walls all around. As the solitary king of the labyrinth, there is only one monster on this floor, Goliath, and the corresponding level will be 2 levels higher than the monsters on this floor. That is, it has reached the strength of LV4. Of course, even then Suhai could handle it with ease. So when they came to the entrance of the 17th floor without any hesitation, they walked in with Lily Luca directly. Wait a minute, Lily just stands behind me. The moment they entered the 17th floor, the wall in front of the two of them slowly shattered with the sound of earth and rocks shattering. First, a huge arm came out of the earth and stone. Immediately afterwards, Goliath, who was 5 or 6 meters tall and had an incomparably huge body, broke free from the wall. He seemed very violent and rushed towards Suhai and the two, as if to tear the two to pieces with the power of Mount Tai. Facing this powerful momentum, Lily Luca, who had never felt it before, immediately took a step back in fright. However, after seeing the unusually tall figure in front of her, Lily Luca's originally fearful heart became extremely firm. And Suhai didn't disappoint Lily Luca while Goliath rushed over. In an instant, a golden and white holy sword appeared in Suhai's hand. Apparently it was Suhai who got the sword of promised victory that he had never used since. Excalibur. Suhai was also able to kill Goliath without using the sword of oath of victory. Faced with such a huge body, it takes a little effort. Suhai slowly raised the sword of oath victory over his head, and in an instant countless golden light spots gathered from all directions. A fiery ray of light rose from the sword of victory, and Suhai was covered in golden light. This is the brilliance of the gods. Under the golden light, Lily Luca seemed to feel the good wishes contained in all things in the world in these light spots. For a while, he couldn't help showing a look of yearning and muttered to himself. After a short period of charging, Suhai slashed the sword of victory promised towards Goliath, who was rushing towards him. In this way, after a flurry of earth and rocks flew, a huge long pit appeared in front of Suhai. The scene was very messy, and Goliath, the floor owner, completely disappeared in this scorching brilliance, and even the magic crystal in his body was not left behind. Obviously, all turned into ashes under this attack. Faced with such a situation, Suhai secretly sighed in his heart that he could no longer use the sword of oath of victory at will when he went to the dungeon in the future. Otherwise, all the magic crystals will be destroyed together with the monsters. Congratulations to the host for killing Goliath and getting a 3-star treasure chest. But although they didn't get Goliath's magic crystal, Suhai unexpectedly got something better. It turned out that when Goliath appeared, Suhai was surprised to find that Goliath actually had a 3-star treasure chest on his body, and the condition for opening it was to kill. Open. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Suhai did not hesitate to open the treasure chest without any hesitation. Congratulations to the host for opening the Samsung treasure chest and getting the chance to liberate the real name of the gun of Longinus once. The moment the treasure chest was opened, the system's voice appeared in Suhai's head. At the same time, a card was lying quietly in the system space, and a scarlet long gun was drawn on the card. Can it only be used once? Suhai was very happy when he heard the name of the gun of Longinus, thinking that his personality had exploded this time. However, after hearing that it could only be used once, Suhai felt a little regretful. Fortunately, Suhai didn't have too much entanglement. After all, it is very rare to be able to open the gun of Longinus in the Samsung treasure chest. Although it can only be used once, it can be used at certain times, to a great effect. Lily, let's go back. After taking the sword of oath of victory back into the system space, Suhai turned to look at it, and Lily Luca, who still hadn't recovered, said with a smile, "Oh, Sir Suhai, that sword just now is." Lily Luca, who had regained her senses, asked subconsciously. Obviously, the power displayed by the sword of oath victory had already shocked Lily Luca. The sword of the oath of victory, the most powerful noble phantasm in my hand, is also one of my trump cards. This is a secret between me and Lily, don't tell anyone else. Looking at Lily Luca with a curious face, Master Suhai didn't hide too much and said bluntly. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and touched Lily Luca's head and 2 animal ears. Immediately afterwards, he took the lead and walked towards the exit. Secret. Seeing the back of Suhai leaving, Lily Luca lowered her head and muttered to herself. A smile appeared on her face and quickly followed Suhai's footsteps. Soon the two left the dungeon, entered the Adventurers Guild, and exchanged all the magic crystals for gold coins. According to the past practice, after one person gets half of the gold coins, the two said goodbye to each other and went in two different directions. But this time, Suhai didn't go very far, and Suhai suddenly turned back and followed in the direction Lily Luca left. Little Master, are you finally preparing a hero to save beauty and rescue a girl in distress? Regarding Suhai's behavior, Medusa, who was hidden by the heroic spirit, said with a bit of ridicule. Suhai was accustomed to this, just rolled his eyes and didn't say much. On the other hand, after Lily Luca left with the gold coin, she lowered her head and entered an alley looking a little uneasy. And in this alley, there are already many burly people who are in the same family as Lily Luca waiting. Bring it to you. That kid is really a fat sheep. He gives you so much money every time. Good job this time. Keep grabbing this fat sheep and don't let him run away. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Taking the lead, an adventurer with a bloated figure and a machete in his hand snatched the gold coin in Lily Luca's hand. After weighing the weight, he seemed very satisfied. At the same time, the faces of the adventurers who surrounded Lily Luca in the middle showed wild smiles. Obviously, they were adventurers from the same family, but these people robbed Lily Luca of gold coins not once or twice. But this is a normal thing among the Soma family. Soma is the god of winemaking in the heavens, and even the gods will indulge in it. Not to mention these ordinary adventurers, and brewing requires a lot of money in order to be able to drink a sip of the wine brewed by the main god. Naturally, these adventurers go to great lengths to obtain money. Faced with this adventurer, Lily Luca, who kept her head down, was very sad, but he knew very well that with his weak strength he couldn't resist these LV2 or even LV3 combat adventurers. Well. So I'm just a big fat sheep in your hearts. But just when these adventurers were about to exchange the money in their hands for fine wine, a playful voice came from the other side of the alley. When they heard the sound, everyone looked towards the entrance of the alley. Only then did I realize that a young man with a samurai sword in his hand was walking towards everyone with a playful face. The moment they saw the person coming, everyone's pupils shrank. Apparently recognized Suhai, but that's normal. These people are watching Lily Luca every day. Naturally, I have seen Suhai more than once, and I understand that this person in front of them is the one who is taking advantage of them. Boy, I didn't expect you to come to the door. Since that's the case, don't blame our subordinates for being ruthless. We just robbed you of all your money. Originally, you only need to be deceived with peace of mind. At least you can save your life. After a short period of surprise, the adventurers of the Soma clan showed ugly faces. They took out their weapons and quickly surrounded Suhai, who was walking slowly. At this time, Lily Luca also looked at Suhai with despair, not worried about Suhai's safety. After all, Lily Luca now knows Suhai's strength very well. Knowing that these adventurers may be an insurmountable chasm for him, but not worth mentioning at all for Suhai. The reason why Lily Luca is so desperate is because she feels that now Suhai has discovered her deception. Get rid of this guy. After the LV3 leader glanced at Suhai, who was surrounded by the middle, he showed a cruel smile, raised the big sword in his hand and launched an attack. At the same time, he did not forget to give orders. Ugh. In the face of these people who are looking for death and do not know how high the sky is, Suhai sighed helplessly. Immediately afterwards, he held his right hand on the handle of the sun blade around his waist. With a simple slash, the 7 or 8 adventurers who had rushed towards Suhai immediately froze in place after a few orange-yellow thunder sword lights. Number: impossible, you're just a rookie adventurer, how could it be? At the moment when the sword was neatly sheathed, Suhai passed these adventurers who were stiff in place without anyone else. She walked over to Lily Luca, who had been facing away from her and did not dare to turn around to face her. When passing by the adventurer who took the lead said with his last breath in disbelief. Immediately afterwards, these adventurers fell into a pool of blood with shocked eyes. Hearing the footsteps coming from behind, Lily Luca subconsciously trembled. Tears of grievance flowed from the corners of his eyes, waiting for the punishment to come. But in the next instant, Lily Luca opened her eyes in surprise and looked up at the person behind her. It turned out that Lily Luca, who had closed her eyes, did not wait for punishment, but a large warm hand was placed on her head. Well, I originally wanted to wait for Lily to speak out and ask for help. But I couldn't wait any longer, so I had no choice but to make a move. Don't look at me as a rookie adventurer, I still know something about the Soma family. Looking at the surprised Lily Luca, Suhai slowly explained. The pursuit of a better life is everyone's instinct, so it's not Lily's fault. I've been waiting for Lily's help. After all, we are companions, aren't we? So I now officially invite Lily to join on behalf of the Hesta family. Immediately afterwards, Suhai spoke directly. Faced with such words, Lily Luca couldn't hold back after all, and she plunged into Suhai's arms with tears from the corners of her eyes. Obviously, Lily Luca's mood was very complicated at this time. If that's the case, I'll take Lily as your agreement. While comforting Lily Luca in his arms, Suhai came to a conclusion. Then, after calming Lily Luca's mood, Suhai prepared to go to the residence of the Soma family and let Soma perform the conversion ceremony for Lily Luca. Sir Suhai. Lily Luca wanted to say something about Suhai's behavior. After all, the other party is a whole family, so Lily Luca naturally has some concerns. Don't worry, just leave the rest to me and I will take care of everything. Lily just needs to follow me and watch. However, before the words were finished, Suhai smiled and spoke to dispel Liluca's concerns. Then, under the guidance, the two quickly moved towards the Soma family. The two came to the residence of the Soma family. Looking at the closed door, Suhai hesitated at all, pushed it open and walked in with Lily Luca. At the moment of entering, there were more than 10 people in the entire yard, all of whom were obviously adventurers from the Soma family. It's not okay for Lily Luca to bring outsiders into the family's quarters. At the same time, a cunning adventurer with narrowed eyes slowly came to the two of them. His tone seemed somber. This person is none other than Sanis Rastella, the leader of the Soma family with a level of LV2 and the title of Winekeeper. Even though he was only at LV2 level, he was able to order everyone in the entire Soma clan. The reason is that the god Soma left everything to Sanis Rastella in order to make wine with peace of mind. Usually only Sanis Rastella can see Soma and get the brewed wine. Under the control of fine wine, most of the LV2 and all LV3 adventurers are stronger than Sanis Rastella, but they are willing to be controlled by Sanis Rastella. Looking at Sanis Rastella, who was in front of her, Lily Luca shivered instinctively. There was obviously some fear in his heart. Fortunately, at this time, Suhai took 2 steps forward and came to Lily Luca's side. He put his hand on Lily Luca's head. Let him feel at ease for a moment. Where's Soma? Take me to meet him. Looking at Sanis Rastella in front of him, a sharp light flashed in Suhai's eyes and he said bluntly, Lord God, is it possible that you, an outsider, can see if you want to see it? And dare to call God's name directly, no matter which family you are, don't even think about retreating today. Seeing this, Sanis Rastella naturally shrank his pupils, realizing that the visitor was not good. God Soma is the root of Sanis Rastella's ability to control the entire family, and naturally it is impossible to tell others where Soma is. Therefore, after a gloomy look flashed across Sanis Rastella's face, he decisively gave orders to the adventurers around him. In an instant, more than a dozen adventurers in the yard took out their weapons one after another, with fierce expressions on their faces, and surrounded Lily and Suhai at the door. Enhanced magic. Facing the reactions of some adventurers, a smile appeared on the corner of Suhai's mouth. Today's Suhai is worried that he can't find an excuse to teach these people a lesson, and now they have sent them to the door. It is simply self-defeating. At the moment when countless magical circuits appeared in the whole body, a strong air explosion sounded in the ears of everyone. And Suhai also disappeared in place in an instant, and in the next instant, he came to an adventurer and waved his right hand heavily. Just like this, the sound of explosions and screams came from time to time in the entire Soma family. After a cup of tea, only Suhai and Lily stood intact in the riddled yard. And all the other Soma familiar adventurers were lying on the ground, either holding their twisted hands or holding their broken feet and crying constantly. As for Sanis Rastella, he received special care. Not only did his hands become completely deformed, but his face, which was still acceptable, had been beaten into a pig's head, and none of his face was normal skin. Although it was very painful, Sanis Rastella couldn't cry out at this time. Can you take me to see Soma now? But Suhai didn't care about that and came directly, lying on the ground next to Sanis Rastella, who was trembling with pain. The tone seemed very relaxed. And it was such plain words that in Sanis Rastella seemed like the whispers of a demon. So frightened that Sanis Rastella couldn't take the pain into consideration at all, struggled to stand up at a very fast speed, and nodded quickly. Then he led the way in front and headed towards the depths of the villa. Sure enough, after a cup of tea, the 3 of them came to a room in the deepest part of the villa. The moment he opened the door, Suhai saw a small man in a white dress playing with various instruments in the room. The whole room was filled with a strong aroma of wine. Obviously, this person is Soma. He was already obsessed with winemaking, and he seemed to have not seen the arrival of the three of them at Soma. Or maybe I saw it but didn't care about it at all. Are you Soma? Someone wants to leave your family and needs you to do a conversion ceremony. After letting Sonny's Rastella roll down next to him, Suhai led Lily into the room, looking at Sumo, who was still expressionless and busy with his own eyes, and said slowly. Suhai didn't want to say anything more about such an irresponsible main god. After learning that Lily Luca wanted to leave the family, Soma finally raised her head slowly and turned her gaze to Lily Luca. In the end, he didn't say anything and directly performed the conversion ceremony for Lily Luca, and then continued to return to his brewing work. It was as if giving up a child of his own family had no effect on him in the slightest. In this regard, Lily Luca finally flashed a disappointed look in her eyes, then turned and walked towards the door. Humans are indeed a very complex and easily seduced species, but it is precisely because of this that the guidance of your gods is needed. I have never given guidance to my family, so I gave up without authorization. It is the worst Lord God I have ever seen. The moment Suhai turned to leave, he spoke slowly. Only then did he walk outside the gate facing Suhai's words. Sumo, who had lowered his head and fiddled with various things, paused for a moment. Obviously, these words affected him. As for whether he will make changes in the future, that is his own business. Ooh. It's obvious that I already have me, but Ahai has to go outside to pick on flowers and bring such a cute girl home. The Hesta familiar's residence, Suhai brought Lily Luca back for a split second before she had time to explain anything. Hesta immediately puffed her cheeks and said very childishly, and he was still staring at Lily Luca with his own eyes. Lily Luca looked very uncomfortable. Okay, this is Lily. It's here to join our Hesta family. Looking at Hesta like this, Suhai showed an expression that was as expected. Obviously, there had been speculation about the reaction of this lowly goddess. While explaining, he also slowly told what happened. Well, since Ahai said so, there is no way to do it. Let you join our family, but Ahai is mine. You are not allowed to attack him, and you must also prevent other girls from approaching him. After listening to Lily Luca's experience, Hesta's eyes changed obviously. Obviously, Hesta is a very kind goddess, but sometimes it's a little out of tune. While agreeing to Lily Luca's participation, he deliberately leaned into Lily Luca's ear and warned quietly. Lord Hesta, even a god, has no right to restrict others' personal freedom. Lord Suhai belongs to me. But unfortunately, Lily Luca is also a master of ghosts, and after getting familiar with Hesta's character, she quickly let go. Seeing the two arguing like children, Suhai lightly tapped them on the head angrily, preventing them from arguing further. Otherwise, with their personalities, they would be noisy all night. Immediately after the conversion ceremony, Lily Luca's back was completely transformed with the symbol of God's gift, which also represented that Lily Luca officially became a member of the Hesta family. Oh right. Hesta update me on the status too. While watching the conversion ceremony completed, Suhai suddenly thought that he had not completed the upgrade, so he said to Hesta. Then he took off his shirt, seemingly very skillfully, and lay down on the sofa. Ahai, congratulations. You successfully upgraded from LV1 to LV2, and it only took 1 week. You became the fastest adventurer in the entire Labyrinth City to upgrade from LV1 to LV2. As for the ability to develop, there are 3 options: Magic Guide, Swordsman, and Abnormal Resistance. Which one do you want to choose, Ahai? Facing the successful upgrade of Suhai, Hesta looked very proud and happy. It was directly attached to Suhai's back, and he said a little excitedly. As an adventurer in the Labyrinth City, every level up will randomly appear some development abilities suitable for adventurers, and one can choose one of them with the help of gods. These abilities can be said to be very precious. Just like the name, swordsmen naturally increase the use of weapons and swords by adventurers. The same is true for the developmental abilities such as magic and abnormal resistance. Just a swordsman, feeling the softness behind him, Suhai's heart immediately trembled, said somewhat uncomfortably. Even though Suhai likes this occasional benefit, she is a little helpless. As a goddess, Hesta has no self-awareness. I don't understand how attractive her body is to a normal man. If it goes on like this, Suhai is a little unsure of which day he might not be able to bear it anymore. Lord Hesta, it will be troublesome for Suhai-sama if you do this. Instead, Lily Luca, who had been watching, stood aside and reminded with a frown. Apparently there is some taste in my heart. And Hesta, after hearing Lily Luca's reminder, glanced at the other party provocatively as if she was swearing something. But despite this, Hesta directly helped Suhai choose Swordsman as the first development ability. After doing all this, Hesta left Suhai's back, allows Suhai to sit up, to celebrate Lily's joining and my success as an advanced adventurer. I won't be eating at home tonight, let's go out to dinner and have a good meal. The moment he put on his clothes, Suhai glanced at Hesta and Lily Luca who were sitting on the sofa, smiled and said slowly. In this regard, Hesta and Lily Luca naturally have no objection. After all, today is indeed a memorable day. In this way, the group of three quickly left the station and headed towards the most famous adventurer's restaurant in the entire Labyrinth City, the Mistress of Abundance. System opened the property panel. On the way there, Suhai looked amusingly at Hesta and Lilyuka, who were holding their right and left hands in secret competition, while talking to the system in his mind. Obviously, he wants to see the specific improvement of his own strength. Name Suhai, physical, the peak of the middle-level demon. Energy, the pinnacle of mid-level demons. Ability, enhanced magic, breath of thunder, fire escape, fireball technique. Items, sun knife, sword of oath of victory, a real name liberation card of the spear of Longinus, one-time consumable, Ria's original Fat Times game disc. Heroic spirit, Medusa, rider, sister R. Comprehensive evaluation, the highest ranking demon if the whole cards are counted. After seeing the significant increase in strength, Suhai is naturally very happy. After all, the purpose of coming to this world is to quickly improve his strength. Welcome. Before they knew it, the three of them came to the door of the Masty Mistress Tavern. A young female clerk with light blue hair, the moment she saw Suhai and the three of them, immediately spoke with great enthusiasm. At the same time, three people were introduced into the store. This female clerk is none other than Seer, who likes to give the protagonist bento in the original book. Lord Hesta, what do the two adventurers want to eat? We recommend you try it today. Apparently, Seal Furova knew the goddess Hesta. Then have one. Facing the smiling Zir Furova, Suhai also spoke slowly. At the same time, he looked around with his own eyes. Come and drink. We made a good profit today. We must be happy. Yeah. It has to be said that the Mistress of Abundance is worthy of being the most popular adventurer restaurant in the Labyrinth City, and the hall is almost filled with a large number of adventurer teams. While eating meat and drinking freely, many adventurers are still telling everything that happened during the day, as if this is the ultimate fun for adventurers. At the same time, Suhai also secretly sighed that the store is not simple, because the proprietress, who looks like a giant clan, an elf clan female clerk, and a cat girl clan are not simple in Suhai's perception. Exist. Especially the proprietress of the giant clan, even compared to Finn, the leader of the Loki clan who holds the title of hero. Lord Hesta, please take it easy. It didn't take long for Zir, who went back and forth, to bring the elf clerk and the cat girl clerk to the front of the three. And in the hands of the three of them, they also held a plate of seafood spaghetti with plenty of weight, as well as some drinks and other dishes. But without exception, the portion is very sufficient. Facing the huge plates of food placed on the table, Lily Luca suddenly looked a little surprised. Apparently it was a surprise. As an adventurer, you don't have the strength to explore the dungeon if you don't eat enough. Zir may have also seen the changes in the facial expressions of the three and said very calmly, obviously, she has not seen such a scene once or twice. But I have to say that although the weight seems to be a little more, the fragrance that comes out is enough to prove that the taste of these things is not bad. And the fact is the same, the three people who didn't have dinner at all under the temptation of this aroma suddenly felt an emptiness in their abdomens. The three of them didn't hesitate, they picked up the tools and started eating the instant the food was in. Both these foods and juices have a unique taste. Boy, are you new here? As an adventurer, I actually drink juice. Do you want me to teach you how to drink? Of course you don't have to drink, then let the two next to you come and drink with us. However, there are always some people who get carried away when they relax and seek their own death. I saw that in the adventure team at the table next to the three. A pig adventurer who smelled of alcohol and flushed with a large glass of wine suddenly stood up and came to the front of the three. With the smell of alcohol, he slammed the wine in his hand on the table of the three of them and said a little wildly. He also glanced at Hesta and Lily Luca next to Suhai from time to time. Apparently the guy looked at Suhai surrounded by two girls with jealousy and then hit the two girls. Facing such a situation, a look of disgust appeared on the faces of Hesta and Lily Luca. Roll. Suhai even stopped the knife and fork in his hand and uttered a word in a low voice. Ha ha ha, Captain Bayman was shriveled in the hands of a newcomer. In the face of this scene, the team members named Bayman also laughed and laughed. Boy, you are courting death. Facing the ridicule of the players, Bayman felt a dull face. A nameless anger surged from his heart, and he raised his right hand and waved it heavily towards Suhai. At this moment, facing such an ignorant guy, Suhai's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His right hand was lying on his waist instantly, above the handle of the sun blade. If there is no accident, the next moment, the man named Bayman will fall into a pool of blood. Don't make trouble in the store, but just as Suhai was drawn out, a light green figure suddenly appeared between the two. He reached out to hold Bayman's fist and kicked it to the ground. At the same time, he said with an expressionless face, "This person is none other than one of the female shop assistants, Liu Leon, a level 4 elf girl. This is a place to eat, not a place to fight. Anyone who dares to make trouble will get out." At the same instant, Mia Grando of LV6, the former head of Freya Familia, the giant mother behind the counter, also burst out with due momentum and said with a loud voice. Immediately, all the adventurers who knew this temperament in the entire shop became quiet. The guy named Bayman, who was lying on the ground, also fled back to his desk in embarrassment. And he and his team members quickly finished the food, and after paying the payment, they walked out of the restaurant. Hesta, Lily, eat slowly first, I'll go out. At this moment, Suhai also stood up from his position, looked very calm and said something to the two women next to him, then turned around and prepared to go out after him. Although Lily vaguely guessed what Suhai wanted to do, they didn't say anything but nodded understandingly. "Little guy, he is just a drunk and unintentional mistake, why should you?" Just looking at Suhai's behavior, Aunt Mia, who was behind the counter, shook her head helplessly and said, apparently she also guessed what Suhai was going to do. "I don't care about other people, but if he dares to attack the people around me, then it is the biggest mistake. Since you made a mistake, you have to pay the price you deserve." In the face of Aunt Mia's persuasion, Suhai just paused, and after speaking slowly, he directly held the sun blade at his waist and walked out without looking back. Seeing Suhai doing her own way, Aunt Mia and the elf girl who knew it in their hearts, they had to silently mourn for Bayman in their hearts. "Liu, isn't this boy a newcomer? Is he trying to trouble that Baman?" Seeing this situation, Zir asked the elf girl next to her with some doubts. In Zir's heart, although Suhai looks very temperamental, she is also good-looking. But compared to Bayman, who was already at level 3, he was only a rookie after all. No, he's strong. Facing Zir's puzzlement, the elf girl said solemnly as she watched Suhai's disappearing back. The killing intent displayed at that moment is not something that an ordinary adventurer can possess. It's really getting harder and harder for young people today. At the same time, Aunt Mia, who was standing behind the counter, also said with some emotion. Obviously, at that moment, she acutely felt the killing intent that Suhai burst out. Damn it's kid if it wasn't because he was in the store and the guy from the elf clan stopped him. I absolutely want that kid to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. After leaving the rich hostess, Bayman and his party quickly walked into a dark alley. Now several people are a little drunk, and Baman, who is walking in the forefront, said a little angrily. They didn't realize that not far in front of them there was already a young man waiting quietly. "It's you B***************. D. If you don't hide in the tavern well, you dare to appear in front of us. I'm so embarrassed by this, uncle, just to teach you a lesson." After getting close, Baman finally discovered Suhai's existence. The anger in his heart made his drunkenness disappear for a moment, and he immediately took out the heavy sword behind him and charged towards Suhai. As for the others, with a cruel smile on their faces, they quietly watched all this. It was as if he had anticipated the scene where Suhai was hit by Baman's epi and his blood was flying. But it was clear that the results were destined to disappoint them. As Bayman charged, Suhai's eyes suddenly sharpened, instantly shot two sharp eyes and then pulled out the sun blade at an extremely fast speed. It disappeared in place like a yellow thunderbolt and appeared behind Baman in the blink of an eye. My hand, at this moment Meng Meng, who was in a state of rapid sprinting, also stiffened in place. As if being strangled by fate's throat, in the next instant, a sound of flesh being cut came out. Bayman's left hand was broken at the shoulder, and blood spurted out like a spring. The arm and the heavy sword fell heavily to the ground, perhaps because of Suhai's too fast speed. It was not until the arm fell to the ground that Baman's reflex nerves felt pain. Growled. After doing all this, Suhai slowly sheathed his knife and walked towards the exit of the alley. Looking at Suhai, who was like a killing god, the other people who originally had cruel smiles quickly gave up a passage with a hint of fear. Do not dare to hinder in the slightest. After Suhai disappeared into the passage, these people hurried forward and lifted Baman, who had fainted from the severe pain, and quickly left the dark alley. Sir Suhai, ahai. By the time Suhai returned to the Mistress of Plenty, Hesta and Lily Luca had almost eaten, apparently waiting for Suhai to come. In response, Suhai had a soft smile on his face and nodded towards the two of them. as if the person who had just cut off someone else's arm cruelly just because of a word was not him. After taking out a few gold coins to pay for the meal, the three left the tavern and headed towards the station. Lord God, please let me join your family and become an adventurer. Little devil, you are so skinny and want to become an adventurer, you have to become stronger and come back. Of course, if you have money, that's another story. However, on the way the three of them went back, they heard the voice of a young man and a mature woman coming from an alley. Oh, has this guy come to Labyrinth City? Facing the sound from this silent night, the three of them looked curiously towards the alley. Immediately, he found a white-haired boy standing at the door of a family residence, and opposite the white-haired boy was a mature Amazonian woman. From their conversations, it can be found that it is obviously an incompetent, poor, and thin teenager who wants to join the family. As a result, the eager teenager was rejected. This is a very normal result. After the gods of the heavenly world came to the human world, they sealed their power and became just like ordinary people. While human beings choose gods and relatives, the gods are also choosing more qualified humans to become their relatives. Obviously, this very ordinary, even some immature and shy teenagers in the eyes of most gods, do not have the qualifications to become their own family members. However, the moment he saw this young man, Suhai's face did flash a hint of interest. Because Suhai recognized the identity of this boy, it was the protagonist of this world, Bel Crani. Obviously, the current time period is the scene when Bel just arrived in the Labyrinth City, looking for his family to join. It is worth mentioning that Bel also has a bright 4-star treasure chest on his head, and the condition for opening it is that it is included in the Hesta family. Facing this dazzling 4-star treasure box that only he could see, Suhai couldn't help but sighed inwardly. He really deserves to be the darling of this world. Even though his strength is so weak now, there is a 4-star treasure on his body, star-level treasure chest. After being rejected again, Bel walked out of the alley with a very low expression. In fact, Bel has been in Labyrinth City for nearly a week, and during this period of time, Bel has been looking for no less than 10 family members one after another, but unfortunately they were all rejected without exception. Young man, are you looking for a family member? When Bel came to Suhai ready to pass the three of them, Suhai asked directly. Facing Suhai's sudden opening, Hesta and Lily Luca glanced at Suhai in surprise. However, neither of them said anything. After all, in their hearts, Suhai is now the backbone. What? Facing Suhai's voice, Bel, who had lowered his head, slowly raised his head and looked at Suhai in surprise. Since Bel came to the Labyrinth City, it was the first time someone took the initiative to ask him. My name is Suhai and I am the head of the Hesta family. This is Lily, a servant of the Hesta family, and our goddess Hesta. Since you are looking for a family, do you want to join our Hesta family? Looking at Bel with a confused face, Suhai said bluntly, What, really? Is it really possible? Facing this sudden happiness, Bel was obviously in disbelief and confirmed with a tangled expression on his face. Obviously, Bel at this time very much hoped that all this was true, but was afraid that he had heard it wrong. Looking at Bel's reaction, Suhai immediately felt the cute aspect of this teenager. It seemed a little funny, nodded and gave a positive answer. In this regard, Bel was still very happy and excited, and there were tears of happiness flowing from the corners of his eyes, and he looked at Hesta. Obviously, Hesta, the main god, is seeking answers again. Hesta looked at Bel in front of her, although she wondered why Suhai chose this thin and ordinary boy to join her family. But after thinking that this was Suhai's choice, Hesta naturally chose trust and nodded slightly. In this way, Bel was soon taken back to the family station by the three of Suhai and received the gift of God. And Suhai also got his wish and got the 4-star treasure chest on his head. System, open the treasure chest. At night in the room where he was resting, Suhai looked at the 4-star treasure chest sparkling in his system space and said to the system with anticipation, Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly lock against the divine weapon. In a burst of light, the 4-star treasure chest in the system space slowly opened, and at the moment when the treasure chest was sold, a seemingly endless golden chain appeared in the system space. Even watching from a different space, Suhai can feel the full malice of the gods on the lock of the sky. I'm going, does this mean that I want to be completely hostile to the gods? Facing the appearance of the lock of the sky. Suhai was a little surprised at the same time. After all, the one-time use opportunity of the Godkiller was opened in the previous treasure chest, and now he has opened the Skylock, which has absolute binding ability to the gods. Ahai, is there anything special about Bel? You actually invited him to join our family, it's not like you. Just as Suhai was surprised, Hesta's clingy voice rang in her ears. Today, Suhai is not alone in the room. Hesta is also lying next to Suhai now. It turns out that since the thunderstorm, Hesta has not returned to her room to rest. In addition, Suhai will not take the initiative to ask, so now Hesta will come to Suhai's room very naturally every night. It is indeed a very talented young man. If I insist, maybe there is no adventurer's talent in the entire Labyrinth City, and he can match him. Looking at Hesta lying next to him, Suhai recalled several bug-level skills that Belle would appear in the future and said slowly. In this way, after 2 more conversations, the two also embraced each other and fell asleep leisurely. Fortunately, after a period of adaptation, Suhai was used to Hesta sleeping with him. Suhai was still a little embarrassed thinking about the predicament in the first few days. But this is normal. After all, such a pure and lustful goddess sleeps next to him. As long as he is a normal teenager, he will have some impulses that are not suitable for children. Captain, do you really want to buy me equipment? I heard that the weapons of adventurers in the Labyrinth City are very expensive. The next morning, Suhai took Belle and Lily away from the station of the Hesta family and headed for the most prosperous area in the center of the Labyrinth City. Today, Suhai's purpose is not to go to the dungeon, but to buy some armor and weapons for Belle and Lily. After all, in the future dungeon exploration, Suhai will inevitably go to a deeper level, and then he will naturally be fine, but Belle and Lily are hard to say. Even with the protection of Suhai, you need good armor and weapons. It's okay, it's a welcome gift from the head of my team to you. Looking at Belle, who was a little embarrassed, Suhai said indifferently. After all, money is really just an optional thing for Suhai today. In this way, the group soon came to a weapon shop under the family of Hephaestus, the god of forging. In this weapon shop, there are several thousand phalles of weapons, and there are only tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of phalles of weapons. The moment they entered the shop, Belle and Lily were attracted by the large number of weapons that looked gorgeous. After more than an hour, the 3 of them returned from the weapon shop and walked out of the gate. After some selection, Suhai bought Lily a huge backpack made of hides dropped by powerful monsters. A set of ladies' light armor that covers some vital parts lightly, so that it can not only play a protective role, but also not affect the movement. Also purchased a crossbow bolt that can be fired continuously. These 3 items cost 100,000, 5 million, and 3.5 million respectively, totaling 8.6 million. With this set of equipment, even for an LV3 or even LV4 adventurer, all in all, it's gorgeous. As for Belle, Suhai bought him a set of light armor that almost covered his entire body, and 2 sharp blades, one long and one short. It cost more than 12 million francs in total. These equipments are already good enough for the 2 of them. Although Suhai can buy better equipment, it is not necessary. Because the better the weapon, the stronger the strength is needed to control it. If the equipment is better, Belle and Lily today will not be able to use it at all, but the gain will outweigh the gain. At the same time, relying too much on weapons will also slow down their growth rate. Captain, you are so kind, I will definitely work hard. When they walked out of the weapons store and returned to the station, Lily and Belle looked at their new equipment with some love. Belle said even more exaggeratedly, almost moved to tears. Seeing this, Suhai just smiled and didn't say much. In a happy mood, the pace of action was significantly faster, and the 3 quickly returned to the family. Aha, you are finally back. I have good news for you. The moment the 3 of them arrived home, Hesta was already sitting in the pavilion early and waiting. When he saw Suhai, he appeared a little excited and said in front of the 3 of them, "What a happy thing happened now. Good news." In the face of such an excited Hesta, everyone had some doubts. Even Suhai was no exception, secretly guessing what the good news Hesta said. Tomorrow we'll hold a gathering of gods, and this time the previous rules have been changed. Every god can bring his own close relatives to participate. Now I'm also a god with a dependent, so I'm going to take you. Ah, hi, Hesta said proudly. After all, in such gatherings in the past, Hesta had no family relationship. I don't even have a decent dress, so I'm naturally embarrassed to go to such a party. And now that it is not what it used to be, Hesta is naturally very happy. At this time, Suhai finally understood why Hesta was so happy. Let's go out and buy dresses for the party. The moment he finished explaining, Hesta looked at Suhai impatiently and said, and after finishing speaking, he was ready to take Suhai and go outside. No, how could Lord Hesta sneak away alone? Lily is going to a party with Suhai-sama too, but at this moment, Lily Luca suddenly hugged Suhai's arm, looking at Hesta with a very firm expression. Seeing this, Hesta naturally rejected it subconsciously. After all, this was a rare opportunity to be alone with Suhai. How could Hesta let Lily join in? Why? Even if Lord Hesta is the main god, there is no right to monopolize Lord Suhai alone. Facing Hesta's categorical refusal, Lily asked directly without giving in at all. There was an unyielding aura all over him. Because the family needs someone to guard. Facing Lily, who did not give in at all, Hesta said with a bit of dodging in her eyes. After all, it's impossible to tell the truth and say that he just wanted to be alone with Suhai, so he only brought Suhai to the banquet alone. The family doesn't need two people to stay behind, it's enough for Belle to guard the station alone. Lily is also a very smart girl, and she naturally knows that all this is just an excuse made by Hesta. In the end, Hesta was still unable to survive Lily and had to agree to take Lily to the banquet. In this way, the group of three went out of the station again to buy dresses for the banquet. Only Belle was left standing blankly in the yard, messy in the wind. It seems that no one has asked Belle's wishes from beginning to end, although he doesn't care about them. In this way, on the second night, Hesta and Lily appeared in front of a huge manor with bright lights around Suhai's left and right hands respectively. I saw this manor. If the villa and the surrounding production areas are included, it has at least 100,000 square meters, which can be said to be very huge. And this manor was the place where the gods held the gathering this time. When the three entered the villa in the middle of the manor, it was already very lively. There are already many gods who have arrived one step ahead with their relatives. In twos and threes, groups were talking about topics of interest to each other. Ahai, open your mouth, ah. These things at the banquet are all delicious. Perhaps it is because Hesta is the god of flames and stoves in the heavens, and she is usually a hidden foodie. Sometimes Suhai could hear Hesta calling out the names of certain foods in her sleep. After seeing all kinds of delicacies on the banquet table, Hesta unceremoniously picked up a pastry and ate it. At the same time, I didn't forget to pick up a piece and put it in Suhai's mouth, as if feeding a child. Sir Suhai, Lily's is even better. Seeing this, Lily, not to be outdone, cut a steak and handed it to Suhai's mouth with a fork. For a while, Hesta and Lily were like two angry children, staring at each other closely, as if they were swearing some kind of sovereignty. In such a situation, since Suhai has long been used to it, it is no surprise. But I think this is not bad, it can add a little fun to the ordinary life. At the same time, everyone communicates their feelings differently. And Hesta and Lily are obviously communicating in this way. Ugh, isn't this the little dwarf Hesta? I heard that you have also found a family member, which is really rare. At this moment, the door of the villa was opened again and two women walked in slowly. The leader was a tall woman with fiery red hair, but somewhere very barren. Apparently it was the goddess Loki in eyes. Although the relationship is very good, but the two friends who usually like to quarrel, Loki immediately locked Hesta the moment he entered the door. He ran in front of the three of Suhai at a very fast speed, looked down at Hesta condescendingly and said slowly with narrowed eyes. But then again, I haven't seen you for so long, it seems that I've grown short again, small, short, child. The moment he finished speaking, Loki did not forget to sneer, deliberately dragging the long tail, despising Hesta's height. It's you, Loki, you're so barren, yet wearing such a low-cut outfit, you really don't have any self-awareness. After hearing Loki's voice, the corners of Hesta's mouth raised slightly. He straightened his body on purpose, looked up at a certain place in Loki and said with disdain. Hesta's words were simply a super kill, instantly hitting Loki's sore spot. For a moment, Loki rubbed Hesta's cheeks in anger. The two goddesses actually mocked each other directly in public. When the other gods saw this, not only did they not intend to stop them, but they watched this scene with great interest. Obviously, these gods have become very boring in the hundreds of millions of years. Anything that is interesting to them, they are unlikely to give up. Look, it's Freya, it's still as beautiful as ever and she really deserves to be the goddess of beauty. Suddenly, the banquet, which was full of chatter and laughter, suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked towards the stairs on the second floor. I saw a goddess who seemed to be a collection of thousands of beauty, walking down slowly with a burly pig adventurer. Obviously, this is the main god of the Labyrinth, one of the two major families, the goddess of beauty Freya. And the only LV7 in the Labyrinth city today, Freya familia leader Oda, who has the title of Fierce. At this moment, Suhai also looked over with his own eyes and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. But that's all, Freya is indeed one of the best among all goddesses in terms of beauty. But unfortunately, her private life is too messy, and she is not interested in such a god Suhai. So Suhai instead turned most of his eyes to Oda behind him, the guy who is known as the strongest adventurer in the Labyrinth city. Suhai could clearly feel the beast-like aura emanating from the other person's body. If it was only based on physical fitness, the two might be on the same level. While Suhai looked at Oda, Freya also looked at Hesta and Loki, who were arguing. To be precise, Freya put most of her eyes on Suhai. Aha, you can't look at her. Everyone who has seen her will be charmed by it and then eat it without bones. In Hesta's eyes, Suhai and Freya seemed to be looking at each other. So he quickly broke Loki's hands away and jumped on Suhai's body, covering Suhai's eyes with his hands and feet. And he said very excitedly, as if one more look Suhai will be charmed. Hesta, I'm not so easily charmed yet. Although it's really beautiful, in my heart it can't be compared to you at all, and as a goddess, it's enough to have you alone. Facing the touch of a soft body and the darkness in front of him, Suhai reluctantly hugged Hesta from his body. Then he spoke slowly. Hesta, Loki, your relationship is as good as ever. Taking advantage of this time, Freya didn't know when she came to the group. After glancing at Loki and the vigilant Hesta, he said slowly. Obviously, each of the gods present has lived for endless years, and even the most stupid person is not stupid. It can be seen that although Hesta and Loki express different ways, in fact, the relationship between the two is still good. After all, she is one of the 3 virgin goddesses. Who has a good relationship with this little guy? The little dwarf god will let you go first this time. Hey, Essence, let's go. Facing the sudden appearance of Freya, Loki said something angrily to Hesta, then turned and left. Seeing this, Eyes had no choice but to look at Suhai apologetically, then turned around and followed. Hesta, heard that you have now established your own family, congratulations. Seeing the moment Loki left, Freya turned to Hesta again. At the same time, he glanced at Suhai and Lily with his own eyes. At this moment, Lily felt a coolness flowing through her body and mind, as if her entire soul had been seen through. Suhai also frowned slightly, feeling that this look was very familiar, recalling the look from the Tower of Babel. Immediately confirmed that he was hiding above the Tower of Babel and that it was the person in front of him who was investigating him. Freya, you know, I'm not very good at getting along with you. Facing Freya's congratulations, Hesta did not seem to be in a very high mood, obviously not very good at dealing with gods like Freya, and Freya didn't feel the slightest surprise. After all, when they were in the heaven, the relationship between the two has always been like this. Welcome to this gathering of gods organized by my Apollo. This time, I changed the rules without authorization so that the gods can bring their beloved family members to the banquet. It may be a bit abrupt, but it is also a new attempt. I hope you like it. At this time on the high platform, there was a god standing on it with a few family members, said slowly. It can be heard from his words that this guy is the famous god of the sun Apollo in mythology. And the 3 adventurers standing behind Apollo, 1 man and 2 women, are the head of his family, Jacintos, who holds the title of the beloved of the sun and has a rank of LV3. Cassandra Elian, a long-haired girl who can predict the future through dreams, has an extremely rare skill of level 2 dreams. And her good best friend, Cassandra Ilian, who is also LV2. It is worth mentioning that in the original book, both girls eventually joined the Hesta family. In the face of Apollo's words, all the gods below were praised. Obviously, I fully agree with the rules changed by Apollo. In addition to holding a banquet today, I have one more thing to announce, and at the same time, let everyone be a witness. After watching the scene become fully lively, Apollo suddenly changed his voice, and a sinister statement flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he nodded slightly towards Jacintos behind him. Just when all the gods were a little confused, 2 Apollo scroll adventurers walked in with a person on a stretcher. I saw that the man on the stretcher was dying, and the most important thing was that his right hand was broken at the shoulder. The moment he saw this person, a look of understanding flashed in Suhai's eyes. And Hesta and Lily also looked a little surprised, because this person is Bayman, who had killed himself in the tavern and was later taught by Suhai by cutting off an arm. Now it seems that this Bayman is a member of the Apollo family, and Apollo also wanted to use him to do something. This one is the lovely child in my family, and it is such a lovely child. But he was attacked by someone in the labyrinth city. Not only was he severely injured, he also broke an arm. And the fact is the same. Apollo on the stage pointed directly at Bayman, who was tied into a mummy, and said very sad, as if he really cares. And this murderer is Suhai, an adventurer from the Hesta family. Although I don't want to do this for the sake of my lovely family, the Hesta family needs to give a satisfactory answer. At the end, Apollo finally showed his fox tail. Pointing at Suhai, who was standing beside the dining table, he said righteously. In the face of such a situation, many gods who understand Apollo's character have already guessed what it is. But he did not make any comments, but watched Suhai and Hesta with interest. There was even a trace of pity in the eyes of some gods. You are talking nonsense. He was the one who caused the trouble first. Faced with Apollo's reversal of black and white, Lily naturally immediately retorted loudly. But it is clear that the truth is not important to these gods. They only care if what's about to happen is interesting, can bring them spiritual happiness. Apollo, what do you want? Compared to Lily, Hesta, the main god, is obviously much calmer. It seemed a little cold and asked. In fact, as the gods of the heavens together, Hesta has probably guessed some of Apollo's purposes. Since both of us have our own opinions, let's judge by the war game between the family members. If we win, I want you to hand over the murder to me. Sure enough, Apollo looked at Hesta and slowly spoke the words of war games as the final judgment. At the same time, he looked at Suhai with a strange light in his eyes. Apparently, the reason why Apollo did this was because he hit Suhai with his mind. War games? It's impossible. We're only 3 of us now, it's not fair. After hearing the words war game, Hesta's expression changed greatly, and she immediately retorted without thinking. Obviously, Hesta fully understands that the war game between the clans depends on the comprehensive strength of the entire clan. On the bright side, there are only 3 people in the Hesta family today. And the Apollo familiar, as a relatively famous family in the Labyrinth City, is naturally very large in number. No matter how you look at it, if the 2 play a war game, the Apollo familia will ultimately win. But if we win, I want 2 of the Apollo family members, and at the same time the rest, including you, the main god, need to get out of the Labyrinth City. Of course, if you think the conditions are not equal, you can also mention it. But at this moment, Suhai suddenly came out from behind Hesta. Looking directly at Apollo on the high platform, he said slowly, "Sir Suhai, Ahai, don't rush." Seeing such a decisive Suhai, Hesta and Lily both changed their expressions and hurriedly opened their mouths to stop them. "Don't worry, trust me. It's just a small Apollo family, nothing more. Hesta is so cute I can't bear to leave." Faced with the reaction of the 2, Suhai naturally smiled and looked back and said confidently. As if infected by Suhai, Hesta also calmed down and finally chose to believe. And Lily also recalled the scene when Suhai used the sword of promised victory to kill Goliath on the LV4 floor in an instant. It was only then that he suddenly discovered that with the strength of Suhai, he might not be able to defeat the Apollo familiar. Very well, in that case, I announce that the war game will start in 3 days. All the gods present will testify. Looking at the reactions of the 3 of Hesta, Apollo immediately understood that his goal had been achieved, hastily announced with great joy. As for the other gods at the banquet, they cheered. Obviously, this is the ending that these people who love to watch live most want to see. There were also quite a few gods looking at Suhai and Hesta with a hint of pity. Obviously, they all believed that the Hesta familiar would definitely lose in this war game. In this way, after the banquet, these gods left the residence of the Apollo family with a hint of anticipation. Time flickered, and 3 days passed quickly. On this day, Suhai said goodbye to everyone early in the morning and left alone in the different space prepared for the war game. In the end, Suhai decided to play the war game alone, since neither Belle nor Lily had much fighting ability. Due to the fact that the number of Hesta's clan was too small, they naturally became the attacking party. As soon as Suhai left, Hesta also left the station on the back and headed towards the Tower of Babel. Because there is a huge conference room in the Tower of Babita, which is specially prepared for war games, the gods of the heavens can observe the live broadcast in the conference room. Yo, Hesta, here you go. When Hesta came to the conference room, Apollo had obviously arrived first. And he also greeted Hesta shamelessly, as if the villain was triumphant, as if the Apollo family had already won. In this regard, Hesta naturally did not give Apollo a good face and found a quiet place to sit down. In this conference room, many gods have already arrived. Among them are Freya, the goddess of beauty, and Hephaestus, the god of blacksmithing. I didn't go to the god party that day, but it really surprised me that you agreed to such a ridiculous war game. When she saw Hesta, Hephaestus also stood up and came to sit next to her, said slowly. Obviously, as Hesta's best friend, Hephaestus knew Hesta very well. Know that Hesta is not an impulsive person. Don't worry, I believe in Ahai, he is the best child I have ever seen. And with Apollo's character, even if we didn't agree at the time, he would definitely use many small tricks to force us to agree. Facing Hephaestus, who came beside him, Hesta said relatively calmly, "That's good." Seeing this, Hephaestus nodded slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Look, the boy from the Hesta family has appeared and he is alone. Does he want to fight the entire Apollo family alone? Just as the 2 were chatting, other gods suddenly sounded excited in the conference room. It turned out that in the center of the meeting there was a blank broadcast screen. Finally, the picture emerged, a young man walking slowly on the plain. In front of this boy is a huge castle, and inside the castle are a large number of Apollo family members. It started. In many places in the Labyrinth City, there are broadcasts of this picture, which can be provided to everyone in the Labyrinth City to watch. Obviously, for war games, it still rarely happens, and every occurrence is bound to cause quite a stir. At a playback point not far from the dungeon, Lily and Belle were standing in the crowd, watching the screen that appeared. My heart is silently cheering for Suhai. Did the little guy have a broken head this time? How would you agree to such a ridiculous war game of Apollo? On the other hand, among the Loki family, Loki slowly sighed in his mouth while watching the broadcast with Tiona and others. Obviously, Loki did not think that a rookie who had just become an adventurer for a short time could defeat the entire Apollo family. No, he's strong, I trust him. However, Eyes, who was standing behind Loki, looked at Suhai in the picture and said slowly, "Loki, you guessed wrong this time. Brother Suhai's strength is far beyond your imagination." Tiona also said with a smile on her face. Ace and the others who had obviously seen Suhai's shot fully understood the great strength contained in Suhai's seemingly thin body. Facing the words of his family, Loki also seemed very surprised for a while. Some unexpectedly glanced at Suhai in the picture, secretly guessing in my heart, is there something I don't know about? Writer, the two little girls I want will ask you to bring them out. After all, the next attack may accidentally hurt them. On the other side, in the alien space of war games, Suhai came to a few hundred meters from the Apollo familia war castle and suddenly stopped and slowly said to Medusa, who was hiding beside him. Obviously, she wants to let Medusa enter the Apollo family and bring out Cassandra and Daphne, who she likes. In this regard, Medusa naturally did not hesitate in the slightest and went directly to the castle in a stealthy state. Why did this kid stop suddenly? Isn't he scared? And the gods and adventurers who watched this scene outside laughed. Everyone thought Suhai was trying to back off. Daphne, let's go tell the others to escape. The infinite light will destroy this castle and we will lose. It's very dangerous to stay here any longer. In the castle of the Apollo family, Cassandra has long hair that reaches her waist. He seemed very excited and said to his good sister Daphne. Obviously, her passive skill predicts dreams, and she sees some future fragments in the dream. Okay, you're not dreaming again. What are you dreaming about? Those are just dreams. The opponent is only one person and the level is only LV2. We can't lose. But unfortunately, for such absurd things as predicting the future. Daphne obviously didn't believe it, thinking that Cassandra was frightened by her dream. Although Cassandra was very helpless and anxious, there was nothing she could do. Precognition ability, it's really a very rare ability. No wonder the little master values the two of you so much. But at this moment, a charming voice entered the ears of the two girls. At the same time, Medusa wearing a blindfold also appeared in the room of the two. With Medusa's perception ability, although the castle is very large, they quickly found Cassandra. You are not from the Apollo family, who are you? Come on, go to the head of the group. Looking at the sudden appearance of Medusa, Daphne questioned with a very solemn expression and whispered to Cassandra next to her. At the same time, he made a serious appearance, obviously wanting to stop Medusa and then buy time for Cassandra to leave. But unfortunately, this is obviously overthinking. With Medusa's strength, no adventurer is an opponent in the entire labyrinth. Even the so-called labyrinth is the strongest adventurer, so is Oda, who has the title of Fierce. I saw a smile on the corner of Medusa's mouth and suddenly disappeared from the sight of Cassandra. But when he appeared again, he was already behind the two of them. And a hand knife gently slashed on the back of the neck of the two. With a burst of drowsiness, both Cassandra and Cassandra fell asleep with an incredible look. Seeing this, Medusa directly carried the two women on her shoulders and disappeared into the castle. Why hasn't the Hesta familiar started? Isn't it because you know you will lose so you are afraid? Anyway, we have a large number of people, or we should just rush out and capture him directly. On the wall of the war castle, many adventurers from the Apollo family looked at Suhai, who had been standing motionless for more than 10 minutes, and said with a little impetuousness. Apparently she was getting impatient waiting. Shut up. All cheer me up. If Lord Apollo's plan is broken, you will know the consequences. This guy can easily defeat Baman and break his arm. It's not as easy as you think. As the leader of the group, Jacintos is obviously still a little wise, and he does not underestimate Suhai too much. It's just that Jacintos looked at Suhai in the distance and had an ominous premonition in his heart. Oh, has it been successful? If that's the case, then I'm welcome. After waiting for a long time, Suhai finally received a message from Medusa in his mind. Indicates that he has left the castle of the Apollo family with his two daughters. In this regard, a smile appeared on the corner of Suhai's mouth, and he muttered to himself. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand into the void and slowly pulled out the sword of the vow of victory from the space. And in the direction of the Apollo Familia castle, he raised it high above his head. Exque. For a time, endless brilliance gathered from all directions, extremely holy and warm, and the light full of infinite beauty and fantasy shone on Su-hai. Not good, all magicians quickly cast magic and prepare for defense. The rest of the people launched long-range attacks to interrupt him. However, in this infinitely beautiful light, the adventurers of the Apollo family felt a deep danger. As the head of the regiment, Jacintos took the lead in reacting and issued an order quickly. For a while, all the magicians were chanting incantations quickly. One after another magical barrier acts on the front of the war castle. At the same time, countless bows and arrows and attacks shot towards Su-hai hundreds of meters away on the city wall. Ah, mine, he must be mine. On the other side, in the viewing room of the gods, Freya was stunned to the ground by the light, her face flushed, and she kept repeating the silly words in her mouth. How is that possible? How can mortals have such weapons? The sword of the king. The sword of the holy way, or the sword of salvation, or both. Feeling the extraordinary brilliance of the sword of oath of victory, countless gods sighed in amazement and at the same time cast envious glances at Hesta. Obviously, these gods are very envious of Hesta being able to find such a dependent. At this time, Hesta was also very surprised. With a cute expression on her face, she looked very cute. After all, Hesta didn't know that Su-hai had the sword of promised victory. Number. Impossible, he is just a human being, how could he have such a thing? As for Apollo, his face had already changed drastically at this time, and he seemed a little panicked, because he had already anticipated the ending that he was about to face next. This is also true. After a short period of liberation of the noble phantasm, Su-hai fiercely swung the sword of oath victory in front of the castle where Apollo's family was stationed. Representing the brilliance of victory and judgment, it hit the front of the castle in the blink of an eye. The defenses and attacks launched by everyone in Apollo's family had no effect at all, and under absolute power, they instantly turned into nothingness. Accompanied by a huge roar, after the hot beam of light dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was a huge pit several hundred meters long, as well as the ruined castle. Apollo, it looks like you lost. There is no need to say much about the results now. Freya, who was blushing and couldn't control her slump to the ground, also came back to her senses and slowly looked at Apollo and said, then, after taking a deep look at Su-hai in the picture, he left the conference room. Bo. Luo, according to the agreement, please leave the labyrinth city with your remaining relatives immediately. As for all your property, we will take over. The moment Freya turned to leave, Hesta slowly stood up from her position, like a little devil, looking at Apollo and said mercilessly. The other gods in the conference room also looked at Apollo with pity. At this time, Apollo seemed like a deflated ball, and every war game was held under the witness of the guild and all the gods. Apollo had no chance of repenting at all. Great. I knew that Su-hai-sama would definitely do it. In a square in the labyrinth city, I watched the scattered Apollo family members crawling out of the ruins. Lily said very happily, "Is this the captain? It's amazing, is he the hero that Grandpa said? I must be like him in the future." Bell, who was standing next to him, was full of admiration and longing in his eyes at this time. Recalling the stories about heroes that his grandfather told him, Bell was filled with longing for a while. If Hesta updates Bell at this time, she will find that it is because of this admiration and yearning. Bell has already undergone subtle changes with 2 more perverted skills. Little Master, these are the 2 you want. In the different space, Medusa appeared next to Su-hai with Cassandra's 2 daughters. At the same time, he showed his figure and said slowly. In response, Su-hai withdrew the sword of oath of victory, and while nodding slightly, he stretched out his hand to take the 2 Cassandra daughters, carried them on his shoulders and headed towards the exit of the other space. Hesta gives me another chance and I can give you all my assets and family members, as long as you don't let me leave the labyrinth city. When Su-hai left the other space, he happened to see Hesta and Apollo at the entrance on the first floor of the Tower of Babel. Bell and Lily also stood behind Hesta. At this time, Apollo was begging Hesta to let him go in a pleading tone, and he didn't have the bearing that the sun god should have. But it's no wonder that the most feared thing for these gods is boring. The labyrinth city is a place that can bring them endless entertainment, and now Apollo needs to leave this source of happiness. There were naturally all kinds of conflict in Apollo's heart. Ahai, Sir Su-hai, head of the regiment. Hesta naturally ignored Apollo's entanglements and requests, and Lily looked at Apollo with a trace of disdain. Lily really didn't expect that the sun god that no one knows in the legend would be such a god. Just when Hesta felt a little impatient, the 3 suddenly saw Su-hai. He quickly shook off Apollo, who was next to him, and trotted to Suhai, exclaiming with joy, "These two are." In addition to being happy, Hesta also found the second daughter of Cassandra, who was carried by Suhai on her shoulders, and asked suspiciously. Lily looked even more alert, her eyes circling back and forth on Cassandra and Daphne, who had passed out. The two of them are members of the Apollo family, which is one of the conditions I put forward. As Apollo is here now, let him perform the conversion ceremony first. I'll explain it to you in detail after the others go back. Looking at Hesta with a puzzled look on her face, Suhai briefly explained the identity of the second daughter. Then I glanced at Apollo not far away, and the meaning I wanted to express was self-evident. Coincidentally, the second Cassandra daughter, who had been stunned by Medusa, also slowly woke up with two low-pitched voices full of temptation. Where is this? Am I not playing a war game? The moment Yo-Yo woke up, Cassandra first rubbed her heavy eyelids and then looked at the surrounding environment that had already changed. He said subconsciously, "It's you." Perhaps it was a natural relationship. Cassandra didn't realize that she was being carried on her shoulders by Suhai for the first time. On the contrary, Daphne, who woke up in the next step, was the first to discover the current situation. While struggling to break free from Suhai, he asked, "Why be so excited? Now that the two of you are in my hands, you should have guessed the outcome of the war game. According to the prior agreement, from now on, the two of you will belong to the Hesta family." Facing Daphne, who was struggling, Suhai seemed very indifferent. He put the two down first and then spoke slowly. At the same time, walking towards Apollo in the distance, apparently wanting Apollo to perform a conversion ceremony for Daphne. "Did you really lose? He defeated the regiment leader and them alone." Facing Suhai's words and Apollo's expression in the distance, Daphne also vaguely guessed that the Apollo family was defeated, and his expression was very complicated for a while. On the contrary, Cassandra did not seem too surprised because she had already predicted the result through her dreams. "Damn it, Hesta and that guy, I won't let you go." Just like that, 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, on the plain 1 kilometer away from the east gate of the Labyrinth City. A group of people who are looking tired and depressed are slowly moving away from the Labyrinth City as if they were fleeing. Obviously, this group of people is Apollo and the surviving Apollo family. 3 days ago, although Apollo was reluctant in every possible way, under the rules of the war game set by the gods, he was not able to break the sun god. So in the end, he obediently performed the conversion ceremony and then transferred all the assets of the Apollo family to the name of the Hesta family. After doing all this, Apollo was kicked out of the Labyrinth City. This is the cruelty of war games. The strong get everything from the other side, and the weak can only survive. Today's Apollo can be said to have nothing but a few family members around him. At this time, Apollo suddenly stopped, turned his head to look in the direction of the Labyrinth City, and muttered to himself. Apparently, Apollo's heart was full of hatred at this time, but in the end, it can only be turned into a helpless sigh. If Apollo is still the famous sun god in the heavens, the thoughts in his heart are naturally not dreams. But now that the gods have descended into the mortal world, as long as they use their divine power, they will be recalled to the heaven. Today's Apollo is not much different from an ordinary person. "Where are you going, Lord Sun God?" But just before Apollo and the others left, a figure was standing quietly in front, waiting for their arrival. The moment he saw Apollo and the others coming, a smile appeared on this person's face and he said slowly. There was a strange light in his eyes as if he saw his prey. "Suhai, you have already won, what do you mean?" Seeing this person appearing in the field of vision, Apollo, who was walking at the forefront, first flashed a little surprise. Then he said with a hint of hatred. As for the adventurers behind Apollo, there was an irresistible look of fear on their faces. Obviously, he was already scared by Suhai's destructive power. "It's nothing, I just thought that the famous sun god was leaving the Labyrinth City, so I came here to give you a ride." In the face of Apollo's reaction, Suhai just said a word, not intending to talk too much nonsense. Immediately afterwards, he grabbed the handle of the sun knife. Facing Suhai, who was ready to go, Apollo immediately changed his face after a brief pause. "There is a bold guess in my heart for the appearance of Suhai. That's why Suhai is here, to kill himself. Although this guess is very absurd, there is always a feeling in Apollo's heart that maybe this is the truth." Although Apollo didn't think Suhai could kill himself, it was only for himself with divine power. Although after using divine power, Apollo thought that he could solve Suhai in an instant. But he would also be teleported back to the heaven, which Apollo did not want to see at all. So the moment Suhai grabbed the handle of the knife, Apollo subconsciously took a few steps back. She hid behind the crowd of adventurers from her family. Seeing Apollo's intentional dodging and preparing to use his family as a shield, Suhai didn't care. After all, Suhai wasn't going to let anyone go from the start. After all, if something like an attack on a god was leaked out and the gods in the Labyrinth City knew about it, it might be really troublesome. After all, gods and human beings are different, and most of the lives are arrogant and go their own way. Once they find that the authority of the gods has been violated, they will remove this hidden danger without hesitation, with the sound of an air explosion. There was a small pothole in the ground where Suhai was, and Suhai disappeared in place, turning into a yellow thunder sword light and rushed out. Under such a rapid attack, there were only LV-1 and LV-2 adventurers in front of Apollo, and it was too late to react. He fell to the ground one after another, and there was a lot of blood flowing from the wound. Quietly, there was no sound. There was even a trace of daze and ignorance on the faces of these adventurers, and they were obviously killed before they could react. Human, don't force me. Among the races of the mortal world, you may be very powerful, but in front of God, you are still an ant. If you retire now, I will treat you as if you never showed up and will not hold you accountable for killing my family. Looking at Suhai, who was less than 2 meters in front of him, with the sun blade in his hand, Apollo looked at all the adventurers who fell in the pool of blood with a complicated look and said with a bit of depression, "This time has come, and Apollo still harbors a fluke mentality. Want to persuade Suhai to prevent himself from being recalled to heaven by using his divine powers. But unfortunately, Suhai's purpose is to let Apollo use divine power to become a real god. Of course it won't leave. I saw that Suhai not only did not mean to retreat, but instead held the sun blade in his hand and approached Apollo step by step. Presumptuous." Looking at Suhai, whose eyes were full of killing intent and had no intention of retreating, Apollo also knew that Suhai was determined to kill himself. Under the oppression of the crisis of life and death, Apollo snorted without hesitation, and a scorching light erupted from his body and the whole person rose into the air. Apparently at this time, Apollo had already released the seal on his body, and a majestic divine power was gradually emerging. At the moment when the light erupted, Suhai immediately felt that his hair was standing upright, and a huge crisis hit, and he hurriedly retreated at the fastest speed. But even so, Suhai was still blown away by an aftermath. After flipping around in the air and removing the impact, Suhai finally landed firmly on the ground again. At this time, a beam of light that penetrated the sky also penetrated the entire world, shrouding Apollo's entire being in it. Obviously, the heavens sensed the fluctuation of Apollo's divine power, opened the channel, and prepared to lead Apollo back. Is this a light beam? Could it be that a god has used divine power? Why is this concern outside the Labyrinth City? This time period is it Apollo? Facing the movement of the beam of light, everyone in the Labyrinth City, including the gods, all looked in the direction where the princess appeared. After all, such a scene is too obvious, and it is inevitable that people in the Labyrinth City will have some guesses. Human, you made me want to return to the boring heaven. This is a trial of your ignorance, go to hell. Staying in midair, Apollo, whose breath was still growing rapidly, suddenly stretched out his right hand and said very angrily. Immediately afterwards, there seemed to be another big sun in the sky, showing the scene of 2 suns in the same sky, and this time the sun was still falling rapidly. Sure enough to be the sun god, even if all the power is not restored, it is so powerful. Feeling the heat coming from the sky, Suhai muttered to himself while being very surprised. At this moment, Suhai once again confirmed that none of these gods who have lived for hundreds of millions of years are simple characters. If the sun really sets this round and hits him, Suhai can be quite sure that his strong body will be reduced to ashes in an instant. The lock of the sky. So Suhai didn't hesitate at all, his eyes narrowed, he stretched out his right hand and clenched it tightly towards Apollo in midair. A chain of golden chains quickly stretched out from the space around Apollo. In an instant, Apollo was restrained when he couldn't move. This is the lock of the sky. Impossible, how could you, a human being, have such a thing? At the moment when he was bound by the chain of heaven, Apollo felt a strange power, instantly invaded his body, and sealed the huge divine power in his body. At the same time when the divine power was sealed, the sun in the sky also dissipated. While struggling, Apollo said incredulously. At this time, Apollo's heart was obviously very shocked. At the same time, there is still a hint of bad premonition. At this moment, Apollo finally understood why Suhai dared to appear in front of him. After all, the lock of the sky is almost a natural nemesis for pure gods like them. The stronger the deity, the stronger the shackles of the heavenly chain will be, and the more difficult it will be to get rid of. And Apollo, as the legendary sun god, is an out-and-out pure deity, and there is no need to say much about the divinity contained in him. Is this unacceptable? The next step is the key. Looking at Apollo with an unacceptable face, Suhai showed a meaningful smile and slowly opened his mouth. While taking out a card from the system space, after Wei Wei opened his mouth and spit out 2 words, that card turned into a scarlet trident. At the moment when this 3-pointed spear appeared, Apollo, who was bound by the skylock in midair and unable to move, felt a sudden tingling in his body and soul, as if some natural enemy appeared. Impossible, impossible. It has long been destroyed by the gods in mythology. It can't be in your hands intact. It must be fake, fake. The moment he saw this long spear, Apollo's eyes widened. He looked surprised and scared, an unacceptable expression on his face. Obviously, the appearance of this long spear completely broke the calmness in Apollo's heart. It is no wonder that Apollo was so surprised. After all, the Longinus gun, as an artifact feared by the gods, was destroyed by the gods as early as in mythology and forged into the weapons of many great gods. Logically speaking, it is impossible to have a complete Longinus gun at all. But now it appeared in front of Apollo, held in the hands of a human. How could Apollo not be surprised, not afraid? Real name Liberation, Lang, Key, News, S, Gun. Faced with Apollo's surprise, Suhai naturally wouldn't explain anything silly. Instead, he directly raised the Longinus gun in his hand and aimed it at Apollo in midair. Then all the power in the body was input into the Longinus gun, and the real name was released directly. Since it is a disposable product, it is also thanks to the help of the system. Otherwise, with the thin energy in Suhai's body, it is still a problem whether it can release the big killer of the Longinus gun. Do not let me go. Killing the gods will be cursed by the world. As long as you let me go, I can grant you the protection of the sun god and let you gain the power to control the sun. Under the fear of death, Apollo finally threw away his dignity as the sun god and hurriedly asked for mercy. Obviously, even gods, there are people who are greedy for life and fear of death. In other words, for some gods who are content with pleasure and being dominated by desires, they often care more about their own lives than most humans. It's just that they are arrogant and think that their gods will never die, so they don't show it. Facing Apollo's words, Suhai smiled disdainfully without the slightest pause. At the moment when the real name Liberation was completed, the Longinus spear turned into a red light invisible to the naked eye under the action of the force of karma. It pierced Apollo's heart in an instant, and Apollo's words stopped abruptly at this moment. With an incredible face, it slowly turned into ashes and scattered in the world. In fact, as a sun god, even if he is killed, he has the power to regenerate. It is a pity that under the action of the lock of the sky and the Longinus spear, all the mighty power of Apollo as the sun god was completely sealed, and the power of recovery could not be used at all. In this way, the famous sun god Apollo disappeared into this world in a humiliating way. At the moment of Apollo's demise, the sky was clear and there were only a few white clouds. Suddenly there was a thunderbolt in the clear sky, lightning and thunder, and in the blink of an eye, red rain started to fall. It was as if the sky was also mourning for the death of the sun god. Looking up at the sky and feeling the red raindrops falling on him, Suhai didn't stop. He directly retracted the lock of the sky in the sky, covered his body with a black windbreaker again, and walked away in the direction of the labyrinth city. God cry, impossible. Could it be? In the face of this sudden change, the gods in the labyrinth city looked up at the sky in surprise. For these gods, no one understands the meaning of this scene better than them. At the same time as the shock was inexhaustible, these gods summoned some members of the family, quickly left the labyrinth city, and walked towards the place where the beam of light appeared just now. The current situation can no longer allow them to be sloppy. After all, it is too incredible for a god to fall in the world. But what happened next has nothing to do with Suhai. While many teams were out of town, Suhai just entered the town. The two sides can be said to have passed each other, but neither of them saw each other. After putting away the windbreaker covering most of his face, Suhai was quickly returned to the family's quarters. The moment he entered the hall, Hesta, who was busy, rushed over. It turned out that it was due to move to the Apollo family mansion tomorrow. Hester and Lily were all packing up the things that needed to be taken away, so no one saw the weird scene of blood rain outside. Listening to the roar of lightning and thunder, the three of them thought it was just ordinary thunder and rain. After taking Hesta down from his body, Suhai looked at Belle and Lily, who were still busy, and joined the fight team. Help to pack up the things, after all, although there are not many things, but some things are better to pack up by yourself. After a busy night the next day, a group of 4 quickly moved the packed things to the original Apollo family residence. Looking at the brand new environment, Hesta and the others looked very happy. Even Suhai couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being the handwriting of the family of the god of construction. It was possible to transform the entire station into a new look in such a short period of time. It turned out that because Apollo was too narcissistic, there were huge statues of himself everywhere in the entire villa. And some places did not meet the ideas of Hesta's family and others, so Suhai and others directly hired the god of construction's family to transform the station. So far, all the places are in good agreement with the requirements proposed by Suhai et al. After a short period of surprise, it was sorted out again. After everything was sorted out, it was night again. It has to be said that moving is indeed a very troublesome thing, even for adventurers. Hesta helped me update my status again. After dinner in the evening, Suhai suddenly opened his mouth to look at Hesta next to him and said, in this regard, although Hesta wondered that Suhai had not been in the dungeon much recently, she suddenly asked to update her status. But he didn't ask any further, just nodded slightly. After coming to his room, Suhai took off his shirt and lay down on the bed without seeming to be very skilled. And Hesta pierced the index finger of her right hand, and a drop of scarlet blood dripped on Suhai's back. This, how so? As the data emerged after the status update, Hesta straddled Suhai's back and gradually became surprised, with an incredible look on her face. Name Suhai. Level LV6 Power I0 Durability I0 Smart I0 Agility I0 Magic I0. Development Ability Mysterious I Swordsman C Abnormal Resistance H Magic C Luck I. It turned out that after the data update, Suhai went directly from LV2 to 4 levels, reaching the level of LV6. This is simply something that goes against common sense, and it is only natural that Hesta will be surprised. Ahai, can you tell me what you did? There is such an earth-shaking change. In addition to being shocked, Hesta also asked worriedly. Obviously afraid that Suhai has done something dangerous again. It's nothing, just killing a disgusting guy. Looking at Hesta with a worried face, Suhai turned around and reached out and touched Hesta's head. He seemed a little unconvinced. It's not that Suhai doesn't trust Hesta, it's just that about killing gods in this labyrinth city where gods dance, the less people know about it, the better. After all, it is inevitable that some adventurers will have some special abilities. If they are leaked, it will be a little troublesome. I may have to leave for a while, Hesta. Seeing Hesta muttering a little unhappy because of her ambiguity, Suhai felt a little amused but suddenly said tentatively, leave? Ahai, what do you mean? Do you want to go back and have a look because of homesickness? Facing Suhai's words, Hesta asked in surprise after a slight pause. Obviously, Hesta at this time only thought that Suhai would only be away for a few days at most. I didn't think much about it. It's time to go home. Didn't you want to know my origin before? Actually, I'm not from this world. Recalling what he had promised Hesta back then, Suhai did not hide his origins but spoke directly. At the same time, it also showed that he needed to return to his own world. Of course, the existence of the system was not mentioned by Suhai. After listening to the narration, Hesta didn't believe it at first, but looking at Suhai's unusually determined expression, Hesta also knew that although it sounded ridiculous, everything was true. For a time, my heart was very complicated. Fortunately, Suhai has reassured that he will return to this world again. Hesta calmed down. Ahai, love me. But in a moment of calm, Hesta suddenly stared at Suhai tightly and said, then he hugged Suhai and fell down with his head down. At noon the next day, Suhai woke up leisurely and looked at Hesta, who still had 2 wet tears in the corners of her eyes. There was a look of reluctance and nostalgia on Suhai's face, but it turned into firmness in the end. After getting dressed and covering Hesta with the quilt, he walked outside. System, if I return to the main world, can I return to this world again? It didn't take long for Suhai to come to the city wall of the labyrinth city, standing in an uninhabited corner, blowing the cool breeze slowly. Feeling a little nervous, I asked the system in my mind. If the system can't answer, Suhai really doesn't know if he can really make up his mind to leave this world. After all, Hesta has now become his lover and the person he likes. Host, please rest assured. As long as it is a world that has traveled through, the host can choose to travel to a new world or return to any world that has been traveled through in a new round of shuttle opportunities. And after the host leaves, the time ratio between the dungeon world and the main world will be automatically adjusted to 1,000. That is to say, the main world is 1,000 days old, and all the dungeon worlds are only 1 day. Fortunately, the system gave a piece of news that made Suhai very happy. In that case, send me back. Facing the system's answer, everything in Suhai's heart disappeared in an instant, said directly. According to the description of the system, maybe the next time Suhai comes to this world, it will only be a few days for this world. As soon as he finished speaking, a small black hole appeared at Suhai's feet. Devour it instantly. Have you finally come back? The next instant, in his own home in the world of high school, Suhai looked at the familiar room and the clock on the wall that had not yet passed. Suhai took a heavy breath and said with some emotion, "This moment is like a dream for Huang Qi. For Demon High School, there is no change at all, and Suhai has indeed experienced another wonderful life." System, open the property panel. After regaining his senses and sitting down slowly, Suhai said to the system in his mind, "Obviously, I want to see what kind of strength I have now. Name, Suhai. Physique, the highest-ranking demon. Energy, the pinnacle of upper-level demons. Abilities, God's Gift, Enhanced Magic, Thunder Breath, Fire Escape, How Fireball Technique. Items, Sunblade, Sword of Oath of Victory, Heaven's Lock, Ria's Original Fat Time Game CD. Heroic Spirit, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. Comprehensive Evaluation, Demon King Beginner if you count your cards." I have to say that this time Suhai's improvement is huge. Under the influence of God's Gift, Suhai has improved in an all-round way. At the same time, he also acquired many development abilities such as Swordsman, Magic Guide, Mystery, Luck, and so on. With the combined effect of all the forces, the Suhai system has succeeded in reaching the level of the highest-ranking demons. Although the energy is a little worse, it is also at the peak of the upper-level demon. In this world, it can be regarded as having some self-protection strength. After seeing everything, Suhai returned to his bedroom and fell asleep. After all, improving one's strength must be the most important thing, but sometimes it is necessary to relax properly and combine work and rest. The next morning, I simply ate a snack and drank a glass of milk. Suhai put on the uniform of Q Academy, left his home, and walked towards the academy. Suhai-kun. The moment he arrived at the gate of the academy, a seductive and familiar voice sounded in Suhai's ear. The moment he turned his head, Suhai realized that he had come in and met an acquaintance again. Riaz was standing at the door with Akino Haimjima and Kitten Tasheng. Apparently she had just arrived. "So it's Riaz, Akino, and Kitten-chan. Is Kitten-chan free tonight? I found another very fun game. Are you interested in playing together?" Looking at the three of them for a moment, Suhai said very naturally now, "Kitten Sauce, night, playing games. Beast, are you going to attack the cutest Kitten Sauce in the academy?" It was originally a serious invitation, but some students next to him were thinking about it, and they all showed their eyes as if they wanted to smash Suhai into pieces. Suhai might have been lost in the sight of these people if not only cursed. It seems that Suhai-kun is in a good mood and something happy happened. Facing Suhai like this, a hint of surprise and suspicion flashed in Haimjima Akino's eyes, and he said slowly, "Perhaps the world is too dangerous. The previous Suhai was always a little timid when he did things due to his lack of strength. Makes Suhai always feel a little restrained. But now Suhai initially has the strength to protect himself, and these strengths will give a person self-confidence. Let Suhai inadvertently gradually restore his nature and do whatever he wants. The feeling is naturally different. Although these changes are very subtle, if you are not familiar with them, you will not notice them at all. But Haimjima Akino was a very observant and extremely keen person, so he felt this subtle change very sensitively. There's something really happy about it." Facing Haimjima Akino, who felt so strongly, Suhai's heart also flashed a little surprise. At the same time, he replied somewhat vaguely. In this way, while Suhai chatted and laughed with the three girls of Haimjima Akino, they walked towards the classroom together under the eyes of many envious and jealous eyes. Time is always passing by without knowing it. In the blink of an eye, the sun sets, and it is time for school. 1. Aiz-kun, can I talk to you alone? Not far from the school gate, when Suhai just walked out of the school gate and arrived, I saw a very interesting scene. A girl with purple eyes and black hair, wearing the uniform of Qwang Academy, full of seductive atmosphere. Pretending to be a little timid and hesitant, he said intermittently to a young man in front of him. The youth and ignorance of the girl are vividly displayed. And these two people are the lower-level fallen angel Linari and Hayaudu Issei, who are aliased as Amano Yuma. The reason why this happened is obviously because Linali has received the order of the fallen angel Governor Azazel to monitor the first floor of Hayaudu. And if it is determined that Hayaudu Issei is a dangerous person, he will directly obliterate it. But in the end, Linali was just a pawn used by Azazel for Hayaudu Issei's complete awakening. And this, in the original work, Linali never found out until her death. Facing the scene in front of him, Suhai had no intention of going out to stop it. but quietly hid by the side and listened to the conversation between the two. In the end, a pure girl and a wretched teenager with a hormonal explosion agreed on the day after tomorrow, that is, a decision to date together on Sunday. On the way back, Hyodo Issei's footsteps were much lighter, and he was obviously so excited that he almost jumped up. Little did he know that at the moment when he turned to leave, the girl who was so innocent in his eyes looked at his back with a bit of murderous intent. System, what happened to the treasure chest on that guy's head? After watching that funny farce and walking home, Suhai couldn't help asking the system in his mind. It turned out that at the moment when he saw the first floor of Hingdu, Suhai found that the golden egg on his head that was only 3 stars turned into a 4-star golden egg. This is the first time Suhai has encountered such a situation, so naturally it is very unexpected. Returning to the host, the golden egg on a person is not static. With the change of various factors such as the strength of the golden egg carrier, the level of the golden egg will also change accordingly. Facing Suhai's question, the system spoke slowly. After listening to the system's explanation, Suhai also understood the reason. It turns out that the golden egg on everyone's head is not static. With the change of the holder's strength and various factors, the level of the golden egg will also change. And now, the reason why the golden egg on Hyodo Issei's head has changed from 3 stars to 4 stars. Now it's because the cage hand of the Sekiryute inside Hyodo Issei is about to awaken. As one of the 13 god-killing tools in this world, it is in existence at the top of the artifact. Although it has not fully awakened, it is understandable that the 3-star golden egg can be turned into a 4-star. At the same time as he knew it, Suhai returned home unwittingly. After a simple wash and dinner, the sky turned dark. On the other side, in the old school building of Kyo Academy, where Rias and her family usually gather. The Tasheng kitten summoned a teleportation magic circle, and it didn't even walk toward the magic circle, obviously preparing to complete the demon's entrusted task. Kitten-chan, are you going to complete the entrusted mission? Looking at the behavior of the kitten in Tasheng, Himejima Aquino asked inadvertently while pouring a cup of black tea for Rias. Senior Suhai entrusted me to play games with him. Facing Himejima Aquino's question, after Tasheng kitten stopped, he didn't hide it at all and replied calmly with an expressionless face. Apparently the Tasheng kitten still remembers what Suhai said to her in the morning. It seems that Kitten-chan likes Suhai-kun very much. It was originally just an inadvertent question, but after getting the answer from Tasheng kitten, Rias and Himejima Aquino glanced at Tasheng kitten in surprise. After all, if the two of them remember correctly, this morning, Suhai just invited him jokingly. The order was not officially given out, and for the demons, this was not a real entrusted task. As for the Tasheng kitten, Rias and Himejima Aquino were all too familiar with them. If it wasn't for someone they liked, the Tasheng kitten wouldn't have too much contact with each other at all. Senior Suhai's games are fun and the food is delicious. Facing Himejima Aquino's emotional words, Tasheng kitten nodded directly and said. It turned out that every time the Tasheng kitten went to Suhai's house to play, Suhai would cook some dishes from the Celestial Dynasty and let the Tasheng kitten eat with him. It has to be said that the Bai Kai Beiwei of the Celestial Dynasty is the eternal god, and the Tasheng kitten fell in love with these dishes. I think this is an important reason why the Tasheng kitten likes to go to Suhai's house. Facing Tasheng kitten's words, Rias and Himejima Aquino looked at each other with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Obviously did not expect that Suhai still has such a skill. Immediately afterwards, as if thinking of something, Rias slowly said a plan that she had prepared for a long time, but had not been able to find a suitable candidate. Obviously, Rias now wants Tasheng kitten to carry out this plan. On the other hand, in his own home, Suhai had just finished washing up. When I came to the hall, I found that a red magic circle appeared in the center of the hall. In the face of this sudden magic circle, Suhai actually did not have the slightest vigilance, but instead showed a smile. Because it is not the first time that Suhai has seen this magic circle. Every time the kitten in Tasheng comes, it will be teleported directly to Suhai's home through this magic circle. Thinking back on what he said this morning, Suhai already understood what was going on. But this time the people who came were a bit unexpected, because after the light of the magic circle disappeared in the middle of the house, in addition to the Tasheng kitten, there was also Rias with fiery red hair and Himejima Aquino with black hair. Senior Suhai, here I come. At the moment of appearance, Tasheng kitten said directly. At the same time, he patted his stomach. Suhai, who had been with the Tasheng kitten for a while, immediately understood that this was a sign that the Tasheng kitten was hungry. Suhai-kun, you are too biased. We are the closest, but we only cook for kitten sauce to eat alone. Could it be that Suhai-kun is a person who likes the new and hates the old? After having a new love, he abandoned the two old loves of me and Ria's. In other words, Suhai-kun prefers the cute type of kitten-chan. If that's the case, Suhai-kun really. As for Himejima Akina, he reached out to cover the lower half of his face and squinted his eyes the moment he appeared, watching Suhai tease slowly. A pair of trembling S character is vividly displayed. Junai, please forgive me. If you want to come to me suddenly, you also have important things to say. But since you haven't eaten yet, let's sit down there first. I'll make something for you to eat. It's not too late to talk slowly after eating. Facing Himejima Akino's words, Suhai looked a little wry smile, but also hurriedly interrupted Himejima Akino, who wanted to continue. Then he quickly turned around and walked towards the kitchen, because Suhai knew very well that if he reacted a little slower, Himejima Akino would definitely say something that would make him even more helpless. Facing Suhai's reaction, Akino Himejima also showed a funny and successful expression. As the biggest wise man next to Ria's, Akino Himejima and Suhai did not have too much close contact, but they clearly controlled Suhai's character. So in a way, Himejima Akino is the person who knows Suhai the most. In this way, while Suhai was busy in the kitchen, the three daughters of Ria's sat quietly on the sofa in the living room and waited. At this time, the Tasheng kitten was obviously a little impatient and looked in the direction of the kitchen with his own eyes from time to time. In order to eat delicious food, Tasheng kitten deliberately did not eat dinner. Seeing Tasheng kitten's reaction, Ria's and Himejima Akino became curious for a while. Although I know from the mouth of Tasheng kitten, Suhai can cook delicious oriental dishes. But after all, they have never eaten it in person, so Ria's and Himejima Akino don't know how delicious it is. Now looking at the reaction of the kitten in Tasheng, the two of them are naturally a little curious in their hearts. I reevaluated Suhai's cooking skills in my heart. Fortunately, the three of them didn't wait long. After about half an hour, a seductive aroma wafted from the kitchen. Immediately afterwards, Suhai took the prepared dishes and walked out slowly. Seeing the luster of these dishes and the fragrance emanating from them, a strange look flashed in Ria's and Himejima Akino's eyes. On the contrary, the kitten in Tasheng seemed to be very familiar with the road. When the food was placed on the table, he immediately picked up the chopsticks and ate it. This taste. Looking at the Tasheng kitten who started so fast, Ria's and the two also took a bite from the chopsticks on the table. At the moment when the food was entered, the two of them suddenly lit up, and the incomparably wonderful taste exploded in the mouth instantly. Under the impact of the sense of taste, a strange blush appeared on the faces of the three of them. Invariably speed up the speed of picking vegetables. Looking at the reactions of the three, Suhai was already used to it. After all, he and Tasheng kitten also reacted the same way at the beginning. After all, his cooking skills came from the golden egg. It is a genuine craftsmanship belonging to Nakahe, the spirit of food. 10 minutes later, the three girls who were sweating profusely slumped on their seats. It was as if it had been through a tough battle. I didn't expect Suhai-kun to have such good cooking skills. I really like you more and more. Akino Himejima, who had not recovered, looked at Suhai while leaning back on the sofa. There was a hunter-like look in her eyes, as if Suhai was the prey in her eyes. They're all gone. Does Kitten-chan want to play for a while? After more than an hour, Ria's took advantage of this time to digest the food and then played for a while. He left with Himejima Akino. At this time, Suhai looked at the Tasheng kitten next to him and asked in surprise. After all, the three girls came together when they came, and now Ria's and Himejima Akino have left, but Tasheng kitten still doesn't seem to want to leave. Suhai is naturally a little puzzled. After all, it's not too early. I want to live here. The Tasheng kitten gave Suhai a very unexpected answer. What? Could it be that Ria's and the others made you do this? For the first time, Suhai thought he had heard it wrong. But after seeing Tasheng kitten's expression, Suhai immediately realized that he had heard it right. At the same time, after thinking about it, I also figured out the reason. It must be that Ria's is not willing to give up and still wants to become her servant. That's why I let the Tasheng kitten stay by my side, wanting to play emotional cards to change my mind. This is also very in line with Ria's character. She has always been a girl who doesn't give up easily. In this regard, Tasheng kitten did not hide it but nodded slightly, affirming Suhai's thoughts. Since Kitten-chan is willing to live, let's live there. It happens that there are still a few empty rooms. When I go to clean up one and find some quilts, you can sleep for one night first. I'll buy you some necessities tomorrow. In my heart, I thought that it would be a very happy thing to have a beautiful girl living with me, and Suhai didn't have too many entanglements, he said with relief. No need, Senior Suhai. I brought everything I needed. It's just that before Su-hai finished speaking, Tasheng Kitten once again drew a summoning circle in the room. With a flash of light, several large suitcases appeared in the center of the room. Obviously, these are the necessities of life that Tasheng Kitten has prepared in advance. In this regard, Su-hai secretly complained that the kitten in Tasheng was well prepared, and at the same time, he quickly helped to organize it. After more than half an hour of moving, Su-hai finally moved everything into a bedroom on the second floor. And they are all neatly arranged, and the room where the kitten lives in Tasheng can be considered to be completely tidy up. It's getting late today. Kitten-chan should rest first. It's not too late to talk about anything tomorrow. After finishing the arrangement, it was already late at night. After Su-hai said something to Tasheng Kitten, he also returned to his room next to him. Little master, you're not really a lowly control, are you? You seem to be very tired of Lily, Hesta, and this kitten here. In his bedroom, Su-hai, who was thinking of taking a rest, suddenly heard Medusa's voice. There was ridicule and a hint of uneasiness in his words, as if he was worried that Su-hai really liked Loli as he said and disliked One-san. What are you thinking, writer? Am I that kind of person in your eyes? Even if I want to control it, it's still in full control, okay? In the face of Medusa, who sometimes speaks astonishingly, Su-hai said a little irritably now. At the same time, he rolled his eyes and Medusa appeared beside him. That's fine, that's fine. For Su-hai's answer, Medusa suddenly seemed a little fortunate and said, it was as if there was hope again. However, because the sound is too small, there is almost no sound. Su-hai also didn't hear what Medusa was muttering, and secretly thought that Medusa became a little strange. Maybe it was at the same time as the menopause. He simply changed into a pair of pajamas, then fell on the big bed and slept leisurely. After all, strictly speaking, Su-hai's killing the sun god Apollo still took too much effort. Even if Apollo was restricted by the rules and could not use all his power, he had the help of the Lock of the Sky and the Spear of Langerus. Su-hai's mind was still very tired because of the tension. And since that day, although 2 or 3 days have passed, Su-hai has not had a good rest. Now Su-hai needs a rest to refresh himself, so naturally he fell asleep in the moment he fell down. Seeing Su-hai sleeping with her eyes closed, Medusa standing beside the bed was fascinated for a while. At this time, Medusa was very clear that she herself had fallen in love with this new master. In fact, since the Age of Gods, Medusa, who has experienced a lot, has already looked down on it a lot. But the more I get along with Su-hai, the more I can feel Su-hai's charm, as if the spring rain moistens things silently infecting the people around him. After watching it quietly for a while, I came back to my senses. A smile appeared on the corner of Medusa's mouth. She turned off the lights in the room and carefully came to lie down beside Su-hai. Soon, Su-hai became Medusa's pillow. For Su-hai, Medusa is an existence that can be completely trusted, so in the absence of a life-and-death crisis, Su-hai's danger perception is very relaxed for Medusa. Since it was a week, Su-hai didn't wake up until the next morning. The moment he opened his eyes, Su-hai felt a malicious gaze. Looking at the door subconsciously, I saw that Tasheng Kitten had opened the door at some point and was standing at the door staring at Su-hai, who had just woken up with perverted eyes. Kitten sauce. Facing the scum-like gaze of the Tasheng Kitten, Su-hai was also a little confused for a while. Abnormal. Looking at Su-hai, who woke up yo-yo, Tasheng Kitten said a word, then turned around and walked out. Little master, it seems that your little lover has misunderstood. Just when Su-hai looked at the Tasheng Kitten who turned around, he was a little confused. Suddenly, a familiar and seductive voice came from his ear. Only at this moment did Su-hai turn his head and realize that Medusa was sleeping beside him. And it's very cool to wear. By this time, Su-hai naturally understood what was going on. Obviously, the Tasheng Kitten saw that he had not woken up in the morning, so he discovered this scene. At the same time, Su-hai glanced helplessly at Medusa next to him. Su-hai's heart is naturally very clear. This is definitely Medusa's intention, otherwise the Tasheng Kitten really can't find her existence. Fortunately, Su-hai did not have too many entanglements. After all, he had no intention of concealing the existence of Medusa. In this way, Su-hai got up and came to the living room to give a brief introduction. It can be considered that the Tasheng Kitten accepts the existence of Medusa. Of course, the Tasheng Kitten does not know the true identity of Medusa. Just thought Medusa was Su-hai's friend, and in the time that followed, Medusa no longer needed to be invisible at all. However, perhaps due to habit, Medusa will still become a heroic spirit sometimes and follow Su-hai's side in another way. Of course, none of these matters as long as Medusa is happy. Until noon, the three of them left the house and played in the entire Kyuwang town. After all, it is too boring to stay at home for a rare week. Accompanied by Medusa and Tasheng Kitten, the group of three visited the food street, video game mall, and playground in Kuang Town. Only then did he return home contentedly, and in the process, because he was surrounded by Medusa and Tasheng Kitten, two beauties in the minds of all men, Suhai also enjoyed a lot of friendly male friendships. Look, fortunately Suhai is already used to it. The next morning, Suhai said goodbye early to Medusa and Tasheng Kitten who were playing games together. Leave your home and go in a certain direction. After all, Suhai has not forgotten the existence of a 4-star golden egg. Aiz-kun, can I ask you a favor? In a certain park, Yuma Amano, who was dressed in black Gothic style, spoke shyly to Hyodu, who was in front of him, as if she was a very shy girl who was about to confess her love to the person in her heart. It's just that in the eyes of this girl, there is a trace of unknown madness hidden. Of course, as long as it's Yuma-chan, you can do whatever you want. It's just that Hyodu Issei, who has long been overwhelmed by the sudden happiness, has no idea what is about to greet him. Not only did he not have the slightest fear, but he looked very surprised and nodded again and again. That's good, then please die. Sure enough, in the next instant, the shyness on Linali's face was already covered by hideousness. The words were full of endless killing intent, and they were already different from the shy girl before. What? Until now, Hyodu Issei still thought he had heard it wrong. He looked at the girl whom he admired in front of him with a dazed look. It's just a pity that the pupils of the first floor of Hingdu widened slightly in the next moment, because a pair of black wings appeared behind Linali. This made Hyodu Issei, who had never seen the mysterious power, stunned, but at the same time he finally sensed the danger. But it was too late. Linali, who spread the wings of the fallen angel, quickly came into the air. A yellow light gun appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, it was projected towards Hyodu Issei on the ground. Under the extremely fast speed before Hyodu Issei could react, he was instantly pierced through his chest. As the light gun disappeared, a fist-sized hole appeared in Hyodu Issei's chest. Countless blood flowed out of it, instantly covering the ground under his feet, and Hyodu Issei also fell into the pool of blood, and his breath gradually weakened. It's really just a piece of trash. Looking at the fallen Hyodu Issei, Linali's eyes flashed with a trace of boredom. It turned out that at the very beginning, Linali thought that Hyodu Issei had awakened the divine weapon, so she took so much trouble to test it out carefully. But now it seems that Hyodu Issei is nothing more than a lustful waste. While feeling bored in her heart, Linali also fluttered her wings and prepared to leave. There was no supplementary knife, which was undoubtedly a failure for Linali, who was a villain. Miss Fallen Angel, since you are here, why do you have to leave in such a hurry? Just as he turned around, an unexpected voice entered Linali's ears. Immediately afterwards, before Linali could react, a golden chain stretched out from the space, instantly binding Linali in the air. Facing the shackles of the golden chains, Linali tried to break free while she was shocked. It's a pity that the heavenly lock is an anti-god weapon. Although Linali has no divine beauty, she will not be specially targeted by the heavenly lock. But even in the normal state, it is not something that she, a lower-level fallen angel, can break free. In the next instant, Suhai, whose face was not very good, appeared in front of Linali. Seeing Hyodu Issei lying in a pool of blood, Suhai was in a bad mood. Unexpectedly, I was still a step late, and I was almost taken by Lina Li. Fortunately, Suhai can feel that Hyodu Issei still has a trace of breath left. Without the slightest hesitation, Suhai directly gave Hyodu Issei the final judgment with a fire escape technique. Completely ended the life of Hyodu Issei, and Suhai also got the 4-star golden egg on Hyodu Issei as he wished. Congratulations to the host for opening the 4-star golden egg and obtaining the cage hand of Chalongdi, one of the 13 god-killing tools. But as the system beeped, Suhai immediately felt something and melted into his right hand. Obviously, it is the cage hand of the Chilong Emperor. Although this reward is not the best in terms of the 4-star golden eggs that are currently open, it is also very good. So Suhai is still very satisfied. Let me think about it. What should I do with you next? Kill it, or hand you over to the Western Church? Suhai, who was in a good mood, quickly came to Linali in the air. Looking at Linali, who couldn't move, she said with interest. The words were full of sarcasm. Human, I am the subordinate of Lord Azazel, governor of the fallen angel. If you dare to hurt me, Lord Azazel will not let you go. Although you are an artifact holder, you are nothing compared to fallen angels. Facing Suhai's words, Linali's face changed drastically and she hurriedly threatened. After all, for Linali, if she was sent to a Western church, it would undoubtedly be a more terrifying thing than death. So when she heard the words Western church, Linali was already flustered in her heart. If Azazel was standing in front of me, I might have some concerns. But unfortunately, I don't think Azazel will go to great lengths for you, a lower-level fallen angel. What's more, you are just a pawn of Azazel. In the face of Linali's timid yet calm threats, Suhai said in disapproval, "Everyone has their own weaknesses, even the fallen angel Linali is no exception." Obviously, the Western Church, which is hostile to the fallen angels, is the nightmare of these lower-level fallen angels. Now you have two choices, either surrender or die. Immediately afterwards, Suhai gave an ultimatum, allowing Linali to choose her own ending. "I will not betray Lord Azazel, you." But unfortunately, Linali still held a trace of luck in her heart and did not realize the urgency of the situation. If that's the case, then you're going to die. It's just a low-level fallen angel, and the reason why Suhai let Linali choose to surrender was just a whim. He gave Linali a chance, but unfortunately she didn't appreciate it, so Suhai didn't plan to waste any more time. With her right hand clenched tightly, the lock of the sky in midair suddenly tightened, directly breaking Linali's body and falling to the ground. After disposing of the body, Suhai turned and left. This made this corner once again restored to calm. And after less than a cup of tea, a red magic circle emerged, and a fiery red figure appeared at the place where Hyaudu Ise died. Are you still a step too late? Obviously, this figure is Ria's, because Hyaudu Ise has noticed the existence of a divine weapon in his body. Ria's originally planned to find out what the artifact was, and if it was valuable, she would make Hyaudu Ise her soldier. As a superior demon, Ria's naturally sensed the breath of a fallen angel the moment Linali was exposed. After discovering that Hyaudu Ise's aura was also beside him, the smart Ria's naturally understood everything. Knowing that Hyaudu Ise might be in danger, he rushed over without stopping. However, based on the current situation, it is still a step too late. Although it was a pity in my heart, I finally checked it, and after not finding much Ria's, you turned around and left. After all, Ria's at this time only thought that Hyaudu Ise's body was just an ordinary divine weapon, so he didn't take it too seriously. In this way, several days passed by in a flash, on the way home from school on this day. Suhai is walking on a commercial street with the Tasheng kitten. Because the Tasheng kitten lives in his own home, the two go to and from school together. At the very beginning, the behavior of the two also caused a stir in the school. Suhai and Tasheng kitten were also surrounded by the boys and girls in the school with envy and hatred. Boys are naturally envious of Suhai, and girls are naturally the envy of Tasheng kitten. It has to be said that it is human nature to like excellent and beautiful things. This kind of nature does not distinguish between men and women. Boys like girls with good temperament and beautiful temperament, and girls naturally admire handsome and responsible men. And in the academy, among most of the girls, Suhai is undoubtedly the best among the boys in the whole academy. But just as the two were walking, a church saint in a white nun's uniform came in front of them. The most surprising thing is that when the saint of the church passed by Suhai and the two of them, she suddenly made a lovely cry, and then performed a magic trick of falling on the ground. If there is no accident, it will definitely fall to the ground heavily, and scratches and bruises are inevitable. Are you all right? Fortunately, with Suhai's current strength, his reaction speed is much faster than ordinary people. He quickly stretched out his right hand and supported the saint of the church who fell to the ground. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Suhai always felt as if he had seen it somewhere when he looked at the saint of the church in front of him. Thank you. Feeling the aura of the opposite S*X, this saint of the church, who had never been so close to men before, quickly stabilized her figure in a hurry. Then he bent down slightly and thanked him sincerely. Seeing such a lovely reaction from the saint of the church, Suhai was also somewhat amused. He quickly said that it was just a matter of hand and he didn't need to worry too much. Immediately afterwards, he was ready to leave with the Tasheng kitten. "Sir, my name is Asia Argento. May I ask where is the church in this place?" But at this moment, Asia, who hesitated again and again, finally asked. The moment Suhai heard the name, Suhai suddenly realized. The lovely saint with long blonde hair wrapped in white holy cloth and dressed as a nun in front of her is not Asia Argento, who possesses the divine artifact, the Smile of the Virgin in the original book. The church. We do have one here, but it was abandoned a long time ago. You should be the saint of the church, right? Are you really going? When he understood the identity of the cute girl in front of him, Suhai already had a plan in his heart. With an imperceptible smile hanging on the corner of his mouth, he said slowly, "Can you tell me where the church is? The Lord will surely bless you." After knowing that Suhai really knew where the church was, Asia looked very surprised for a moment. There was a glimmer of pleading in his eyes. He stared at Suhai tightly and even prayed for Suhai without authorization. It's just that at this moment, a gugugu hungry voice came from Asia's body. Facing such a situation, Asia, who was praying sincerely, immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. It seems that you haven't eaten for a long time and we are going home for dinner. If you don't mind, let's go back and have something to eat first. I'll take you to the church after you finish eating. The church is there anyway and you won't run away. Looking at Asia, who was a little embarrassed, Suhai said with a smile in his heart slowly, "Sir, is it really possible?" Facing Suhai's invitation, Asia, who had lowered her head, immediately raised her head and asked cautiously. It seems that the word eat has infinite magic power on her. Of course can. And you don't need to call me short, sir, my name is Suhai. Looking at Asia, who seemed to be afraid of rejection, Suhai smiled and gave an affirmative answer. It's great, Mr. Suhai, you are such a good person, the Lord will surely bless you. This time, Asia seemed to be moved to tears. Looking at Asia, who was defenseless, she nodded in agreement. While Suhai was a little surprised that Asia was not deep in the world, there was a hint of guilt in her heart. Senior Satyr. The Tasheng kitten next to him also stared at Suhai with his own eyes and said something secretly. Obviously, in the eyes of others, Suhai's behavior just now was like a guy who kidnapped a beautiful girl. In this way, the original team of 2 became 3. Welcome back. I've already cooked the food, although it's not as good as what you did, master, but... The moment the door was opened, Medusa's voice came from inside the room. Obviously, although Medusa didn't see anyone, she was already used to it, and it must be Suhai and the Tasheng kitten who came back during this time. While talking, Medusa walked out of the kitchen with 2 dishes. At this time, the table in the living room was already filled with many soup dishes. It's just that Medusa, who came out of the kitchen, saw Asia's existence and her words stopped abruptly. I didn't expect that the desire of the little master was not satisfied with me and kitten sauce. This time, I actually stretched out the hand of color to the nun of the church. Seeing that Medusa glanced at Asia, she immediately pretended to be crying without tears and said slowly. This caused Asia next to him to look at Suhai with a strange look. Obviously, the pure Asia has already believed in Medusa's clumsy acting skills at this time. Okay, let's eat. Facing the dark-bellied Medusa, Suhai slapped Medusa on the head angrily, said slowly. In response, Medusa immediately stuck out her tongue and returned to her original Wonsan appearance, as if the girl who was abandoned just now was not her. In this regard, Suhai and Tasheng kitten have long been used to it, but they are not surprised at all. Only Asia did not respond for a while, but under the influence of the aroma of the food and hunger. Asia also hurriedly followed Suhai to the table and sat down. After eating, Asia originally wanted to leave and asked Suhai to tell him where the church was, and then went there alone. However, Suhai let Asia stay away because it was late and the night was more dangerous, said to take him to church tomorrow. In this regard, Asia was a little hesitant, but Suhai did not give Asia time to refuse. Directly let Medusa take Asia to clean up a room and come out. Senior Suhai, is there anything special about the saintess in this church? Looking at Medusa and Asia, who were heading to the second floor to clean up their new room, Tasheng kitten, who was sitting next to Suhai, asked slowly. Obviously, the Tasheng kitten at this time also faintly found something wrong. Oh, does Kitten-chan also see Asia's extraordinariness? In the face of Tasheng kitten's question, Suhai said somewhat surprised. At this time, Suhai thought that the Tasheng kitten had seen something, so he would have this question. I just think that although Suhai's predecessor is a S*X embryo, he is not so perverted that he kidnapped the saint on the street for no reason. Tasheng kitten glanced at Suhai from the corner of his eye and said with a blank face. Forehead. Asia is indeed extraordinary, or the artifact in her body is very powerful. If I'm not wrong, she has the smile of the divine artifact in her body. As long as she doesn't die, the artifact can theoretically heal her injuries. Although he was very helpless in his heart, Suhai didn't hide anything from Tasheng kitten, but said directly. However, he secretly sighed in his heart that the cute Tasheng kitten was gone forever. I don't know if it's his own delusion, Suhai feels that the kitten in Tasheng is more and more like to complain about himself recently. In fact, what Suhai doesn't understand is that this is an expression of intimacy by the Tasheng kitten. Only close people, Tasheng kitten, will treat them like this. Suhai, who was a virgin in his previous life, has changed in this life, but he is still a novice in the minds of some girls. The smile of Our Lady. After hearing that it was an extremely rare healing artifact, Tasheng kitten's eyes suddenly lit up. An idea popped up in his heart and he looked up at Suhai. Yes, as long as Asia is willing, she can become Ria's family. And the good news is that Asia is no longer the saint of the church. Because she treated a demon with an artifact, she was expelled by the church congregation. If Ria's wants to take Asia as her family, it is completely feasible. The two have been together for so long, and Ria's has been looking for the right person to complement her family. So Suhai naturally understands the thoughts of the Tasheng kitten. In fact, from the beginning, when Suhai found out that the identity of Asia brought him back. It is to let Asia get rid of the tragic experience in the original book. Now, being able to directly become Ria's family and suffer less suffering is undoubtedly the best for this kind and holy girl. The only church congregation in this town is here. However, this church has long been in tatters. Asia, are you sure the church you're looking for is here? The next morning, Suhai took Asia to the church. Looking at the dilapidated church in front of him, Suhai said slowly. At the same time, under Suhai's perception, this church in the suburbs and dilapidated still has the aura of 3 fallen angels. Looking at such a scene, Asia also seemed a little hesitant for a while. After all, after Asia was expelled from the church, there was no place for her. He accepted an invitation from an exorcist organization actually led by a fallen angel. Only came to this town to serve as a church saint. Really, I don't know where Lenali went. She hasn't come back yet. At this time in the depths of the church, a fallen angel with a pair of black wings and a hot body said with some complaints. And beside her stood a blonde double ponytailed Sundir Loli and an uncle wearing a thick coat. Without exception, these two are also fallen angels. Obviously, these 3 fallen angels came here with Lenali to monitor Hyaudu Ise and Kalavana, Midirt and Donasik who received Asia. It's been so many days, I think 80% of them were killed. Facing Donagik's words, Donagik seemed a little indifferent. Obviously, although several people acted together, their feelings were not as good as imagined. Donasik, you said that be careful that Lenali comes back to trouble you. Facing Donasik's answer, Caravana, who looked like a one-san, spoke slowly. Obviously, even among the lower-level fallen angels there are strong and weak strengths. Among them, Lenali was undoubtedly the most powerful lower-level fallen angel. In response, Donagik, who was originally indifferent, also paused slightly. The expression on his face was slightly unnatural. Stop arguing, the saint we want seems to have already arrived. It's just that there seems to be a strange human being next to her. But at this moment, Midirt interrupted the two of them and reminded them. Obviously, standing at the door, she had already spotted Asia and Suhai not far from the main entrance of the church. Facing Asia's arrival, Donasik and the others' eyes lit up. After looking at each other, they walked out of the church with a cruel smile on their faces. He didn't even put away the fallen angel's wings on his back. Obviously, he didn't have any plans to hide it. After all, in their eyes, Asia is just a weak saint without any fighting power. As for Suhai, who is a human next to him, and the 3 fallen angels, they will not put a single human in their eyes. Thank you, Senior Suhai. I think it should be here. Although Asia's heart is not very sure, but in the end she still sincerely thanks. Perhaps due to the influence of the Tasheng kitten, Asia's name for Suhai has also become a senior. The moment she finished her thanks, Asia was ready to enter the church, looking for priests or church members to ask about the situation. Don't worry, 3 little bugs came out. However, Suhai stopped Asia in time. After all, the reason why Suhai brought Asia to this place today is to make him understand everything, instead of letting her die. This is a fallen angel. Facing Suhai's obstruction, Asia showed a puzzled expression at first. But in the next instant, he saw 3 fallen angels with a pair of fallen wings on their backs, with a hint of drama and cruelty on their faces. In response, Asia also subconsciously took a step back, feeling a little fear in her heart. After all, for the church that belongs to the heaven, these fallen angels from the fallen angels are heretics, and they are the eternal enemies. Asia couldn't understand why there were 3 fallen angels living in the holy church. Is this the saint who houses the miraculous smile of the Virgin? She's really an out-and-out B****ch, and that aura of faith in her body can make me feel sick even from a distance. The 3 fallen angels who thought they were winning showed disgust without hesitation when they came to Asia. Donagik spoke sarcastically without hesitation. Isn't that just right? The stronger the faith, the more fun we will be tortured. The other 2 also seem to be very perverted. Why? Why did the fallen angel appear in the holy church? What did you do to the people in the church? Until this moment, Asia still hadn't found herself being used from beginning to end. I thought it was the 3 fallen angels in front of me who had invaded the church in this town. What? You didn't understand until now? How stupid. It's okay for my uncle to tell you you won't live long anyway. From the time you met the exorcist organization, everything was arranged by us. And what we want is the artifact in your body, the smile of the Virgin. You know, we searched for a long time before we found this church that has been abandoned for many years. If you want to blame it, only blame you for having things you shouldn't have. Obviously, the fallen angel trio were also a little surprised by Asia's simplicity, explained directly for a while. Then I was moved by Asia because of their sudden kindness. The reason why they explained slowly was just to see Asia's more desperate expression to satisfy their perverted psychology. And as it turns out, they succeeded. Asia, after learning what happened, there was a look of despair and sadness on his face. Ever since she was expelled from the church she was in, Asia felt that she had nowhere to go. Only the belief in the Lord is supporting this simple, kind, and pure little girl. Once the exorcist priest whom he regarded as his own was deceived by the fallen angel, how could Asia accept it for a while? Yes, this is the expression. I like to see this kind of desperate expression the most. Facing the change in Asia's expression, the fallen angel trio were naturally very excited. Don't give up, Asia, the Lord has not abandoned you. And I'm still standing by your side, aren't I? Fortunately, at this time, a warm palm was placed on Asia's slightly lowered head. Suhai's familiar voice could also be heard. Feeling this comfort, Asia also seemed to see a new dawn, turned her head slowly, and looked at Suhai with a smile on her face. For a while, Asia seemed to be infected by this smile, and an inexplicable confidence emerged in her heart. Boy, it seems that I have to teach you a painful lesson so that you can understand the gap between humans and fallen angels. Facing Asia's return to normal, the three of them suddenly lost the perverted joy. For a while, it was very boring, and the three fallen angels naturally turned their attention to the culprit Suhai, a fallen angel. I remember that the last fallen angel who dared to talk to me like this was crushed to death by me. And I think you should know each other. It seems that it's called Linali. Looking at the expressions of the three, Suhai also seemed a little helpless. Sometimes ignorance is also a sin, and the three fallen angels at this time are representatives of them. Impossible, how could you possibly kill Linali? Who are you? After hearing the name Linali, the fallen angel trio finally realized that the guy in front of them might not be as simple as they thought. All of a sudden, a long spear gathered by light appeared in the hands of the three of them, a look of vigilance. After all, although there are few strong men among human beings, they are not absent. You guys should go to hell and ask Linali. She will tell you. In this regard, Suhai is not ready to delay any further. After all, his goal has been achieved, and Asia has already understood the cause and effect of the matter. Naturally, it was time to close the net, deal with the three fallen angels, and go home. But at this moment, after the three fallen angels looked at each other, they immediately understood what the other party meant, that is, the first strike is the strongest. He hurriedly shot the light gun in his hand towards the place where Suhai and the two were. And the three of them also played a clever trick. That is, two of them surrendered their attacks, Asia, who had no defensive ability or offensive ability. Seeing that, his attack seemed to hit the target, and a deafening explosion sounded. There was also a look of relaxation on the faces of the three fallen angels. Apparently, they thought they had taken out Suhai and Asia. Puff. Unfortunately, when the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, a sharp sword exuding divine attributes instantly penetrated one of them. Under the natural restraint of divine attributes, the fallen angel who was attacked only had time to let out a scream, and his body turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth. It turned out that the attack just now didn't hit Suhai and Asia at all. When the attack was about to arrive, Suhai directly hugged Asia next to him and disappeared. But when they appeared again, they had already arrived at the trio of fallen angels behind one of them and directly took out the sword of oath of victory and pierced one of them's chest. Is this the holy sword? You turned out to be the holder of the holy sword. When the other two saw such a scene, they felt the divine aura from the sword of oath victory. Although the remaining two people did not recognize the existence of the sword of oath of victory for a while, but even if they were not hit, they could still feel the deadly threat from above. The remaining two are very clear that this is definitely the existence at the top of the holy sword. In an instant, the remaining two fallen angels, without the slightest hesitation, fluttered their wings and prepared to fly into the air before fleeing. It's a pity that the moment he just opened his wings and leaped into the air, a golden chain stretched out directly from the void, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them were tied into a zongzi and hung in the air. No matter how hard the two of them tried, they couldn't shake this gorgeous chain at all. In response, Suhai covered Asia's eyes with his left hand to prevent this holy girl from seeing two cruel images. Lord, let us go, we can surrender, we can serve you. While the two fallen angels looked horrified and begged for mercy, they were like death gods and slowly came to the two of them. Without hesitation, they ended their sinful lives with the sword of oath victory in their hands. Sorry, I'm not interested in B***. At the same time, Suhai also said something with disdain. What, did it scare you? Immediately afterwards, when Suhai put away the sword of victory and the chain of heaven, he turned around and saw Asia, who looked a little helpless and stood there in a daze. For a while he asked subconsciously, At this time, Suhai thought that his actions just now scared Asia. No, thank you Suhai for your help, it's just that I don't seem to have a home anymore. It turned out that Asia just felt that she had become an expelled saint again, so she was a little sad. Don't worry, you can stay at my house first. As for where to go, I have thought of one for you, and then it will depend on your own wishes. Facing Asia, who had a gloomy expression, Suhai quickly put his right hand on Asia's head. He slowly opened his mouth to comfort him. Really? Senior Suhai, I'm obviously an idiot. I can't do housework or take care of people. On the way back, Asia still looked a little worried, as if worried about causing trouble for Suhai. Don't worry, Asia is so cute, just stay at ease. After all, seeing such a cute girl every day makes me feel much better. In this regard, Suhai seemed a little disapproving and said, in the face of such straightforward words, what could Asia, a pure saint, stand? He quickly lowered his head in a shy look and silently followed Suhai's side without saying a word. In this way, under the light of the setting sun, the two returned home with long shadows. The moment they opened the door, the two found that there was nothing but the Tasheng kitten and Medusa in the room. There are two other people. Welcome back. Looking at Suhai standing at the door, Akino Himejima stood up quickly, like a wife waiting for her husband to come home. When he came to the door, he bent down and said, just from this angle, Suhai, who is taller than Himejima Akino, saw something indescribable. In this regard, Medusa in the distance cut a bit indignantly. After all, she usually said these words. And today, Himejima Akino robbed her of her job. Facing Himejima Akino's weirdness is not once or twice. Suhai has long been accustomed to it, so he is not surprised. Instead, she naturally led Asia into the hall. In fact, when he saw Rias and Himejima Akino, Suhai had already guessed their purpose. It turned out to be for the owner of the artifact, Asia. Are you Asia? What a lovely girl. And the fact is that, after a slight nod to Suhai, Rias stood up from the sofa and came to Asia. Like a big sister, she said very gently. In this regard, Asia was naturally a little flustered and looked at Suhai next to her. Obviously, Rias and Himejima Akino, who suddenly appeared, were still somewhat unacceptable. After all, they were two strangers. Asia, please allow me to introduce myself. I am the next sect master of the 72-pillar demon Gremory's house, and I am now looking for a suitable partner. I want to invite you to join. Rias is not a person who likes to procrastinate, so in the moment of self-introduction, she directly stated her purpose. Just as Suhai thought, after learning about Asia's existence from Tasheng Kitten. Without the slightest hesitation, Rias came here to prepare Asia to take back her family. After all, Asia with the smile of the Virgin is undoubtedly the best candidate for a bishop. What? Evil, devil. But obviously for Asia, who used to be a church saint, the devil is a heresy. Now suddenly facing the demon's invitation, Asia couldn't react at all for a while. The faith in her heart did not approve of her joining the demon. Everything in Asia has good and bad, and not all demons are evil. Rias is indeed a very good person. However, the final decision is in your own hands. What you think in your heart can be done according to your own wishes. Looking at Asia, who looked a little dazed, Suhai said slowly beside him, Senior Rias, I'm sorry. Facing Suhai's words, Asia seemed to be encouraged, and the somewhat flustered expression gradually calmed down. Wei Wei opened her mouth, and when she woke up, she was ready to refuse. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Rias, and at the same time invited Asia to chat alone. After a slight hesitation, Asia agreed to Rias' request. After taking a look at Suhai, Rias and Asia went to a room alone. After about a cup of tea, Rias walked out with Asia. Judging from Ria's smiling expression, she had successfully persuaded Asia now. At this time, Asia also lowered her head slightly, looking at Suhai with her own eyes from time to time. It looked a little embarrassed. Although I don't know what method Rias used to make Asia successfully become her family, it can be guessed that it must have something to do with Suhai. In this way, with the mentality of not being happy, Rias directly performed the reincarnation ceremony of the demon chess piece in the living room. Make Asia her bishop. When she left, Rias also left behind a set of girls' uniforms from Q Academy. Obviously, Rias had expected her success before coming, so she had registered Asia as a second-year student at Qwang Academy early. This confidence was very rare. As for the place to live, it may be the relationship that Asia requested, or the relationship that Rias did not arrange otherwise. There is another beautiful girl who lives in Suhai's home for a long time. The next morning on the way to school, Suhai had one more person. On the right is a white-haired Tasheng kitten, and on the left is Asia with long blonde hair. The three of them walked side by side, and the moment they entered the campus, Suhai naturally felt more intense, full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. However, these did not affect Suhai in the slightest, but Asia was a little restrained because of her first schooling. Since the three were not in the same grade, they separated the moment they entered the teaching building. In this way, Suhai's life has calmed down again, with Medusa waiting at home every day. On the way to and from school, I was accompanied by Tasheng Kitten and two lovely girls in Asia. As for the class in the classroom, in front of him is Akino Himejima, who can give some benefits from time to time. On the right is Riaz, who exudes a youthful and seductive aura with a faint body fragrance all the time. It can be said that it is the blessing of the people of Chi. Although life seems dull, it is extremely fulfilling. And sometimes, Suhai also finds time to open the remaining golden eggs in the academy. In nearly a week, Suhai has also met 7 or 8 in total, from 1-star golden eggs to 3-star golden eggs. Name: Suhai. Physique: the highest-ranking demon. Energy: the highest-ranking demon. Abilities: God's Gift, Enhanced Magic, Thunder Breath, 12 Trials, Fire Escape, How Fireball Technique. Items: Sun Blade, Sword of Oath of Victory, Heaven's Lock, Scarlet Dragon, Emperor's Cage Hand. Heroic Spirit, Medusa, Rider, Sister R. Comprehensive Evaluation: Demon King, high rank if the whole cards are counted. But in addition to opening a useful skill or noble phantasm from the 3-star golden egg on Shidokaina's head. In the Xingyu world, it can be immune to attacks below grade B and can automatically recover 11 times after receiving fatal damage, which is equivalent to the 12 trials with 12 lives. Others are also some basic things that will not have any increase in strength. However, with the newly obtained Cage Hand of Chilongdi, one of the 13 gods, and the blessing of the 12 trials, Suhai's strength has grown a lot under the full force of his explosion, and even among the Demon King level powerhouses, he has a place. Sitting on his own seat, Suhai, who was checking his own changes, did not forget to look up to his right and the 2 empty positions in front of him, feeling a little puzzled in his heart. Akino Himejima and Riaz, who had never been absent from class, didn't know why, but suddenly did not come to class today. And under his own perception, Suhai found that after coming to the school with him, Tasheng Kitten and Asia also left the teaching building and went to the mysterious society hidden in the forest not far from the academy, usually the residence of Riaz and her family. However, despite my doubts, Suhai didn't think too much about it. She just thought that Riaz had something to gather her family to solve together. It was not until the end of school in the afternoon that Riaz returned to the teaching building and entered the classroom with Himejima, Akino, Tasheng Kitten, and others. At this time, Ria's expression was very complicated, and her face did not have the usual confidence from the inside out. The moment she entered the classroom, Riaz also glanced at Suhai, who was sitting in the corner, as if she had made a major decision. As for what Riaz was thinking, Suhai had no way of knowing for a while. Just when I get home, eat, wash, and then go back to my room, ready to rest. A red magic circle suddenly appeared in Suhai's bedroom, a burst of intense red light erupted, and the moment the light dissipated, Riaz wearing a tulle nightgown appeared in front of Suhai. Riaz, you are... In the face of such a sudden benefit, Suhai seemed a little bit attentive, and at the same time he was a little surprised and puzzled. Don't talk, listen to me. However, Riaz had obviously already made up her mind and did not give Suhai a chance to speak. Instead, he came directly in front of Suhai and said with a very firm expression, "Perhaps the only way I can get rid of that person's control. And compared to that person, you and I don't find it annoying, and it's also very good." At the same time, Riaz was still talking to herself. Obviously, there is a reason why Riaz is doing all this today. There is no turning back when you open the bow. Once you take action on something like Riaz, you can't regret it. Although Suhai is not a saint who can sit still, but he doesn't want to take advantage of others' danger and make Riaz regret it. So he suppressed the impulse in his heart and asked slowly. In fact, at this time, Suhai also roughly understood what was going on. It is obviously related to the marriage of the Riaz family, and everything Riaz does now is to resist the family marriage arranged by the Gremory family. Not wanting to be the victim of the family, what a marionette at the mercy of others. This is a choice that anyone who yearns for freedom will make. After all, if you count the time, that turkey from the Phoenix family should indeed come. Since I've made the decision, I won't regret it. You are the one I chose. Riaz is not a weak person now that she has made a decision. Naturally, he also thought about how to face everything in the future. In this regard, Suhai naturally would not hesitate anymore. Originally, such a situation would be a very tormenting thing for a normal person. The next morning, the two woke up Yo-Yo. "The rest is left to me, you don't have to worry at all. I'll take care of everything." Seeing Riaz with a complicated expression, Suhai also came to the side and said very gently, In the current situation, Suhai should protect Riaz as a matter of course. After all, this is a man's responsibility. The power Suhai seeks will be meaningless if he can't protect the people around him. Do you know anything about me? Seeing Suhai, who was so confident and gave her confidence invisibly, Riaz asked subconsciously. It's no wonder that Riaz is surprised. After all, the family marriage matters, except for herself and Hajime Aquino. Even Tasheng Kitten and others don't know, but now seeing Suhai's expression and words, it is obvious that he knows something. A big family like you is nothing more than a clan marriage. Now you are mine. If anyone dares to reach out to you, I don't mind cutting it off. Looking at Riaz, who was a little surprised, Suhai's eyes flashed a dangerous light and he said word by word, "Cut off that man's claws." It seems that I made the right choice this time. Although in Ria's heart, she did not think that Suhai could defeat Lysa Phoenix, who was almost immortal, but she was moved by Suhai's responsibility and confident words. This also made Riaz, who was already fond of Suhai, even more sure that her choice was correct. It has to be said that the body of the devil is far greater than that of ordinary people, and he only experienced the pain of breaking the melon last night. In the morning, it was like nothing else, walking to school with Suhai as normal. Minister Riaz, Suhai-senpai, you were too noisy last night. However, on the way to the school, Tasheng Kitten and Asia are not sleeping well. In the process of walking, the Tasheng Kitten also seemed to complain a little. At the same time, with a murderous look in his eyes, he stared at Suhai fiercely. As for Asia, when she just went out, she looked very resentful. It was as if Suhai had done something wrong to her. Facing the reaction of the two, even Suhai, who was thick-skinned, had a flash of embarrassment on his face. As for Riaz, but subconsciously tightened her arms and embraced the right hand of Suhai's arm. There was a little embarrassment on his face, and he didn't dare to use his own eyes to look at Tasheng Kitten and Asia. There is quite a sense of being caught on the spot. Facts have proved that although Riaz is usually mature, she is just a young devil after all. Riaz, Lady Grafia is here. When the group of four came to the school gate, Hajime Aquino was already waiting at the school gate. And judging from her somewhat serious expression, it was obvious that something important had happened. And the fact is the same. The moment he saw Riaz, Hajime Aquino stepped forward and said a little serious. At this time, Hajime Aquino was no longer seductive than usual. Obviously, the Grefia she was talking about was not a simple character. While speaking, Hajime Aquino also glanced back and forth between Riaz and Suhai with his own eyes, apparently finding something. Is it still here after all? I'll deal with it, you go first. Facing Hajime Aquino's words, Riaz first frowned slightly and said with a slow sigh. Although she had expected it in her heart, Riaz didn't expect the reaction at home to be so quick. Between the words, he turned his head to look at Suhai next to him, obviously planning to let Suhai go to the classroom ahead of time and deal with it by himself. Go together. Unfortunately, before he could finish his sentence, Suhai directly interrupted Riaz's next words. At the same time, he seemed very calm. Suhai is not a person who will let his woman take on everything. This kind of thing is naturally going to be. In this regard, after hesitating for a while, Riaz nodded slightly. The right hand that was about to release also gripped Suhai's arm tightly again. In this way, Suhai and Riaz walked side by side at the front, and Hajime Aquino slowly followed behind with Tasheng Kitten and Asia. After a while, he arrived at the familiar old school building, where the Mystery Research Institute was located. The moment he opened the door, Suhai saw two people standing in the hall. In addition to Riaz's family member Kiba Yudo, there is also a woman with silver hair, wearing a maid outfit, but the queen is full of aura. Obviously, this person is the Grefia that Hajime Aquino spoke of. The moment he saw Grefia, Suhai frowned slightly, because Suhai can clearly feel that there is a powerful force hidden in the body of the person in front of him. If it wasn't for the life and death struggle, Suhai today wouldn't have the confidence to defeat the Gurifia in front of him. But this is also normal, as one of the representatives of the old Demon Lord faction. In the entire demon world, they belong to legendary characters, and they also have the title of the silver-haired Queen of Annihilation. She's the most powerful queen in the entire demon world. A proper Demon King's pinnacle-level figure, although Suhai has made an earth-shaking improvement, he is still a lot worse than this kind of demon under normal conditions. Master Riaz, do you know what you're doing? What you are doing now will only bring shame to the Gremory family. A person like Grefia naturally realized that Riaz was not a virgin at the moment of meeting. At the same time that he was a step late, he also frowned slightly and asked with a serious opening. At the same time, with his own eyes, he glanced at Suhai without a trace. Now, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the relationship between Suhai and Riaz is not ordinary. Of course, I know it's my own choice. Facing Euryphia's words, Riaz also said very stubbornly, obviously Riaz didn't think she did anything wrong. If the famous Gremory family needs to sacrifice a girl and rely on marriage to keep the family strong, I don't think such a family needs to exist, and it's not far from extinction. And a family that does not bring freedom and happiness to the family is not a real home. Facing the stubborn Riaz, Grefia wanted to say something, but at this time Suhai's voice sounded in the quiet living room, entangled in everyone's ears. Of course, these people also included Grefia. In the face of such straightforward, even somewhat provocative words of the Gremory family, Hajime Aquino and the others all smiled after a brief stupor and looked at Suhai with their own eyes. At this moment, Hajime Aquino and others completely recognized Suhai's new identity. When she was glad that Riaz could find such a person, she also revealed a strange look. Although it is unclear why Suhai is so confident, at least it proves that Suhai is not a timid person. At critical times, stand up for your own sake. It seems that you are the human being chosen by Riaz-sama. What you just said is already a provocation to the Gremory family. As for Euryphia, although she admired Suhai's courage a little bit, it was obviously impossible to pretend she didn't hear what she said just now about the face of the 72-pillar demon family. So while speaking, a huge red magic power burst out from Euryphia, forming a red magic arrogance that enveloped the whole body. For a while, with Grefia as the center, a circle of air waves quickly spread towards the entire room. The sudden heavy pressure also acts on everyone. The messenger Riaz, Hajime Aquino and the others took a step back unconsciously, bending slightly, looking a little difficult. As for the Tasheng kitten, Asia and others, not to mention, it is a very lucky thing that the thin body was not directly lifted up. Faced with such a situation, Suhai quickly took a step forward, and the enormous energy of the highest-ranking demon in his body erupted in an instant. It counteracted the air waves and pressure generated in the room. This also made the impact and pressure on everyone disappear without a trace at this moment, and once again regained control of the body. Suhai Yu, looking at the middle of the house, powerful magic power erupted, and the two were fighting against each other. Riaz and Hajime Aquino both showed surprised expressions. The two of them are very aware of the strength of Grefia, so they also understand what this scene in front of them represents. Although they knew that Suhai was the wielder of an artifact among human beings, they didn't expect that the hidden power of Suhai was far beyond their imagination. Even in terms of the magic power that has erupted now, the magic power contained in Suhai's body is far more than the two of them. In fact, at this time, Grefia was no less surprised than the others. Although this time, considering the relationship between Riaz and others, Grefia did not use all her magic power. But the magic power that erupted completely reached the level of the highest level demon, but Suhai was able to resist it effortlessly. This is enough to prove that Suhai is not as simple as an ordinary human and already has the magic power of the highest level demon. With this level of power, let alone the younger generation of demons, even in the entire demon world, he can be regarded as the #1 figure. The main thing is that Suhai is very young. For this unexpected discovery, Euryphia also became interested for a while. After all, in the demon world, strength determines everything, and this is the cruel law of the devil. As long as Suhai is strong enough, it will naturally have the right to speak. Everything Riaz did was perfectly fine. But just when Grefia was about to burst out with a more powerful force to test it, a golden teleportation magic circle appeared in the room, and at the same time, everyone frowned slightly. Suhai and Grefia also withdrew their magic power and looked at the magic circle that burst out with intense light. After a burst of light, a yellow-haired man with a frenzied face appeared in the room, and behind him stood 14 female demons of various styles. And this person is the pure-blooded superior demon family, Lysophonix, who has a marriage contract with Riaz. As for the people behind him, they are obviously his family. It seems that I came at the right time, Riaz. I'm here to pick you up. The moment Lysophonix appeared, he spoke directly. At the same time, he walked towards Riaz like no one else, with a disgusting look in his eyes. And when he approached Riaz, he stretched out his right hand without hesitation, wanting to touch Riaz. It's just that Lysophonix just stretched out his right hand when his wrist was tightly grasped by the other hand in midair. Apparently, it was Suhai who did it. Faced with such a situation, Lysophonix naturally wanted to break free, but no matter how hard he tried. Suhai's palm seemed to be pinned in midair, unmoved. Riaz is mine. If you dare to stretch out your claws again, I don't mind cutting it off for you. While stopping Lysophonix, Suhai stretched out another hand and embraced Riaz next to him. He said slowly as if he had sworn an oath of sovereignty. At the same time, he used his right hand to push Lysophonix directly out. Damn it, you filthy human, dare to touch me as a pure-blood demon. And dare to touch Ria's, I must burn you to ashes. After taking a few steps backwards, he managed to stabilize his body, Lysophonix said with a twisted expression on his face. At the same time, a flame belonging to a phoenix erupted, and the temperature in the entire room instantly rose. All the tables and chairs that stayed around Lysophonix even melted. Obviously, Lysophonix was very angry at this time, but it was normal for anyone's fiancé to throw into the arms of another person in front of him. As long as it is a normal man, it will feel angry. Lysophonix, please call me by my full name, Ria's Gremory. We haven't reached the point where we can call names, and I'm not your fiancé. The engagement between us is just a decision made by the family without authorization, and I never agreed to it. Seeing the already angry Lysophonix, Ria showed no mercy and said coldly in Suhai's arms, You, be **ch, you Gremory family, are you playing tricks on our Phoenix family? To do such a thing, even if I kill you today, your brother as the Demon King can't say anything. Facing the current situation, Lysophonix still didn't know what was going on and felt angry for a while. While angry in his heart, he looked at Ria's and Suhai with a very low voice. Obviously, Lysophonix was extremely angry at this time. It's just that before he finished speaking, an air explosion sounded in his ears. Immediately afterwards, Lysophonix felt as if his left face was hit by a train, his teeth fell out in an instant, and his face was distorted. Under this huge impact, the whole person flew out. It crashed through the thick wall, flew outside, crashed through several trees one after another, and slid for a distance before stopping. And at the place where Lysophonix was standing, Suhai didn't know when he had already stood there. At this time, Suhai's right fist still had a ray of phoenix fire that had not yet dissipated. It turned out that when Lysophonix started cursing Ria's just now, Suhai used his powerful physique to instantly disappear in place, and then punched Lysophonix without hesitation. After a short pause, Lysophonix's family members reacted and quickly looked at Suhai with a fierce look on their faces, clearly looking ready to do it. Be ***D, I must kill you. But at this moment, Lysophonix's angry voice came from outside the house. I saw Lysophonix with a pair of flame wings appearing behind him and flew in again from the hole in the wall just now. He rushed straight towards Suhai. At this time, the flames of the phoenix were still burning on Lysophonix's face, and he was quickly helping him recover from his injuries. Obviously, Suhai's blow just now, if it was just an ordinary high-level demon, might have been lying on the ground unable to move. But this is for the awakened Phoenix bloodline, the almost immortal Lysophonix. This kind of injury can be quickly recovered under the action of the fire of the Phoenix. It is precisely because of this powerful bloodline that Lysophonix can achieve the strength of a rank-level demon and achieve a very good result in the ranking game. Some demons who were often stronger than him were eventually exhausted to death by him. Court death. Looking at Lysophonix, who dared to rush towards him without knowing what to do, Suhai's eyes also sharpened, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The right hand was slightly raised and stretched into the space, ready to take out the sword of vowed victory. There are only two ways to kill the demon with the Phoenix bloodline. One is to kill the opponent with a force far exceeding the opponent's crushing potential, and resurrect the opponent once, and kill it once until the opponent can't be resurrected. The second is to use weapons with sacred attributes such as holy swords to attack. As the nemesis of the devil, even Phoenix, who has the blood of the Phoenix, still cannot escape the punishment of the holy sword. If you want to quickly solve the Lysophonix in front of you, using the Sword of Oath of Victory is undoubtedly the best choice. Lisa-sama, please stop. But at this moment, Graphia, who was dressed as a maid, suddenly appeared between the two. The fire of the Phoenix on Lysophonix was directly dissipated. Prevent its further actions. Faced with such a situation, Suhai's right hand also stretched out from the void, and did not take out the Sword of Oath Victory. Because of Graphia's blocking, Lysophonix could never attack again. Are your Gremories trying to cover them up? And the fact is also true, Lysophonix also understands what kind of existence this maid is standing in front of now. So although he was still angry in his heart, he didn't dare to take another shot and only questioned in the name of the family. Gimonri doesn't mean to play with Phoenix, all this is a choice made by Master Rias. But this is the territory of the Gremory family. If you dare to do something here, it will be regarded as a provocation. If there is any problem, it can be decided by the ranking game according to the rules of the Devil World. This is also the decision of Lord Sazex. Facing Lysa Phoenix's words, Greffia replied calmly. Obviously, as a brother who knew his sister very well, Sazex had long guessed that the stubborn Rias would oppose this family marriage. So when Gurifia left the demon world, she gave a backup option, but what Sazex didn't expect was that Rias made a decision that far exceeded his imagination. Elder brother. Hearing that Gurifia mentioned her brother, Rias was also a little surprised. At the same time, she also understood in her heart that the family might not have given up on her. Give yourself a chance to choose again. Okay, since it was Lord Demon King's decision, I naturally have no opinion. If I win, Rias needs to fulfill the marriage contract immediately, and this human needs to be handed over to me personally. As one of the 4 Demon Kings, Sazex's decision, Lysa Phoenix was naturally irrefutable. In addition, no matter how you look at the ranking game, it is Lysa Phoenix who takes advantage. After all, Rias hadn't even gathered her family yet. No, but that's when Gurifia and Lysa Phoenix decide to use the ranking game next time to decide Ria's next fate. A sudden voice sounded in everyone's ears. For a moment, all eyes were on Suhai. It was Suhai who spoke now. At this time, Greffia frowned and Lysa Phoenix and the family behind him thought that Suhai was afraid. There was a look of disdain on his face. As for Rias and the other girls, they looked a little puzzled, obviously wondering what Suhai was going to do. I agree to a ranking game, but I'm not Ria's family. I will play a ranking game with you alone, so your request can only be my life. Rias is not a cargo, but a living demon. She has the right to decide her future. No one can deprive him of his freedom, let alone a ranking game. All that can be decided in this ranking game is the life between you and me. If you win, you will take my life. If I win, then I will accept your life. From beginning to end, in Suhai's heart, Rias is a living demon, not a commodity to be exchanged for profit. In this ranking game, Suhai did not intend to let Rias and Akino Heimjima participate. Because there is no need to go alone, it can solve the battle more quickly. If it weren't for the fact that his own strength was not strong enough to ignore everything, there were still many ancient demons in the demon world who were stronger than himself. Suhai can completely eliminate Lysa Phoenix here without participating in any ranked games. It's just that the current strength is not strong enough to break all the rules, so Suhai has to act according to the rules temporarily. Facing Suhai's decision, Rias, Heimjima Akino and the others wanted to say something, but they were stopped by Suhai's eyes. In the end, Rias and the others chose to trust Suhai and opened their mouths slightly, but didn't say anything. As for Lysa Phoenix, although she was very disdainful in her heart, she just snorted and didn't say anything. It was a tacit approval of Suhai's decision. After all, if it was really like what Suhai said, it was just a battle between the two of them, and naturally Rias couldn't be involved. On the contrary, behind Lysa Phoenix, a blonde-haired, ruddy-looking Ravel Phoenix looked at Suhai a little strangely. Since there is no objection from both sides, the ranking game will be held in 3 days. When the time comes, the families of all demonic tribes in the demon world will watch and witness for you. Seeing that there was no objection on both sides, Gurifia said bluntly, "Set the time for the ranking game to 3 days later." In this regard, Lysa Phoenix gave Suhai a cruel look. Then he stepped into the teleportation formation again with his family members and disappeared into the room. And after looking at Suhai and Rias, Gurifia didn't stay too long and left one after another. Suhai-kun was really manly just now, no wonder Rias is fascinated by you. I feel like I'm obsessed with you. After the others left one after another, Heimjima Akino immediately came to Suhai's side. While hugging one of Suhai's arms, he rested his chin on Suhai's shoulder and said in seductive words, "Obviously want to relieve the dull atmosphere now. And facts have proved that Heimjima Akino's behavior is very effective." Rias stepped forward directly and snatched Suhai from Heimjima Akino's hands, declared sovereignty to his own queen, and Tasheng Kitten and Asia also looked at Heimjima Akino very vigilantly. In this way, the atmosphere of the entire Mystery Research Society has returned to normal. It's just that the people's hearts are as peaceful as they appear to be unknown. Don't worry, it's just a turkey that can't get on the table. I don't care yet. It didn't take long for Rias to let Tasheng Kitten and the others return to the academy under the pretext of continuing the class. Rias, Suhai, and Akino Heimjima were the only ones left in the room. The reason for this was obviously that Rias had something to say. However, before Rias hadn't spoken yet, Suhai had already spoken one step ahead. In the end, although there is some uncertainty in my heart, it doesn't look like Suhai looking so confident. Recalling that Suhai exceeded their expectations time and time again, Rias and Heimjima Akino gradually let go of their worries. In this way, time has come to 3 days later, which is the time when the ranking game starts.